Yo Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the One Piece verse as Monkey D. Luffy. Let the tale begin. Chapter 101. While Luffy and Aramaki took the fight to the forest, the rest of the crew were busy getting ready to leave the island. They were setting up the Going Merry. The ship also didn't have its pirate flag, so there was a less chance that the Marines attacked them while they fled the island. Jin was the most damaged among all of them, having severe burns on his skin. Hachan was next, but because of him being a fishman and his quick recovery, the sword wound on his chest wasn't that bad. Momo the Sea King was only knocked out and had a cracked skull, but Sparky was able to wake him up. So the Sea King should be able to pull the Going Merry right now. What do you mean? You want us to start the ship? Kobe asked the six-armed monkey. We can't leave without Captain. Yasaku and Johnny, who was on Kobe's side, nodded. The six-armed monkey said some words which was barely understandable, but Zoro was able to translate them. We aren't leaving Luffy, it's his order. In fact, the monkey says he'll join him in the fight, while we flee. Luffy doesn't want to fight that man either, so he's just stalling them from us. We would only be dragging him down if we stayed here. You guys can't be serious. Nami shouted. He's fighting there alone. And isn't he some big shot hunter from the Grand Line? Luffy is in danger. We can't leave him. Zoro looked at the navigator. Captain's order. We can't do anything about it, he said with his fist clenched. In plain words, we will only be a liability to him, Sanji said, smashing his fist in the nearby wall in frustration. It was always like this. He wasn't just strong enough to make a difference. Nami, we want nothing more than to go there and help him. But the fact is, we aren't strong enough. He hated being useless, but they could do nothing more than trust their captain. Kuina didn't say anything, just looked at where the fight was going. They could hear the blade clashing. First Mihawk, now him. The world truly were filled with people that had a monstrous level of strength. She had to get stronger if she wanted to reach that level. Sparky had already left after explaining things, and no one stopped him. He was the only one who could help Luffy. We might not have to leave the island. It was Anchor who spoke. All heads looked towards him. Look, he said, pointing at a certain direction in the sky. A man from the marine ship jumped out of the marine ship, and his lower body transformed into some kind of smoke. And this man was none other than the marine captain of Logue Town, Captain Smoker. The marine landed on the shore looking around and found barely any civilians around. Smoker looked around, saw all of the straw hats, before his eyes stayed on Kuina and Anchor for a while. But then a huge explosion of green flames brought his attention to the place where the battle was taking place between Luffy and Aramaki. Mind explaining to me what the fuck is going on? The reason why Smoker came to island was because he heard the distress signal from Sakura Island. Someone tried to contact the Marines, most probably the late mayor who also died during the attack. And after that, Smoker came with one of his ships. Sakura Island was quite far from Logue Town, but there wasn't anyone near that would be able to help the island. So he went in with some soldiers to look into the matter. Even though they knew by then the pirates would be done with it, as coming from Logue Town to Sakura Island would take at least 2 days, even for fast marine vessels. Smoker still opted to come here. As a marine, he couldn't just ignore the call. His own beliefs won't let him. So he was surprised when he found out that a battle was going on in the Sakura Island. Coming to the shore, he found out that the threat of Captain Kuro and ex-marine Captain Morgan was already dealt with by a local bounty hunting group. It was the same group who took down the other pirates in the blue, led by a man who was better known by his allies, Mario, the hero of Dawn Island. But the problem was another bounty hunter came around, dragged Mario to an unwilling battle, and Smoker had to get there and stop it. But there was just one problem. Both of them knew armament hockey. Good luck stopping those monsters, Anchor huffed, not amused. If they aren't stopped, those two might even end up sinking the island with us. Why couldn't things be easy? Smoker said with a dark look on his face, before giving the former Marine a dirty look. What? You are the Marine here? Anchor shrugged. Smoker, and he went way back, from the time back when they were still in the training camp. If the Smoke Logia was going, as his friend, he would as well. And besides, Luffy was quite a good customer. He didn't want to lose him just yet. Smoker clicked his tongue. He took out a small transponder snail. This is Captain Smoker speaking. I will be engaging a bounty hunter by the name of Aramaki, who is running wild and creating problems. In case I was found injured or dead, you would know what happened. Chapter 102. Smoker clicked his tongue. He took out a small transponder snail. This is Captain Smoker speaking. I will be engaging a bounty hunter by the name of Aramaki, who is running wild and creating problems. In case I was found injured or dead, you would know what happened. With that, he cut the connection off before putting the snail back in his pocket. The fight needed to be stopped. The green flames were already spreading into the forest, and half of it was already scorched. Soon it might even reach the port city. Hey, Zoro called, making Smoker stop and look at the green-haired swordsman. Captain ordered anyone from going there, and that includes you. Sanji and Kuina also nodded. If needed, they would stop him. Smoker's face twitched, but before he could say anything, an explosion occurred, bringing all of their attention to the fight. The fire in the forest stopped along with all of the noise. It seemed the battle was over. Luffy flew onto the ground, winching from the pain in his gut. That punch hit like a truck. He was more so affected from the green liquid that was around his body. He could feel it eating away at his flesh. That bastard suddenly blew himself up in close range. Even though Luffy could react to most of his opponent's attacks, he was getting exhausted from playing the running game. Luffy had a few wounds, but most of them weren't serious. Still, he had to keep up his observation haki at all times along with his gears. It was quite stamina draining. The man was too experienced for Luffy to land a blow. Luffy stood up, but suddenly he started feeling dizzy. Rahaha, already feeling the effects of my powers. Let me tell you, now that you are going to die, Aramaki said, before jabbing his thumb to himself. I have eaten the Kimi no Mi, chemical fruit. I can produce any kind of chemical. That substance on your body is a chemical that I was inspired by the Green Viper back in my hometown. Now you won't be able to survive for long. Luffy was not only feeling dizzy but also feeling nauseous, and yet he was calm. Why? Because the man might be strong. He was in fact quite stupid. Who the fuck reveals their powers? And so what if the man had some chemical powers? He could tell it wasn't anything radioactive, only a strong poison, which Luffy was easily dealing with Saimai Kikin. But he was acting weak and wobbly on the outside. Sparky was already around the area and was waiting for an opportunity. Sparky might be strong, but being an animal, it already had a God-given talent for hiding his aura. Observation haki users could still sense him, but to them, it would appear as if it was just another animal in the forest, not something to worry about. That's why he was trying to make Aramaki let his guard down. Aramaki attacked again. This time Luffy was playing the defensive game, waiting for an opportunity. The fight continued, but even without acting, Luffy was losing badly. Even with all efforts, he wasn't able to hold him off for long. Deep wounds started appearing more on Luffy. Horn's Edge's blade was broken and tossed to his side. Even his nameless Naginata was on the floor, away from Luffy's reach. Even Luffy was back to his base state. I'm surprised you survived this long. Any last words? Aramaki asked, grinning while he held Luffy by the throat, dangling him in air. His sword was pointed at Luffy's chest to stab him. Heh, like I cared, he said as pushed the sword in. But suddenly things slowed down, and a grin appeared on Luffy's face. A savage grin. Gotcha, bitch, he said, quickly, cuffing the man with Sea Prism Stone in both hands at the same time. Aramaki's eyes almost popped out of his socket, but slowly, as he lost his devil fruit powers. He was even more surprised when Sea Stone bullets, a total of 6 shots, dug inside his back. Luffy grabbed the man's face with both his arms being in a well-familiar motion. This might mess up your face, so brace yourself, Luffy said, dangerously, his forearms starting to fold as if it was a spring, before turning black from haki. Gomu Gomu no, Facebuster Rokugan. And like that, a dangerous amount of wind pressure was released from the technique, creating a deep gash on the ground that dragged till the end of the island, throwing the man off as he flew of the island itself and into the sea. With that, Luffy dropped onto the ground panting. That last attack, he put every ounce of strength in it. The last thing Luffy saw was Sparky coming towards him. Chapter 103. So you are saying we are pirates now? Luffy asked, frowning. Luffy had woken up. It's been only a few hours since he had the fight with Aramaki. Not that I'm happy about it, but he looks down at the newspaper. This is total bullshit. We didn't attack any Marine base. Are they really trying to falsely accuse us? He said irritatedly. More so it was saying today he attacked the Marine base. The Marine base in question was on the other side of East Blue. The rest of the crew looked at Luffy and didn't say anything. They were also very frustrated. This isn't the first thing Luffy wanted to see after waking up from a big fight against a madman. Wait, didn't Smoker stop you guys from leaving the island? Luffy asked. They were all in the Going Merry, in the middle of the ocean. With what they told him, the bounty poster was distributed in midday. Usually, bounties don't come at that time. They are usually given away with regular papers. But Luffy's case was different. It was a special handout to all the blues by the news crew for free. Luffy's bounty poster. It had an image of Luffy lazily sitting on the top of Going Merry with his two Naginatas crossed on his back. He didn't look intimidating from the picture at all. And yet the description that came along with it was totally the opposite.
Fallen Hero Strau hat Luffy.
Bounty. 70 million berries dead or alive. Behind the bounty poster was the main thing, where it wrote details about Luffy. Luffy, more famously known as the hero of the Dawn Island Mario. The Marines have received claims that almost all of his heroic deeds were a setup and a hoax to gain fame. Most of his endeavors with pirates were a total setup to fool the civilians and loot their treasures. There was even a picture of Jin and Hachin's picture with Luffy while they were in the Kokoyashi village. There was also another picture of the Going Merry with the official Straw Hat pirate flag. After that, it went on to explain how Luffy even attacked a Marine base that was under Captain Nezumi. Well, someone hates me, Luffy said frowning. Why take extra steps and set him up otherwise? Though he was more interested in who took the photo of him with Jin and Hachan. Anyway, why didn't Smoker stop you guys? Isn't he some honest Marine or something? Actually, Captain, the problem is with that Marine Nezumi. Smoker was the one that was investigating that rat in the first place, and so he actually knew the real story. That's why he didn't take action. Kobe said, honestly, this was the first Marine he saw that didn't act like a total villain. Luffy nodded, so Kobe continued. Also, the Islanders were really cheering for you after you tossed that green guy to the sea, and they already view you as a hero, so they didn't believe what the government said, and even protested if Smoker wanted to capture you. Not that we would let him, of course. Luffy just shrugged and didn't say anything. Luffy doubted that. If Smoker wanted and he was serious, Luffy was sure he could take down the whole crew, including Sparky. All of the sea stones Luffy had gathered from the black market, the cuffs, and bullets were used against Aramaki. So Smoker had a good chance that he would be able to capture all of them. Logia powers were no joke. The users might die off from being too cocky, but the powers were just too damn amazing. Luffy hummed. He didn't even try capturing Jin or Hachan. Well, both of them had bounties, and unlike him, they were justified. He tried, Zoro said, but we stopped him. And also Anchor also gave in a good word. It seems that the blacksmith is buddies with the Smoker guy. Luffy nodded. That Popeye guy was an ex-Marine, and they both do look similar in age. Speaking of Jin, how is he? Luffy said. He looked down at his own body. There were some severe burn marks, but his body would heal without leaving behind a scar. Honestly, Semi-Kiken is broken as fuck in the right hand. Armaki's chemical acid was another deal. Good thing that moron didn't try to nuke them right off the bat. That made all of the crew members a bit gloomy. He's still unconscious. The island doctors got to him on time, but some of the acid got to his lungs and other organs, causing some internal bleeding and lasting damage there. It will be a while before he's back to full health unless he is treated by some highly skilled physician, Nami said. She was blaming herself a bit. If she wasn't with Jin, if Jin was with the others, then maybe Jin wouldn't get that injured. Hey, no one knew it would happen, okay? Luffy said as he smiled at the girl. And if it makes you feel any better, I messed that man up pretty bad myself. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if he kicked the bucket. The others nodded. All of them knew the battle was a close call. Sparky had explained what had happened. It also made them view how big the world is. Anyway, what about Hachan and Momu? After seeing Jin and Nami get attacked by an unknown man, Both Hachan and Mamu jumped into the fight to save Nami. It didn't go as planned, but Nami felt glad for the help. They could have easily ran after Aramaki, easily dealt with Jin, but they stayed. Mamu has a cracked skull, but it's nothing serious. But Hathkin, on the other hand, got a sword wound from that bastard. It's nothing serious, though Hachan kind of lost 2 of his arms, Zoro said, making Luffy wide-eye in horror. Kuina rolled her eyes. Don't worry, though. He said he could grow it right back in time. Him being an octopus fishman and all. You almost scared me, Zoro. Luffy grumbled, while Zoro just smirked. The others in the crew also felt a bit glad that their captain was worrying about them. Hey, Captain, did you know the Aramaki guy by any chance? Kuina spoke again.
Luffy blinked. No.
I did know about him from time to time. Why? Kuina didn't say anything for a while, before she opened her mouth. You see, there's a rumor back in West Blue that it's about a guy who I'm pretty sure is Aramaki. Well, there are some rumors that he likes to take government contracts from time to time. He also has some bad rep in the bounty hunting gig, and people say that the reason why he isn't a criminal is because of his involvement with the government. Government as in Marines? Kobe asked. Kuina shook her head. No, as in world government. You know the Cypher Pole? Why would Cypher Pole work with bounty hunters? Johnny asked, while Yasaka nodded. To take care of people off the books, Kobe said, slowly, while Kuina nodded. Luffy thought for a while before throwing the thought to the back of his head. He also had some suspicion that it was kind of a hit job, and the sudden bounty just proved his theory. It seems that the world government had eyes on him, but he wasn't worried. Still, it was a bit worrying as to why this happened. This kind of thing didn't happen in the original. But then again, Luffy didn't have a staring reputation in the original. The world government might be stupid, but they also have good ears. He wouldn't be surprised if they knew about Luffy's hockey. Heck, previously the newspaper even wrote about his clash with Mihawk. So of course, they would send one of the best bounty hunters after him. Let them do what they want. I might be pretty banged up right now, but fighting with the bastard also improved my skills a lot. I will be much stronger. So, and with enough training, I will be the strongest, he said, flexing his biceps. And he was being serious. Both his observation hockey and armament hockey gained a tremendous level, maybe because it was his first time fighting with such unfavorable conditions. Then we won't have to worry about those freaks anymore. Shishishi, that brought some smiles and giggles in the room. And besides, we are an official group of pirates now. We should celebrate, he said, but winching from the pain his body. Even with Simi kicking, his body would need some time to get fully back to an optimal level. Time hadn't passed that much. He was only out for 2 or 3 hours, but give it a day or two and he would be back to optimal condition. Still, Luffy was a bit sad that he wouldn't be able to push his body in the meantime. But rest was necessary as he was sure he gained very valuable experience from his fight. Chapter 104. Oh, by the way, where should we go next? Directly to the Grand Line? Nami asked now that the mood was a bit lighter. Nah, we should visit Logtown first. I want to see the execution platform. Luffy said, I also heard there's a good sword shop there. He said, looking at Zoro, who still needed 2 more blades. And also I want to meet the smoker guy. Captain. He actually said not to come there, or he would be forced to capture you. Kobe said, hesitantly. And what do you want with him anyway? Join my crew, of course. Shishishi. And Luffy wasn't kidding. Smoker would a great ally for him in the future. Heck, from the start Smoker's character was similar to Garp, in relation to chasing the Pirate King. And with his Logia powers and skills, he would get well in the crew. But then again, there was so and so chance that he would accept the offer. The rest of the crew either sighed or laughed. Especially Sanji, he was kind of brought into the crew that way. But the main reason why Luffy was going to Logtown was to meet Dragon and get some help there. For now, let's party. Sanji, bring in the food, Luffy said, getting down from the bed. The boy winched from the pain that ran through his body. Hey, you shouldn't get out from bed yet, Nami said, worriedly. Honey, it would be my pleasure to accompany you in bed, but I have more important stuff. Nami snorted, while the captain of the ship went out of the room. The rest of the crew followed their captain outside onto the deck of the ship. The wind blew calmly as the Going Merry sailed through the ocean, with Mamu pulling ship. Mamu had a bandaged-up head and Hachon was on top of the Sea King. Also had bandages on his body. 2 of his arms were missing from the right side, but the fishmen didn't seem too worried. "Hey there," Luffy said, gaining both of their attention. "Thanks for helping the crew," he said, jumping to the head of the Going Merry. "Oh, thanks," Hachon said, a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. However, he did feel a bit sad from his missing limbs. Are you sure they will grow back?" Luffy asked. Hachon looked at Luffy and nodded. "I have had worse. We octopus fishmen have some good regenerative abilities, nothing like Kobe's powers. But other than a decapitation, we can pretty much survive in anything," he said, flexing his biceps, all 6 of them. "Don't worry, it won't take a week to fully grow them back." Luffy was a bit amazed. It seems that he recruited a hidden gem. So fishmen, depending on the species, had abilities from the fish side. Interesting. "Though, that green stuff is kind of irritating my wounds," Hachon said. Luffy thought for a moment. "Hey, tell Mamu to head towards Logue Town. Nami, direct the ship at full speed. There should be someone that can help both Hachon and Jin there." Luffy's best bet in getting some help was from Dear Daddy Dragon. If Dragon was there, that meant the revolutionary ship was somewhere near as well. He should be able to get some good medical attention from there. Honestly, Luffy was quite worried about both of his crewmates. Chemicals were no joke, especially from the horror story he heard back in his previous world about how long-time exposure to certain chemicals could give you cancer. While Luffy was thinking about how things went, he suddenly looked upwards and frowned. His observation haki was picking up something, but he couldn't quite get what. "What's wrong, Captain?" Kobe asked, looking at the empty space where Luffy was looking. "Meh, it's probably nothing." Luffy shrugged. "Hey, Zoro, how's your new sword going?" "Well, Suddenly, mid-sentence, Luffy stretched out his hand, enlarging it, and caught something mid-air. "Gotcha, bitch," Luffy said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. And it was a bird, not just any bird, but a newspaper bird. Calling it a bird would be wrong, as it looked like a bird human, similar to Big News Morgan, but much smaller in size. Half of Luffy's height, actually. "Let go of me," the bird said. Its voice was a bit childish, but Luffy wasn't paying attention to that. No, there was a camera hanging on from his shirt. "So you are the birdie that's taking our pictures," Luffy said with narrowed eyes as he brought his hand back with the bird still in his hand. He held the little creature by its long neck. "Mind telling me why you thought it was a good idea to do that without our permission?" The Birdman struggled to free itself, even half of its body getting transparent, but it couldn't do much when Luffy used a whiff of Conker's haki on him. The bird seemed to be too shocked and started shivering. "Good. Now you have some explaining to do, before we cook you and feed you to Mamu." The Sea King in question looked at the birdie with a hungry grin. He never had a bird person before. Maybe it would taste like chicken. New. With that, the bird fell unconscious. "Oops," Luffy said. "I think we broke him, guys." The other sweat dropped at the scene. A certain collar snapped out from the bird's neck and fell on the ground, turning the half-visible bird fully visible. "What's this?" Luffy said, looking at the device, accidentally pushing the button as it turned invisible. Now Luffy was wide-eyed. He thought that power was from the invisible fruit, not an artificial device. But then he looked at the logo and tossed it to Sanji. The cook in question caught it. "It seems that the birdie here has some tech right here," Luffy said, now that Sanji studied it. There was a Germa 66 logo on it. Now even he was curious. Chapter 105. "So you were telling me that you have been following us since Shell's Town," Luffy said with narrowed eyes. "How didn't I catch you with my observation haki?" The bird hesitated. "Tell me, not to insult you or anything, but you aren't that experienced in using it. The device only works with inexperienced and non-observation haki users," he said. Luffy hummed. It seemed that the fight with Aramaki actually did improve his haki usage. Garp was a bit stingy in training Luffy's haki, so it was given he would have some flaws in it. "But why is this Germa 66 tech in your hand?" Sanji questioned. The Birdman gulped. He also knew about Sanji being a Vinsmoke and all. And the tech wasn't something amazing, as the finished product could copy the full ability of the clear fruit. So this was just one of the failed experiments, which Morgan got with some connections. Even the world government didn't know about it, as they more so relied on the tech that Vegapunk made. So he gave away the info. But please give it back. Dad will kill me if he finds out I lost that. So, Morrigan's your dad, Sanji said with narrowed eyes. No, what gave you that idea? The bird said, trying to act oblivious. For a spaying bird, it was quite bad at lying. Okay, so tell me, why did Aramaki attack me on the same day when I was framed for destroying a supposed marine base? Luffy asked. This was the question that needed answering.
You?
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. The bird boy cried. I can't break the promise. Then he won't mind if we kill you and feed you to our Mamu, right? Sanji said this time, taking out a butcher knife, making the bird panic in horror. No, please no. Don't kill me, the bird said. I can't tell anything more. We bird folks don't betray our word. If you really want to know, call father. He might able to answer your question. Luffy didn't say anything for a while. Before speaking, Sparky, bright me the Dindin Mushi? The monkey nodded and brought the black snail to him. Now, mind telling us your daddy's personal number, or should we beat it out of you? There was also a transponder snail that he got from the bird boy, but he didn't know if the Marines or other party could intercept the signal, so he wanted to be careful in case. It seemed that the bird didn't need any more motivation, and gave the number away. Well, the bird boy did want to live to tell the tale. The call started ringing. A video call. Puree, puree, puree. The call was then picked up, even giving the video function of the call. Big news, Morgan here. But the Birdman stopped and looked between Luffy and his son. What did you get yourself into this time, Mori? Well, someone's concerned. Luffy mused. Mind giving us some answers, Big Birdie? Or we might do something to your little birdie right here, Zoro said, putting his sword near the bird's neck. What do you want to do to him? Things. That is not a legitimate answer, Mori said, a shade paler from the heat the blade was emanating. Morgan sighed at his son's cowardice, but then again confidence came with experience. That was the reason why he left him on spy duty. But it seems that wasn't going as planned. Zoro seemed to legitimately scare the young bird. So, if Zoro's playing the bad cop, let's play the good cop. Now, Zoro. I'm sure the Birdman is willing to share some info with us, Luffy said, with a kind smile. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, hero, Morgan said. Unlike his son, he wasn't intimidated much, but with how pissed the blonde cook looked and how scary Zoro was, he wasn't taking any chances. Hero? Luffy mused. A fallen hero who supposedly destroyed a marine base. But I'm a pirate now, so mind telling me why this happened? Luffy said, getting the bounty poster and putting it on screen. You do know I don't do bounty posters? Luffy snorted. Yeah, but this picture, while I do look good in it, that could be only taken by your son right here. That means you were giving my crew's info to those world dogs. With that he narrowed his eyes. And you might not do bounty posters, but it was your birds that distributed the bounties? Well, that is something we had no control over. Morgan hesitated for a moment, thinking if he should say it. But seeing his son in that state, there was no escape from it. He should have pulled Mori out after Luffy was labeled as a pirate, but there was no going back. So the bird started explaining. I didn't want to label you folks as a pirate group, even while you sailed with a black flag. I didn't want to out you guys as pirate, but it wasn't my call to begin with. The government for some reason deemed you dangerous, especially if you are Marine Hero's grandson, and you know whose son? He said. Luffy seemed a bit skeptical. Hey, why do you think? The papers wrote so much about your good deeds. Honestly, the paper sales bloomed after your debut. Everyone wants a hero, and all of them were interested in why you were a bounty hunter, not a Marine. That was a story that was worth writing. More so when I did some research in your village. Wait, you bastards even went there. You were playing with Fire Birdie? Luffy narrowed his eyes dangerously. Relax, we didn't exactly go to your village, but we did know that Shanks used to visit that island a lot. And that hat, well, I won't tell anyone with your connection to Shanks or the hat if you are asking. My son won't either. He might be a coward, but we bird folks can keep our beaks shut, Morgan said. And the world government is more scared of your father than with your connection with Shanks, really. They don't want people to start following you and make you their idol. Actually, Luffy wasn't that mad at being labeled as a pirate, but he didn't want to gain rep for things he didn't do. It's nothing new. They did destroy O'Hara just cause of some misled fear. Luffy shrugged and studied Morgan's reaction. The bird's face darkened a bit. That wasn't a subject he wanted to remember. More so when some of his friends died in that attack. Yes, the world government is paranoid in that sense, Morgan said, but my hand is tied. The Sheeper Pole made a visit a few days ago. They wanted to buy some of your photos that we had, well, more like took it forcefully and stashed in a few thousand bellies. They also warned me to keep the news of you dying under wraps. I didn't get what they meant back then, but they honestly sent the Ryakujiu, the Mad Hunter, after you. I'm still surprised that you survived. But it's too bad that they labeled you as a pirate. You would have been a great hero. Luffy tuned things down and thought things over for a moment. So it was a hit job, but it also meant you guys were the ones that revealed our location, didn't you? Morgan froze and coughed. Well, they did threaten me, and that was total bullshit. This guy could easily take down a normal Sheeper Pole agent, but that was in the original story. This guy might be different. I don't actually care, but I'm here to offer a deal. Luffy said, you said people wanted a hero, didn't they? Then why not continue with that? Make me a hero, who was framed by the government, who is kind and all that jazz. I don't actually care about the fame, but having a following would make it easy. When I become the world's strongest man, the Pirate King, and eventually take down the world government. Bold words. Morgan grinned. But what should I call you? The pirate hero? Morgan blinked. A pirate being a hero. A pirate being a hero? Morgan then grabbed the Din Din Mushi. Why didn't I think of this before? This will make a grand headline. La ha 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 ha. Luffy didn't stop the Birdman's antics. Okay, so you in? Morgan looked at Luffy again. The government won't like it? Oh, please. Luffy rolled his eyes. When did you care so much about the government? I'm sure you would be able to slip out of any trouble. Luffy said, and I assure you, give me 5 years, and the whole world government system will be no more. Now, wouldn't you want the man that will change the whole world to have a good reputation from the start? Morgan was grinning ear to ear. Luffy was flat out saying for Morgan to bet on him. It was honestly a gamble. The amount of hassle and headache the government will give will be a pain in the ass for him. But the question was he willing to take the risk? I'm in, Morgan said, grinning. La ha ha ha. Shishishi. Dad, can you tell them to untie me now? On that note, I hope you don't mind us keeping the invisible tech with us. Luffy said. What? He was going to milk the deal. Chapter 106. It has been a day since the Going Merry left the Sakura Islands, and life aboard the ship was as lively as ever. Nami rested under an umbrella, a fresh newspaper in her hands. After doing some basic training, she was more than happy to laze around for the day. On her side sat another lady elegantly, Kuina. The older girl was really enjoying the strawberry cake Sanji made. Honestly, Nami used to envy her on how she could eat anything and not gain weight. But after she also started training, she was sure she could eat a whole Sea King and not get fat. Honestly, Luffy was a slave worker when it came to training. Now she got why people said not to date a health freak. But then again, she wasn't dating him or anything. On the other hand, Zoro, Johnny, Yasaku, Jin, and Kobe are nearer the figurehead. Zoro had been sparring with Johnny and Yasaku, both trying to master their abilities. In Kobe's case, it was all physical, while in Zoro's case, it was more about using the sword that had a devil fruit ability in it. While Zoro was training with the bounty-hunting pirate duo, Kobe and Jin were training alone. Kobe focused on his kicks and leg-based movement, trying to get his legs ready for Saru. He lacked speed, and that was the part he was focusing on right now. Jin was opposite them, having borrowed a pair of handballs and was now trying to imitate a workout he had seen Zoro do that morning. He had woken up a few hours earlier and started training ever since. Sanji and Sparky had to force stop his training to get him to eat or rest. Even Luffy scolded him for pushing his body too hard. But then again, Jin felt frustrated from his loss, and this motivated him to do whatever training he could. The former Krieg pirate coughed from time to time. He wasn't fully back to full health, and yet he pushed himself. The buckets of sweat rolling down his face indicated much. Luffy was enjoying the view from the crow's nest, while Momo pulled the ship in towards Logue Town. They would reach the last island before Grand Line in a day at most. If the Sea King wasn't injured, it wouldn't have taken that much time, but it was still faster than any ships around the water. Hachon himself went out for a swim into the sea to stretch out his muscles and help Sanji in catching big fishes for lunch. Sparky and Usopp were the only ones that weren't in the view. Well, that was because they were spending their sweet time modifying the guns they had. Anchor had left them some good material and ideas before they left the island, so they were eager to implement them on their weapons. Nami blinked when she saw what the newspaper wrote.
Guys.
I think you should see this, she said. The wind blew, and from the newspaper, a few of the bounty posters fell. Wanted, dead or alive, Pirate Hunter, Zoro, 25 million. White Lady, Kuina, 30 million. Man Demon, Jin, New Allegiance, 15 million. Six-Armed Fishman, Hachon, New Allegiance, 9 million. Sweet new bounties. Luffy grinned. He was wondering why only he got the bounty. If the Marine viewed Luffy as a threat, then by extension they would label everyone as pirates. And it seems that it took some time for them to take action. But then again, Luffy's early bounty was because they thought they could get the boy killed along with the other pirates. But it didn't work out for him. The rest of the crew were more focused on the bounty poster, discussing and bragging about their bounties. What? Sanji yelled from the second level. Oh, Jin commented. Nice picture. He said. This picture made him look much more intimidating than his previous one. This was a picture of him bloodied in the fight with Kobe. Not a glorious moment, but at least the picture was great. Zoro also liked his picture. This was taken when he fought against Mihawk. While he looked beaten up, it also portrayed his will to get stronger. Kuina's picture was more calm, and she didn't look like a threat at all. Heck, some wouldn't even call her a pirate with how friendly and clueless she looked in the photo. And yet her epithet was a nightmare for the pirates. She was a well-known bounty hunter after all. Even Hathkin got one. Kobe said, depressed, joining Sanji in depression. Hachon's picture was of him on the Sea King Momo, pulling the Going Merry. See Momo, we got a bounty raise. Hachon cheers, along with the happy Sea King. Usopp was with Kobe and Sanji, trying to cheer them on. But both of them were quite sad not to get bounties. Luffy almost found it funny how Kobe was sad for not getting a bounty, when in fact a few weeks ago he was spouting dreams of becoming a Marine. Fufufu. Take that, Aizen. It all worked according to his plan. Luffy, see this? Nami said, pushing the newspaper near his face. The Straw Hat blinked before seeing the newspaper, and after reading a few lines, he grinned. That son of a gun. Luffy grinned. The paper said many things about the Straw Hat. But the most notable thing was about Luffy's supposed alienation with the pirates, how Captain Nezumi was corrupt and was under investigation, and how Luffy was seen near the Sakura Islands, protecting the islanders from a bounty hunter gone rogue named Aramaki. While Luffy was happy that his name was cleared, he was more so happy about how Morrigan portrayed Aramaki as the villain. That bastard shouldn't be able to join the Marines, now that his public image is ruined. Luffy was praying that Aramaki was dead. He did shoot him into the sea along with sea stone cuffs, but there was always the chance of him surviving. Also, the paper noted how some islanders from Sakura Island spoke in favor of Luffy. This will change stuff. But Luffy was sure that the world government is pulling their hair because of the news. Morgan made sure to wrote it in a way where Captain Nezumi was to blame for the whole mess and misinformation about the hero Mario. This way, Morgan isn't totally going against the world government. Morgan wasn't implying that the Marines were lying. No, he was saying that the Marines got fooled by a corrupt rat amongst their ranks, which wasn't a good rep for the Marines. It made it look Luffy like as a victim. Luffy didn't know Morgan would go this bold. But then again, he did even more in the original, even making Luffy the 5th Emperor way before he was at that level. This calls for a celebration. Sanji, stop brooding and bring in the food, Luffy said. But seeing Sanji depressed, he added, please? Well, since you said please. Sanji headed to the kitchen with a shake of his head. Captain, this is very dangerous, Kobe warned. If we go to Logue Town, we might get in trouble. With our new bounties, people will be gunning for us. Even if Smoker isn't in the area, I'm sure they put someone of the same rank there. A powerful Marine. They might target us if we go there. A PPP powerful Marine? Usopp stuttered. Well, aren't scared of that. Usopp had missed the whole fight with Aramaki, but it also made him a bit more scared of the unknown dangers. More so, if Aramaki tried to cut the Going Merry, he would have died along with it. It was a good thing that the Green Bull was trying to show off and bring Luffy's attention. I'll see if I can learn anything more from the paper, Nami offered, settling back into her reading in the hopes of gleaning some new information they may need. It wasn't just Luffy had new bounties. The newspaper also went with other upcoming pirates, one named Kid and the other named Law, and their misdeeds. But their bounties were much lower, similar to Kuina's bounty. Their fame was covered up because of Luffy's contribution. Captain, are you sure we should go there? Kobe asked again. I honestly don't want to get into another fight until I master at least one of the Rokushiki techniques. Luffy blinked. That's quite thoughtful, but we'll be fine. Luffy waved off. We're strong. If that new Marine captain comes for us, we'll just kick his ass. And besides, we will hide our ship and wear disguises. Luffy grinned, pulling out fake beards and mustaches from nowhere. Well, it was out from Spakery's backpack, of course. The other crew members blinked a bit surprised. They thought that Luffy would tell them to act boldly, but it seems that wasn't the case. But with how ugly the disguises looked, they wouldn't be wearing them anyways. Seeing such reactions, the captain felt a pang of sadness. Well, okay then. We'll be really sneaky, Shishishis, Luffy said. I'm good at being quiet and sneaking up on things. I did it all the time back in the forest. The others opted to ignore or not pay attention to Luffy's goofy antics. Sometimes they wondered if Luffy had a second brain for his wild ideas. Chapter 107. It was a peaceful day in Marineford. Well, as peaceful as the headquarters of the world government's military branch could get. Anyway, incessant mutterings broke out among the high-ranking Marines in the conference room before one of them spoke up. We apologize, Commodore, one Marine said. But do you really think that our Marine branches in East Blue will be unable to deal with this threat? The high-ranking Marine in question nodded. To be blunt, they won't even come close, he said regretfully. He turned to 3 bounty posters that hung on the wall. Buggy the Clown, 15 million belly, Pirate Fleet Admiral Don Krieg, 17 million belly, and Sawtooth Arlong, 20 million belly. Taking into account that the average bounty in East Blue is 3 million, the fact that his crew crushed them all can't be ignored. These 3 had the highest active bounties in the eastern seas. Not to mention he even cashed the bounties in while he was hiding himself as a pirate. And that's not adding the fact that the boy gained his fame when he single-handedly took down a 50 million berry pirate, one that slipped away from the Marines' capture, also having one of the immortal devil fruits. Another high-ranking Marine said, It is not just their captain that has caught our attention, however. He also has pirate hunter Zoro and White Lady Kuina on his crew, not to mention taking in Jin and Hachan from his enemy crew. A stoic old aged Marine said, I have seen a lot of pirates, but those that know how to make the enemy work for them are the ones that make a name in the sea. A few Marines shifted uncomfortably at this, though a mid-ranking Marine spoke up. Well, sir, with due respect, shouldn't we reevaluate Mario or Luffy's motives, he said, even though he was a bit nervous, but as a hardworking, he couldn't help but voice his opinion. His sudden turn to piracy and his relation to Vice Admiral Garp, along with his actions, spoke far from a ruthless pirate that we usually hunt. Are you implying that we should overlook his crime of donning a black flag and pursuing a selfish dream just because he has some relationship with a well-known figure in the Marines? It was Vice Admiral Stainless who spoke. You should rethink your words before saying it.
Ara.
Stainy, don't scare the boy off. Let him speak his mind. A man who was also donning the robe of justice spoke. It was Vice Admiral Cancer who spoke. And as for your question, the whole situation might look unclear, but don't let newspaper fool your judgment. The world government had inspected the case itself, and we all know how reliable they are. He laughed at the end. Whether his last sentence was sarcasm or serious, no one knew or questioned. Those that were in the room all knew how things worked with the world government, so almost all of them had doubts about Luffy. More so when some of them knew who his father was. It was not mentioned, but Garp only had one son. Said son turned out to be the most wanted man ever. And if Luffy was carrying the same family name, it became obvious who the father was. And so it was generally known why the world government had an eyes on Luffy. Still, they had to keep their mouths shut. While most of the Marines in the Marineford were honest and believed in justice, mainly because of the hard work Sengoku put in to comb out weeds from the ranks, unfortunately, he couldn't do it all throughout the ranks, as world government agents tended to recruit questionable candidates now and then, using them as puppets to do their bidding. There were also some that were loyal puppets of the world governments hiding in their ranks. That is why most of the Marines often acted oblivious to their actions. Speak or act out of line. Then you might get put on Bubble Man duty, and no one wanted that. Anyway, don't mind us, continue your report. Ahem, yes sir. Our sources suggest that the fallen hero Luffy has taken under 3 other capable fighters amongst his ranks. With that, they showed the pictures of Kobe, Sanji, and Usopp. Though, their threat level is yet to be discussed. Still, they have contributed a lot in fighting from what our sources tell. That was also the reason why they didn't have bounties. Kobe had taken down Jin before he changed alliance, and Sanji had single-handedly fought a fishman alone, and won. Those were not ordinary feats. And not to mention the fact that the boy Usopp also had some good sniping skills, often using handguns along with his slingshots. There was also another woman in the crew, but the Marine didn't deem her threat worthy yet to be discussed. The same can be said for the odd monkey that apparently had 6 legs, a pet they supposed. Also, they had no information on them, same with Johnny and Yaska. In actuality, the Marine got their info from the spy set up by Big News Morgan. And because of the deal Luffy made, only some of the information was revealed, where some were hidden, such as Johnny and Yasaku being in the crew. If I may interrupt, Commodore, one Marine said politely. What of the strange gossip regarding pirate hunter Zoro's alleged clash with the royal warlord, Dracula Mihawk? More mutterings broke out among the Marines in the room. Wait, didn't Mario? No, I mean Luffy clash with him? Another Marine said. Another round of mutterings broke out. Sigh, this will take a while, Stainless said, while Cancer just lazily smiled. Chapter 108. Johnny and Yasaku were having an intense training session with Zoro right now, still on the going merry. They looked quite beaten and bruised. Granted, it was because Zoro was working them to the bone, but that wasn't really the point. While it was training for both Johnny and Yasaku, it was also training for Zoro to hold back his strength with his new blade. The flames of Akai to Nozarashi were hot and hard to control, but Luffy suggested Zoro use this against allies. This might make it hard, but with the stakes high, Zoro was getting good control over the famed blade. Even though it was risky, Sparky and Luffy were just around the corner if things got out of hand. Speaking of Luffy, he was also busy. Kuina was training with Luffy on her bladed attacks, while Sanji was using Blue Walk to dive into the sea and look for new fishes to catch. Hatchan had found some rare fishes that he was having trouble catching, so Sanji lent a leg for the job. It also worked good for his training. As things were going now, they would reach Logtown within a few hours. The Straw Hats' peaceful afternoon was interrupted with a cannon firing, paired with the cannonball landing in the water near them. Gah! Usopp shouted, sounding terrified as he fell backward onto his back. What the hell was that? Sounded like a cannon, Sanji replied as he got back to the ship and squinting his eyes to see the enemy ship. Usopp was worried because it was a marine ship. With this close to Logtown, they could be surrounded in minutes. But then looking closer, it was actually 2 ships fighting amongst each other, a big marine ship and a smaller pirate ship. And it seemed that both ships firing cannonballs at each other, some of them got near their own ship. Usopp almost felt glad that they weren't the target. What's going on out here? Zoro asked, looking out of the ship along with Yasaku and Johnny. There's a fight going behind us. Usopp pointed. Luffy, what do we do? We should get near first and understand the situation before acting. Nami, who was also steering the ship, nodded and fearlessly sailed through the cannon fire. Her other crewmates easily handled the cannonballs before they could hit the Going Merry. "The Marines are being attacked," Kobe cried angrily. "We need to do something." Well, Luffy and the rest of the crew could see how the Marine ship was getting slaughtered by pirates. But the numbers of the pirates didn't add up. The pirate ship was much smaller, a quarter size of the Going Merry, and yet there were too many pirates. But maybe the other pirates were prisoners, because some of the pirates were even killing each other. Logtown was a good place to dock the pirates, before sending them off to impale down. So most likely what happened was a small-time pirate group orchestrated a prison break to get some of their crewmates free before they could reach Logtown. More so now that Smoker was no here. "Chill out, Kobe." This time it was Jin who spoke up. "Only Captain can call the axe." Zoro and Kuina nodded. Luffy was almost touched by his crewmates' loyalty, and gave the charges to help the Marines. If he had a reputation of a hero, so why not help them? And he didn't like meaningless slaughter anyway. The Going Merry speed up, coming near the other ships. Luffy commanded Mamo to spray water on them to stop the fighting for a second, and it seemed to do the work. Now both Marines and pirates were looking at Luffy, and all of them were scared for different reasons. "That's the fallen hero, Mario," one of the main soldiers said. "Is he here to help the pirates?" "Stupid, didn't you read the newspaper? It said that the former Marine Nezumi is the one that set up the whole mess." One of the pirates said, "He's clearly with you guys." Similar conversations were being held while Luffy docked the boat with the crewmates. "Find every single one of those pirates and help the Marines clear out the trash," Luffy ordered as the Marines sighed in relief and the pirates screamed in panic. Zoro went after a pair with his sword, quickly knocking them unconscious, while controlling his blade. Sanji and Jin went after a group as well, both kicking the enemies in the side of the head. Luffy shot the rest of the fleeing pirates with his finger gun. All the while Marines stepped aside and saw them take care of the pirates with ease. Johnny and Yasaku were too tired to fight, but also Sparky would stop them in case they wanted to join the fight, as Luffy wanted them to still have an active bounty hunting license in case they wanted to cash in for some info or bounties later on. He didn't want them to labeled as pirates. Usopp was aiming down the enemy and shooting them from the Going Merry, rather than go to the Marine ship and fight the pirates. "You lot will pay for this," the enemy pirate captain said. "Mark my word, Mario." But he didn't get to finish his sentence as he was bonked in the head and knocked out. "Name's Luffy," he said, a bit irritated. But he soon steadied himself when the rest of the Marines were looking at them weirdly. Thanks for helping us," the man in charge of the Marine ship said. "We would have lost more lives if it weren't for you." Sadly, many of the Marines were already dead or got seriously wounded before Luffy got there. Now that all the pirates were captured, the Marines, especially the low-level soldiers, were a bit glad that Mario was still a hero and doing his good work, even while he was a pirate. "Please leave the ship," the Marine in charge requested, genuinely. "We won't try to capture you. But as Marines, even if you are good people, you are still labeled as pirates. I'm sorry we can't treat you any better, but I have already called for backup from Logtown, and I don't want them to capture you." The others were surprised, even Luffy. It seems that every good deed does get rewarded. So he just nodded and jumped back into the ship, along with his crewmates. But before he went, he said something. "Don't worry, we won't go the Logtown anyways. We will directly go the Grand Line and get out of your hair," Luffy said, smiling. Of course, it was a lie, but he commanded Mamo to sail in the direction of the Reverse Mountain until the Marine ship was out of view, and then changed course. But nobody saw that Johnny and Yasaku had actually gone along with Sparky's and looted the smaller pirate ship while the battle was going on, even taking down some pirates without the Marines knowing. "Look what we found," Johnny called with a huge smile on his face. "You'll love this, big sis Nami." "Will I?" she asked. "Why?" On cue, both men opened the treasure chest to reveal glittering gold coins and berry notes. Chapter 109. "Look what we found," Johnny called with a huge smile on his face. "You'll love this, big sis Nami." "Will I?" she asked. "Why?" On cue, both men lifted the chest open to reveal glittering gold coins and berry notes. Nami squealed happily as she jumped up and down like a child, before jumping and snatching the chest of the duo's hands. The orange head snuggled the money as if it was her boyfriend who came home safe from a war zone and sighed happily. Looks like we found some extra funds for Logtown, Sanji said with a smirk. After all, we all need something, I'm sure. Of course, Sanji figured out that Luffy was only trying to misdirect the Marines with his earlier words. Luffy smiled. With this, all of the Marines would think that Luffy and the crew left for the Grand Line, while they would dock at the opposite side of Logtown. The Logtown was situated on the Logtown Island. Yup, stupid name, but he didn't decide it. Anyway, it is an island where there was a forest on the other end and a town front end. So Luffy told the crew to set up the ship there, near the forest, rather than in the port. It won't hide the ship fully, but it was the best they can do for now. Smoker was still in Sakura Islands, and with their ship's speed it would take at least 1 day to get here. More than enough time to get out of here. That was more than enough time for what Luffy was planning on doing here. And just like that, the island came into the view. The last island before the Grand Line. Now they only had to sort out the small time commotion that was happening on the ship. Distribution? Nami demanded, still hugging the chest from a few hours ago. These schmucks don't know the first thing about money, she said hissing, while she hugged the money. Luffy's sweat dropped. Nami, I will bring you a city of gold, but I'm damn sure it won't change your act. Nami pulled down her tongue and eyelid in protest. Very mature. Don't be greedy, Kuina replied. If they need the money, then they simply need the money. Simple as that. Also, I need some cash for testing the fine desert on the island anyways, she said with an open palm, to give her some of the money. Completely ignoring how shamelessly Kuina was asking for money, Luffy agreed with the swordswoman. I'm going with these two to find a sword shop, Zoro said, referring to Yasaku and Johnny. I need 2 more swords thanks to Mihawk, and they need better swords in general. 6 swords, Nami replied, gulping a bit. How much do you think you need? I dunno. 300,000 or 400,000. Zoro ignored the hissing sound Nami did. But the girl didn't protest much, digging through the chest. Once she'd stacked all the bills, she handed them to the swordsman. Hey, if it's short on money, don't forget to come back to the ship and ask Sparky. We do have more than enough cash. Luffy pointed out. Nami shook her head. No, you will get a good deal, okay? Grabbing the green-haired swordsman by the shoulder and dangerously eyeing him. Okay. Zoro just nodded. Luffy helplessly shook his head, but made a note to tell Sparky to hand over some extra cash before the boys left for sword shopping. Now, she said. Who else? She said, looking over to Kobe. The boy shook his head. I will go with Zoro. He might get lost otherwise, and I don't need anything anyway. Nami sighed and nodded happily before looking at the next one. We need groceries, Sanji said. And with how everyone eats, I'm really not sure how much I'll need. But give me as much as you think I need, Nami Swan. Nami again fled a good amount of weight reduced from her bag of bellies. Jin also requested some money for both him and Usopp, so barely anything was left. You do know, we still have around 100 million in Spakery's bag, right? Luffy deadpanned, but Nami ignored them. After joining the crew, Nami had gone through Sparky's bag a few times, but didn't take out much from there, as that was the best place to store cash anyway, being safe on Sparky's shoulder and all. Who needs a personal safe to store cash when you can have a super monkey carry it around? Though, Nami really wondered how Sparky could fit all that much stuff in his bag. A mystery that she didn't question. What will you understand? For you, it might be glittering gold, but for me, they are much more than that. She cried, and Luffy rolled his eyes. It seems that Nami was in love with all the money. Usopp, you're coming with me, Jin said. Now that he had the money. Huh? The sniper asked, looking up from the chemistry set in front of him. He wasn't exactly paying attention, as he was more focused with his own stuff. Where are we going? Shopping, cough, Jin said. He was still affected by his previous injuries. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Let's hope I don't end up half dead like the other time. He laughed. Usopp looked doubtful, but he didn't say more. Now, where's Luffy? About 30 feet ashore already, Yasaku replied, looking off the ship. Turning, the others watched the captain running through the forest ahead of them. I guess we're good then, Nami said. Return to the ship once you're done. And for the love of God, don't start trouble. I know saying that without Luffy here might make no sense, but God knows he'll find it anyway. With this, the crew's meeting adjourned, everyone moving off in their own separate way. Jin left with Usopp, the former Krieg pirate, in search of a certain type of shop. He could tell from the look the sniper was giving him that he was confused, but he'd see what they were doing soon enough. Did you want to stay on the ship or something? Cough, Jin asked him, clearing his throat. You? Cough. You look confused. Chapter 110. Did you want to stay on the ship or something? Cough, Jin asked him, clearing his throat. You? Cough. You look confused. No, I'm just confused as to where we're going. Well, he had no reason to hide it from him, but he figured he might like the surprise. Whatever. We're looking for a gunsmith. Cough. I actually was from Logtown. Well, wasn't born here, but stayed half a decade here before going on to be a pirate. Cough. So I was thinking if I could set you up with good guns, he replied. I figure if Luffy called you a sniper. Cough. We should actually get you a rifle. But I have guns. No, I mean a rifle. You know the sniper rifle that is used for long-distance attacks. The only drawback is it will use real bullets. Huh. Jin didn't know what he was confused about, but he didn't bother asking him as he saw their destination ahead of them. Walking inside, the pair wandered over to the rifles and began to shop. The shopkeeper recognized Jin immediately and spoke with him for a bit, before leaving them behind to scout the shop. What do you think we should get you? Cough, Jin asked as she examined the guns. A bolt action would probably have more power behind it, but if you can master it, that would be really helpful. I dunno. Looking over at Usopp, Jin saw him worried. What's the matter? He asked, confused. Usopp was just playing with his fingers, mumbling something under his breath. Come on, man. Cough. I can tell something's bothering you. I already have 2 guns. Do I need it? He said. Jin blinked at him a few times, unsure if he was serious. He was supposed to be their sniper, was he not? A sniper without a real sniper rifle. Oh, he finally said. That's fine, but I would think a sniper would want one, wouldn't you? Usopp opened his mouth, but then shrugged. I don't know about large guns. How should I say it? They don't feel right for me. Though, I'm eager to take on a bazooka, but they aren't actually guns. Jin deadpanned, and sadly they don't sell them here. Jin said. Still, now that we are here, I think you should look for a pair of new guns, or at least buy stuff to modify the guns from an actual gunsmith. No offense, but they might do better than both you and Sparky combined. Usopp felt a bit hurt, but Jin did have a point. But, hey, how do you know so much about guns anyways? Jin took a medium-sized pistol out of his back pocket, which was well hidden, and waved it back and forth in front of Usopp, his eyes watching it. Wait, you have a gun? Usopp asked. Of course, I have a gun. Cough. Though, I rarely need to use it. Jin said, I might be strong, but I have no love for the sword like Zoro or Kuina. Nor do I have weird abilities like Sanji or Luffy. I use every advantage I have. Cough. That's why I took to the shop, the last fight. Cough. It showed me that I wasn't enough. Jin was saying those genuinely. Usopp looked at Jin, who was sighed, massaging the wound on his chest and the burn wounds on his arm. Believe me, you don't want to be in that place. Cough. The helplessness you will feel. That's why I think you should be prepared. Jin said, and besides I have heard Usopp was very famous for his use of a long-ranged rifle. That's the reason why I brought you here. But if you aren't comfortable, then figure a way out with your slingshot. I don't know, use a bow or a bigger slingshot, that might work. Jin shrugged. That made Usopp think. A bigger slingshot, that could give him more firepower, if a bigger resistant band was used. But his internal thinking was cut short by Jin. When I became a pirate, I accepted that one day I might die, but that doesn't mean I won't try to live. Also, unlike the previous crew, this one has a better understanding. Captain Luffy is very caring about the crew. So you don't have to make sure you live, but your crewmates as well. Usopp stared at him for a good long time, before he nodded. Fine, Usopp said. I get what you're saying, but I won't take the rifle. Jin was surprised by Usopp's refusal. I don't think it works with my style. Like, you know how you don't use swords or clubs and use that weird weapon of yours? Jin blinked again, but nodded. Usopp did have a point. No point in forcing to learn something that he wouldn't be comfortable using in a fight. So what are your plans? I will actually follow your idea. Which one? The one with the big slingshot. I'm sure I can make it better than any sniper rifle. Usopp said, for close range, I will fight with my guns, while in the distance I can use that. Jin blinked, before he burst out laughing. If anyone can figure that out, then it's you. I knew you had some balls after all.
Haché.
I'm the great Captain Usopp. My many enemies know I take no risks. I account for everything. I'm sure you do, Captain. I'm sure you do. Jin shook his head, smirking. Now, if you have the ideas, I'm sure the gunsmith might be able to help you with making your large slingshot well. He might love your creative ideas and give you a discount. Okay, Usopp nodded, as both of them made their way to the gunsmith. Chapter 111. Listen up, Zoro said, looking at Kobe, Johnny, and Yasaku. I've got a bounty on me now, and while I don't really care about that, we don't need people challenging me in the street because they heard you say my name. You got that? Okdoke, big bro Zoro. Johnny and Yasaku said at the same time, saluting like soldiers, earning a glare from the pirate hunter. I don't think we should call him by his name around here. Kobe whispered, warily looking around. This island is crawling with marines, so we should be careful. Okay. Only big bro then? Zoro nodded. Unaware of the town's layout, they had no choice but to wander and hope they found a decent weapon store. Time passed in something of a blur, but Kobe was pretty sure they'd passed that man selling hats 3 times now, and his suspicions weren't helped by the confused look he turned on them. They turned yet another corner, one Kobe was certain was not there the first 2 times, and began walking down another alleyway. Someone screamed down the way, a crowd of people quickly forming where the sound had originated. Though they couldn't see over the heads of the crowd, Zoro could tell the mass of people had formed around a black-haired woman in glasses carrying a bundle, said woman being harassed by a couple of thugs. Hey, what's happening? Johnny asked. We should check it out, Yasaku said, while Zoro and Kobe tried to figure out what was happening. Those guys are going to kill that poor girl, a woman in the crowd fretted. Nah, the man beside her laughed. I bet she'll give them a good pounding. I think we have to help her, Kobe insisted. His claws already started popping out from his knuckles. With great practice and some semi-kicking technique, he was now able to produce claws without bleeding himself. The 2 bounty hunters also got ready, though Zoro looked completely uncaring. Even though Zoro couldn't see her face, the way she held her blade and her movements all made her look like a trained individual that didn't need any helping. The woman in question unsheathed her sword, the sword inside catching Zoro's attention. He grabbed Kobe by the neck of his shirt before he could jump in. Just watch. There wasn't much to watch, all in all. The fight was over within a second of the woman unsheathing her blade, both of the men who had been assaulting her crumpling to the cobblestones. Not dead, but not in good condition either. Some in the crowd laughed and clapped for the woman, who only them seemed to notice she was the center of attention. Her cheeks colored as she sheathed her sword, her rush to get away from the attention causing her to trip over her own feet. Her red glasses clattered over the cobblestones, skidding to a stop at the feet of the straw hats. My glasses, she called, feeling around in her immediate area for them. I can't see without my glasses. Here, Kobe told her, bending down to pick up her glasses. She smiled in their direction, accepting them. But after seeing the face, almost all of the straw hats had their jaws dropped. Thank you, the woman said. May I ask your name? It's Kobe. The young one was the first one of the breakout from the shock. But seeing such reactions, the girl in question raised an eyebrow at Zoro and the rest. Is something wrong? Your face, Zoro said, unintentionally. Something wrong with my face? The woman then touched her face several times. But I can't feel anything wrong? No, it's just that your face is very similar to one of our friends. Kobe cleared. You both have similar faces? The woman blinked, before smiling. Well, that's unexpected. But then again, there's a bounty hunter turned pirate that looks similar to me, she said with some heat in her voice. The amount of questions she had to face because of that was getting on her nerves. She was an orphan, damn it. It doesn't mean anyone that looked like her was related. The heat in her voice made all of them flinch and a bit tense. Oh, no.
No pirata.
She cleared, chuckling, thinking the group of gentlemen had assumed it. I'm Tashiji, by the way, a marine here in Logetown, so you guys won't have to worry about any nasty pirates, she said, puffing her chest proudly. Do you need any help? All four of the men looked at each other and shrugged. Sure, it was a marine, but with how bad Zoro's sense of direction was, it was better to ask for help than spend the whole day on the streets. Okay, then can you tell us of a sword shop? Johnny asked, while Yasaka nodded. We're looking for a swordsmith since we came from a different island. Kobe said, could you help us? Of course. Follow me. With that, the group of four started following him. Zoro still couldn't believe what he was saying. But where was Kuina anyway? She had left for the bakery to check out the sweet food around the island. But in a way, it was good that she wasn't here. Tashiji turned down the street quickly, marching back the way the pirates had come from. Zoro was fine letting Tashiji prattle on about sword techniques she had seen in the past. She didn't stop to turn at any point, leading them to a shop called the Kotetsu Ryo. Its name stenciled onto a hanging sign with a dragon motif. Tashiji pushed the door open, causing the tinkling of a bell to ring. The person Kobe assumed was the owner of the shop, a balding man sitting behind the counter, looked up from his newspaper. The store was otherwise empty. What do you want? He began before blinking, recognizing the foremost person in the trio. Oh, Tashiji, I finished polishing your sword. Have you brought me new customers? Hey, Zoro grunted, walking up to the counter while pulling out the 4 swords they had stolen from the Arlong pirates and dropping them on the counter. We need some swords, 2 for each of us, well, except him. Pointing at Kobe, who was looking into the sword just out of curiosity. We can trade you these swords. What have you got? Chapter 112. The shop owner stood from his stool and crouched over the counter, picking up one of the blades. He turned it over in his hands, humming. They're older and well-used, he noted, squeezing the handle. The tempering shows they were cooled in salt water as it was forged, suggesting fishman origins. And they've been freshly polished, even if they have some wear. I'd price each at 25,000. You know your stuff, old man. Zoro nodded, Tashiji's eyes widening at the information of the sword's origins. Where'd you get fishman swords? She asked. And that made all of them blink. We ran into a small patrol of them, the swordsman lied. Yeah, they climbed onto our ship to attack us, but we managed to fight them off. Kobe added. You must be a strong fighter to do that, the woman praised with a nod. All of them internally sighed that she bought the story. That blade, the shop owner swallowed, a shaking finger pointing at the sword at Zoro's belt. A Kaita no Zarashi. Teach, that's a nice blade. Certainly a higher quality than these. I can give you 200,000 for it. What do you say? No, Zoro answered simply. You push a mean bargain. 300,000. It's not for sale. 600,000. Final offer. I'm not selling it. 750,000 then. I need it. Is that what I think it is? Tashiji interrupted. But then she shook her head. No, even though it looks like the Nozarashi, it's not. Of course, it's not the Nozarashi. That blade is no more. The shopkeeper said, but that might be one of the best clones out there. Which swordsmith did you get it from? It looks new. How long have you been using it? Sorry, not for sale. Zoro cleared. Come on, I just want to know. That also includes the info. The sword shop owner clinked his tongue, but nodded anyways. Oh, whatever. The owner waved, disheartened. I gave you the offer for the used swords. Between that and the 200,000, that gives you 300,000 to work with. The cheapest stuff I have to offer are the swords and the barrels over there. 50,000 each. But if those are the cheapest you have, why are you giving us half that for the swords we brought? Kobe questioned. That's a ripoff. Johnny and Yasaku said at the same time. I need to make money, young man, the man shot back. Plus, they're old. They've probably only got another couple years' use unless you've got a blacksmith to reforge them, and for these, you'd need to go to Fishman Island in the Grand Line. I sure as hell aren't. Take it or leave it. We'll take it, Zoro responded, cutting off Kobe's sharp reply. Hey, start looking.
But dash.
Zoro turned, giving Kobe a look.
Fine.
If I may, why do you need 3 swords? Tashigi asked. The only person I know of who would carry that many would be the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro. She spat the name as if it burned her tongue. Is he an idol of yours or something? The 3 of them looked between Zoro and Tashigi. You could say that. The swordsman shrugged, not amused. Tashigi's nose crinkled in distaste. I frequently break swords because I can't afford ones that can stand up to my strength. Now that's ridiculous, the woman replied. I don't mean to offend you, but you'd have to be inhumanly strong for that. That, or you have to always have bad blades you don't care for. Zoro turned to glare at the black-haired woman, but it was Kobe that cut him off this time. It sounds like you don't like him. Roronoa, have you met him before? Kobe said, getting things off tension before Zoro says something unwanted. I don't need to, Tashigi sniffed. He's a bounty hunter who kills people for money. Anyone who does that can't be called a true swordman. The only things worse than a bounty hunter are the pirates they hunt. Oh, so you are saying being a marine is better than them? Kobe asked innocently. Of course. Yeah, sorry miss, but either you are completely delusional or stupid. I hope it's not the latter. Marine being justice is a dream that you are only able to see while you are asleep, Kobe replied, making all of them look at him. Wake up and try to see things for what they are. I see Marines as nothing more than the watchdogs of the world nobles that call themselves God and commit horrifying deeds, Kobe said in a flat tone, but there was some heat in his voice. More so after when the crew found out that the world government was trying to use bounty hunters to cut down Luffy. And with what he found out after joining the crew, Kobe wasn't a fan of those men.
Pa!
But before Tashigi could say anything, Zoro bonked Kobe on the head. I hope you don't mind. He has had a rather bad experience with the Marines. The poor boy wanted to be one, you see. But now, he's better working as a merchant with us, rather than running around the sea hunting down pirates, Zoro said, making up lies before the girl could question otherwise. Still, Zoro just unintentionally said that being a merchant was better than being a Marine. But it seems that Kobe's word left a mark on the Kuina lookalike. Well, not all Marines are bad, she said softly before turning around and looking through catalogs of swords to keep herself busy. But her mind was still echoing Kobe's words. It was given that not everything the boy said was wrong. But still, now that the girl was busy in her own head, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates scattered around the shop to find their weapons. Chapter 113. I'm going to see if he's got any good katanas, Zoro said. You guys just look around the shelves. The green-haired man left the 3 alone, and, except Kobe, both men immediately went to look at the shelves and see what they could find. Johnny wasn't exactly sure what it was that he wanted. He and Yasaku had both used Dedeos in the past, but according to Zoro, they had both been in terrible condition. That didn't surprise him to hear. They'd both been using those swords for years. What are you going to get? Yasaku asked as he pulled a claymore out of a barrel nearby and inspected it. I don't know, Johnny replied as he too inspected discounted blades. It's the perfect chance to change my style up now that big bro Luffy is training us, but I'm not quite sure what to choose. The shop had a vast array of blades, all of which were varying in size and shape. Half of the makes he didn't even recognize, but that was probably why Tashigi said this shop was so good. The variety was just insane. Looking down, Johnny saw a shield resting on a display near the window. It was an Aspie's shield, a bit old-looking, and yet when Johnny held it, it was sturdy enough. The shield would last for long, but it didn't feel right for him. Hey, Yasaku, come here. What? Johnny tossed the shield, which the other one caught easily. Surprised and looking it around, Yasaku almost felt nature with it. Nice one. I'm definitely going to take it, Yasaku said. But what about you? Any ideas? Johnny asked. I don't know, Yasaku replied. What are you looking for? Watching Mihawk with that huge blade was really cool, but Captain's Naginata also gave me some ideas, so I was thinking of wielding a spear, Johnny said. Not bad. I will look for something to go with my new shield. With that, Yasaku tried multiple swords, but they didn't feel right with the round shield. But then a silver-colored axe caught his eye. It was a one-handed axe, with a wooden grip, but the balance and the sturdiness of the weapon were quite amazing. I don't know if Big Bro Zoro can teach you to use that, Johnny said, looking over at his friend's axe. Johnny had already brought a good-looking spear. My spear is close enough to a Naginata, but this is kinda different. Maybe, Yasaku replied. I think I can manage. With the axe, it shouldn't be too tough. So a shield and an axe, quite a good combo, if you can manage it, Kobe said, as he walked from just around the corner. But I have never seen anyone fight offensively with a shield, but with the axe, it could work out. Yeah, but it will take much hard work with new weapons. Johnny said, we both changed styles, so we have our work cut out for us. I think so, Yasaku replied. I may have to work harder than you with a different type of blade, but I'm prepared for that. We'll both have to get strong, Johnny agreed as he looked down at his shield, so that we don't bog Big Bro Luffy down on the Grand Line. I plan on it, Yasaku said. Even Kobe nodded. Luffy had many grand dreams, and all of them required hard work for them to work. Are you insane? They heard Tashigi cry. Whirling, Kobe, Johnny, and Yasaku were just in time to watch Zoro toss a blade up into the air and stretch out his arm. They both watched, horrified, as the blade fell toward his arm. Just as it was about to slice him, the blade bent away from his arm and impaled itself in the ground. Zoro looked up with a smile. I'll take it, he said. Big bro. Johnny cried as he and Yasaku rushed over. What are you doing? That was dangerous. You could have lost an arm, Kobe said in horror. Even I don't want to know how much that would hurt. I was just testing my new sword out, he said, much to the surprise of both the shopkeeper and Tashigi. Hey, pick out another sword for me, will ya? Tashigi seemed too shocked to process his request at first, but she managed to mumble out an agreement. Before she could do anything, however, the shopkeeper ran off. Stay right there, he shouted. Soon he came back carrying another blade, and he presented it to the group. This is the best blade I have. The sword's name is Yubashiri. Although my shop is lackluster on a world scale, this is the best sword in the shop. I don't have money for that, Zoro replied. I know, he replied. I'm giving it to you. I apologize for trying to trick you earlier, but I haven't seen a good swordsman in a long time, so I want you to have this. Zoro shrugged and picked up the blade, weighing it in his hand. Thanks, I guess, he said. The man nodded. No problem, he said. Your friends there, though, they pay full price. You stingy bastard, Johnny shouted. We're great swordsmen, too. I'm sure, he replied without a care in the world. But those 3 weapons are high quality, especially that shield. It might look quite worn out, but it won't break easily. You're lucky I had to put them on sale, 'cause no one was gonna buy them at the higher prices. Which is why they're so good, huh? Yasaku demanded under his breath. Don't be smarmy, boy. The shopkeeper shouted. Those 2 weapons are higher quality than a lot of the trash in here. I'm not going to part with them for anything less than the asking price on the tags. Just pay him, boys, Zoro said. I didn't have to pay, so Nami won't get on us about spending too much money. Still upset at being insulted by the shopkeeper, Johnny regretfully forked over the money he'd been given, Yasaku following close behind. Kobe was the only one that didn't buy any weapon. Well, thanks for the service, Zoro nodded, before turning to the Kuina look-alike. It seems that we will be on our way, Miss Marine. Tashigi glanced at the clock and yelped. Shit, she cursed. I'm late for training. Captain Hina is going to kill me. Good luck, you 3. She turned, the door slamming in her wake. Another curse drifted in as she tripped, scrambling away. Well, at least she isn't one of those corrupt Marines. Chapter 114. Well, at least she isn't one of those corrupt Marines. Yup, the owner answered. A sergeant major, and one of the best on the island. I don't know what you suffered, kid, but I can understand before Smoker the previous captain wasn't good either. Johnny nodded. I'm glad we agreed to not say your name, Big Bro Zoro. She really didn't like your reputation. The shop owner paled. Why you're Roranoa Zoro? That a problem? The green-haired man asked. No, not at all. In fact, I'm honored to have you in my shop. You are part of Mario's crew, aren't you? The shopkeeper said, eagerly, with 3 named blades. I hope you don't use them for bad stuff. Well, we won't, Kobe replied. It was good being recognized for being a good deed. Good, but if anyone asks, I was never here. At least, not until tomorrow. Let's go, guys. With that, they exited the shop. At least we got some good new weapons, Yusaku said as he secured his axe and shield on his back. I wonder how everyone else is faring out there. I think we'll be able to tell pretty shortly, Zoro said. Looking ahead of them, he saw Nami and Sanji walking towards them, Sanji carrying literally every bag while Nami walked carefreely. Hey guys. Nami greeted with a smile as she ran up to them. How'd the shopping go? Awesome. Yusaku shouted as he gestured to his new blade. Look at what we got. Johnny opted to show off as well, and Nami just smiled. I'm sure those didn't cost a lot of money, right? She asked in a sickly sweet, clearly fake tone. Johnny felt himself sweat as he forked over his change, the other 2 doing the same, while Kobe chuckled nervously. Zoro didn't have to pay, so that's good, right? He asked weakly. Nami frowned as she thumbed through the bills. Little less than half spent, huh? She asked. I could have done better, but at least you didn't blow all of the money. Heh, didn't you say you would stay in the ship? Zoro asked. Nah, it got boring and I found Sanji along the way. Nami Swan. Sanji shouted as he caught up to them. Where should we look for your new wardrobe next? Nami rolled her eyes before turning to him. I already told you, I just finished. She replied as she glared at him. Besides, you've got your hands full with that giant fish in my clothes, so we can't really get anything else. Sanji seemingly ignored this completely. Well, I guess we should, Yusaku replied. But we don't know where Big Bro Luffy went, and I doubt he's returned to the ship. I think you mean we know he hasn't returned to the ship? Zoro said. He said we was going to where Roger was executed, right? I'm sure we can find him there. Yeah, probably, Nami said as she looked up. The weather's nice today, we could stay the day here. If things don't happen. Well, at least you have a new weapon now, Jin said as he walked down the street with Usopp. The marksman had been inspecting his weapon ever since the gunsmith had made it for him. Well, the gunsmith was very interested and eager to build a large-sized slingshot that could be practically used, though even the gunsmith himself doubted the practicality of the weapon. Still, the guy was eager to help the friend of Jin. He'd even cleaned and polished Usopp's revolvers, and Jin's guns as well. The gunsmith was really interested in Usopp's guns and even gave some blueprints and ideas to work with. A gun made out of Adam's wood, that's functional. You don't see it every day. All in all, he'd been a pretty good guy to them. Well, Jin did know him from way back. Though the shopkeeper didn't recognize that he was a pirate now, it seemed that the gunsmith wasn't that much interested in the current news or any pirate-related news in general. Well, it worked out for him. After picking up some ammo for him, the 2 left to return to the Mary. But Usopp seemed dead set on tinkering with his new weapon. The slingshot had a large handle with a good design, having 5 prongs connecting to a single point with some good resistant band. It more so looked like a cool toy, rather than a deadly weapon. Yet it was anything but that. The slingshot was tested and it could now reach a long distance, and yet it didn't feel complete. The problem is its firepower. If only I had something to give it a boost in power when shooting with it. The sniper said to himself. How long are you going to stare at that thing? Until I find where I can add some mods to it, he replied. Maybe even make myself some custom ammo too. I think that'd be really cool. Well, I already have some custom ammo for my small slingshot. I only need to make them bigger now. Custom ammo? Jin asked as they walked. Oh yeah, the party tricks, said, remembering his fight with Kobe and Usopp. Him getting a hot sauce bullet right in the eye. Honestly, it was quite irritating. Usopp nodded, now looking proudly at him. Of course, he said. My specialty with my slingshot is all the types of ammo I can use. That's why I asked the guy for some shell casings, and even gave me a good recipe for some better gunpowder. I'm going to make my own ammo that can explode or create a smokescreen. It'll make me an even bigger threat on the battlefield. Jin couldn't help but smile at this enthusiasm. That sounds cool, I guess, but I prefer sticking to traditional bullets, one to between the eye and dead. Jin added. Usopp winced, remembering what he did to Kuro, before shaking his head. But if you do make custom bullets, then look into sea stone bullets, Usopp nodded. Luffy had explained how both him and Sparky got the drop on Aramaki with them. Their victory relied on the sea stone cuffs and bullets. Sea stone bullets in general were very deadly against a devil fruit user. And in case something like this happened, Luffy told everyone to collect sea stones if they were near. Even though it was quite rare, now they were near the Grand Line, it would be quite available later on. Hey, it might be a stretch, but I do know a few guys from the back alley around here. Jin said, maybe we could find some sea stones or other stuff there. Usopp shrugged. He didn't have anything other to do anyway. Also, he was still trying to figure out new tricks with his new slingshot. Chapter 115. A bit earlier, Kuina sat in a small bakery shop, enjoying her pineapple cake. It was quite good, but nothing noteworthy like Sanji's cooking. Still, one of her hobbies was trying out sweet items from every island she visited. So she was only performing her duty, while the rest of the crew, that had bounties on them, made some effort on not standing out by going through back alleys or not being bold. She did no such thing. She couldn't actually. Most of the good sweatshops were near the center of the log town, so she had made an effort to wear a pair of round sunglasses to hide most of her face. Not that it was working, as people would often look at her with recognizable smiles. It was almost if she was well known around the area. Weird. For some reason, all of the shops gave her a good discount on each purchase, so she was quite busy going through each shop and eating her fill. While some women might feel jealous of how much she could eat in one sitting, it was always like that, because of her fast metabolism and being a very active person. Also, she was trying to learn life return from the Rokushiki techniques and of the easy tricks. One was digesting foods quickly and using them rather than letting them be stored as fat cells, which made her eat twice as much in order to learn it. For her, Kuina always needed a lot of food because of her constant sword training, so she had to eat quite a lot since she began life return training, which worked out quite well for her visit. Anyway, while she was enjoying her third serving of a whole cake, a small girl approached her, nervously. And that made Kuina look at the nervous girl. She was holding something behind her back. Big sister, I have a gift for you, the girl said, before placing the object on the table and running off. The female waiter that came to serve another cake giggled. It seems she gave you a gift. It's quite good. Kuina blinked and looked at the said gift, while the waiter went back towards the kitchen section. The gift was a marine hat, but it was a bit different, having white cat-like ears on it. Kuina blinked. This was unexpected, but then again gaining smiles from random people, getting discounts in all the shops she visited, and even random marine soldiers giving her salutes were all strange. So the blade user just shrugged and listed it off as another strange thing that couldn't be explained for the day. She took the white hat. It looked like any standard marine hat, but had white cat ears as decorations. It kind of looked cute. So she wore it, before looking at the glass window's hollow reflection. It didn't go well with her sunglasses, so she took them off. Now it looked quite well, matching well with her white kimono. While Kuina was appreciating her new look, a female marine that was going around with two marine soldiers looked at the glass and made eye contact with Kuina. The woman looked a bit older than Kuina, and just from the glance, the blade user could tell she was a skilled fighter. So she was on guard when the woman entered the shop. Kuina stood up from her chair when the woman came near her, with two marines following her. Did they recognize me from my bounty poster? I shouldn't have taken off my sunglasses, Kuina said to herself. Her grip tightened on her sword. Marine Officer Tashiji, this is quite unprofessional of you. Upset. Hina is upset, the female marine said. She had a justice coat signifying her rank as a marine captain, and her pink hair stood out quite well with her red suit. You should be on duty now. The shipment for the sea stone have arrived, and have yet to be picked up. Why are you here? Kuina didn't say anything. She was genuinely confused. Taking her silence as an answer, the female marine spoke again. I didn't know accept such unprofessional behavior from you. While Hina might be upset, Hina can understand. You did great work on managing the base in Logetown while Smoker went out to Sakura Island. But if you were feeling overworked, you should have taken a formal break. A Marine shouldn't be lazing around. Not when the likes of fallen hero Luffy had been seen around these waters.
What?
Kuina blinked several times. Did the captain get found out in Logetown? That would shorten her trip here. She still had a few shops that she didn't try out. Mistaking Kuina's shock as worry, Hina spoke. Don't worry. It seems that so-called hero is too of a coward to come here, and straight for Grand Line. Oh, Hina nodded. You should go to the shipment of sea stones with them, pointing at the two Marines that stood behind Hina. They were going to the shipment anyways, and I was planning on going there to authorize it. But since I found you here, go with them. After that, you can get back at your tea break. Hina understands the importance of taking a break, but duty comes first. With that, the pink-haired woman went off, her white justice coat fluttering at the wind. The weather's quite windy today. Nice hat, by the way. You look quite good in it, especially without your glass. Good to know that you have tried the lens I recommended. It matches your white kimono. When you have time, help Hina buy a good kimono. I hear good ones are quite comfortable. With that, she was out of the shop and into another corner, towards the marine office situated on the island. Kuina blinked. That was odd. But what was going on? Why was she mistaking her for someone else? It must be the hat. Officer Dashiji, the shipment of sea stones has been on the dock for quite some time. We should go. One of the marine soldiers said respectfully. Kuina mindlessly nodded. Captain did say something about sea stones being important, mainly how it could help against devil fruit user, and it was quite expensive. So, yeah, let's go there. Kuina said, nodding at the soldiers as they both took charge while she followed them. Chapter 116. A tall figure that wore a dark green cloak with a hoodie walked down the alleyway of Logetown. He was an imposing figure, having an aura of mystery and danger around him. Only the tall man's face could be seen. Even his head was covered under the cloak. He had a tribal tattoo that was on the side of his face and a mane of wild dark hair. This was none other than Revolutionary Dragon, currently the most wanted man alive. Dragon walked near the back alley where people shouldn't walk alone. He glanced back without turning his body. Someone was following him, but he wasn't worried. As he walked, suddenly a man came out from the side, passing by Dragon before engaging the unknown follower. This man wasn't as tall as Dragon, having blonde curly hair, a scar over his eye, and a unique choice of weapon, a metal pipe. Sabo was his name, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Who are you, and why are you following him? Sabo asked with narrowed eyes looking at the unknown figure. But something in the boy told him that the unknown figure looked well familiar. Shishishi, is this how you greet your long-lost brother, Sabo? Said the figure with the straw hat with a wide grin, easily holding off Sabo's armament-clad pipe with his naginata. But then again, you are the long-lost brother. Sabo blinked, a headache assaulting him, while Luffy used the chance to kick him off of him. Sabo jumped back, but didn't attack immediately, holding his head for the massive headache it gave. He could recognize the boy. Not because of his recent fame as a bounty hunter turned pirate. No, it was something more deep. Just who are you? Luffy's smile dropped a bit. Well, at least you are alive. And as for who I am, Grandpa said to beat you up if we ever found you, so that's what I'm going to do. Luffy honestly asked Garp once what he should do if he ever found Sabo was alive and lost his memories. The old man gave the simple answer to beat the memories back to his head. And so as an obedient grandson, he was going to comply. But before Luffy could move towards Sabo, suddenly Dragon appeared above him, with his fist blacked with haki. Luffy was honestly wide-eyed. His observation haki couldn't keep up with that kind of speed, but his fighting instincts barely allowed him to react. Luffy held his naginata above his head, cladding it with the strongest layer of armament haki. Yet he couldn't defend himself as he was flown away, only stopping himself with Jeppo, or he would have gone through a building. Come on, old man. Is this the first thing you do after meeting your son for the first time? Luffy smirked. while his whole body was shivering from the small clash. Dragon's haki was too strong. It felt like Mihawk all over again. On that side, Sabo wasn't too weak either, more stronger than Aramaki. That was for sure. Dragon smirked. Well, at least, my old man wasn't slaking off on training you, kid. He said, haki at that level while still in the East Blue. Quite admirable. But then again, you are my son? His smirk turning into a full grin. Luffy just smiled, while he looked at Dragon. It seems that Big Daddy was praising him. Talking of big, it seems that his blonde big bro was confused looking between him and Dragon. This will take a while. Jin, are you sure about this? Usopp asked as they went through the shady alleyways of Logue Town. Beggars, homeless, and drunkards were a common sights around the areas. It was getting a bit late, the sun might come down soon, so most of the shady business was yet to start. Even though Logue Town was a very organized city, there were always people in the back alley going around doing their odd jobs. Smoker didn't even try to stop them, as most of them were harmless small-time criminals. Still, the alley looked quite shady, and of course, the long nose was weak in the knees when it came to this sort of stuff. You know, for a man that took out a named pirate like Kuro, cough, you are quite the coward. Jin said, bluntly. Coward? Who, me? Usopp said, puffing his chest, but jumped when a nearby drunkard coughed. I am just well situationally aware. Jin nodded, before shaking his head. But then again, that is what made Usopp unique. Even though the man was scared at even his own shadow, he was brave enough to face all consequences when push came to shove. And Jin respected that about him. Both Jin and Usopp walked through the shady alleyway, taking a few turns around the building. Even though Jin hadn't been here for a long time, he knew the back alleys like the back of his hand. And soon enough they were in front of an abandoned warehouse. He used to be here, but it seems quite run down to me. We might not find him here. So, this is the place? Usopp asked. Honestly, I was expecting something more scary. Jin gave a flat look to Usopp before opening the warehouse door, from where a bunch of bats came out screaming, as if welcoming them to the haunted place. Usopp gulped. Maybe I spoke too soon. Hey! Suddenly Jin found Usopp on his lap, while the long nose had his revolver out and pointed at the new person that arrived. It was a woman with red hair that looked like a street punk rather than anything. She also had her gun pointed at Usopp and by extension Jin. Why are you pointing your gun at us, woman? Usopp was still on Jin's lap, in a princess carry, pointing at the girl. Both the woman and Jin narrowed their eyes at Usopp, before Jin dropped the long nose on the floor. Usopp yelped, falling, before he picked himself up and acted like nothing happened. His revolver was still pointed at the woman. Why are you clowns on my turf? Asked the woman. Your turf? Jin mused, coughing. Lady, don't kid yourself. And I'm not here for you anyway. Tell me where I can find Bartolomeo before the sniper here pulls the trigger. The woman narrowed her eyes. I would like to see you try. The tension got really thick around the ally. Any moment now, something could happen. But that was when a green-haired man walked out of a nearby building. Yawning, half asleep, he blinked looking at them. What happened? Desire? Bartolomeo blinked, before his eyes comically widened. Wait, is that big bro Jin? But my sources said, you guys were already on the Grand Line. Wait, does that mean fallen hero Straw Hat Luffy is here? Can I meet him? Usopp blinked at the new man's multitude of questions. It seems this one was a fan of his captain. Bartolomeo is a light-skinned, tall, and lean yet muscular man. He has light green-colored hair in a wild, mohawk style and no eyebrows. He has a demonic-looking face, sharp fangs, and a ring piercing on his nasal septum. There are 2 lines tattooed under his right eye that curve towards his ear. All in all, he looked like a punk that you don't want to mess with. Jin frowned. That's for later. More importantly, you know this gal? You know these men? Yeah, she's Desire. My friend. And Desire, this is Jin. We go way back. He was the one in charge of the mobs before he became a pirate. He's kind of like a big brother to me, Bartolomeo said, before looking between them. But why are you guys pointing guns at each other? We should probably not point our gun now, Usopp said, as he slowly holstered his revolver, the woman doing the same. So, name's Usopp, by the way. And you would be? Oh, my name's Bartolomeo. People call me Man-Eater Bardo around here. Wait, you eat man? As in flesh? Nah, they just get spooked, 'cause I look scary. I'm actually vegan most of the times when I don't eat meat. Usopp wanted to point out that's not how it works, but Jin just shook his head. It's not worth it. By the way, you with Big Bro Jin? Usopp nodded. Yeah, well, we are kind of crewmates. Wait, crewmates, you don't mean you are a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? The green head blinked. His face morphed into one that of respect, and his eyes sparkled. Please, guide me, senpai, he said, looking at Usopp with new light. Usopp puffed his chest and put one of his legs above a nearby barrel, posing coolly with his gun. Yes, you have much to learn. He nodded. But I will see what I can do. Jin and Desire looked at them flatly. This is going to take a while. Chapter 117. Kuina checked the corners before looking back. The Marines were knocked out. None of them have woken up. Good. She had a heavy bag full of things that she took out of the underground storage and walked to the nearby water source. Some might wonder how she ended up in this situation. When Kuina was misunderstood as a Marine, she received the shipment for sea stone, but she didn't steal it then and there. That would be foolish and too hasty. She may be simple-minded, but she knew some things were better done complicated. The sea stone that arrived was a bag of powered sea stone, primarily used to make sea stone prisons or captain smokers. By not snatching and running off with the sea stone powder, she was able to locate the storage of the Marines. Storage where it was kept with other valuables, which was a bit far from the Marine base, in a secure underground bunker. It seems it used to be a prison there, but now it was used mostly as storage. Anyway, there she found more than just sea stone's power. There were already some sea stone cuffs, some bags of gold, and other valuables as well. All of them could come in handy. And not only that, it also had an armory section filled with guns and other useful stuff, especially the large quantity of gunpowder held in barrels. Kuina wondered if that's why it was a far away from the central town. So after leaving, she watched the place for a few hours. The Marines were smart. There was a huge metal door that connected the underground bunker, and it had only one side opening. It is from the inside. So breaking in would be quite tough. Even though Kuina was confident in cutting through the thick layer of steel, the Marines inside could easily call for backup and it would end up as a heist. And that they would need to move immediately. That was why after doing a bit of preparation, she used the misunderstanding again and gained entrance the second time. And after the door was opened, dealing with them was quite easy, as she was already familiar with the structure. This would be quite hard alone. There were a lot of things, and many of them could help the crew. So he brought it back up. Take them to the ship before anyone finds it, Kuina said as she placed the large bag full of stolen goods to Hachan. Hachan had already made 2 trips for the barrels of gunpowder and sea stone. Now these were the gold and other stuff Kuina found. The storage was near the sea, and bringing all the stuff on foot would take too long, and there was a chance to get caught. That's why she brought along Hachan and Sparky. Sparky was looking through the armory section of the storage, packing whatever he could find useful. Not all of the guns were useful, and the monkey was taking his sweet time going through the inventory. Also, Sparky went a step further and drugged the already knocked-out Marines, so they wouldn't wake up for a few days. Hey, what happened here? A female voice called out, and Kuina could hear footsteps. Shit, someone was here. Hachian was a bit surprised. Don't worry, I will handle it, Kuina said. You take the stuff back and come for another bag. Sparky should have the other bag packed up by then. Hachi nodded, before diving into the water. He was having quite the fun, stealing from Marines. It almost reminded him of the old days when him, Jinbe, and Arlong would sneak up on the Marines to steal their goods, before they were even pirates. Thinking of Arlong saddened him a bit, but he didn't pay that much mind to it. Arlong made his choice, and he faced the consequences. And Hachan was making his own choice, which was helping Luffy and the crew, and he was quite enjoying it. While the fisherman left, Kuina took her sword and slowly walked toward the female voice. She was about to sneak up on her, but was surprised when she saw her face. And she wasn't the only one either. You, Both said at the same time, pointing dumbfoundedly at each other. Well, this just got weird. Dragon wasn't surprised by his son's arrival, but he was a bit glad that Luffy didn't hold any grudge against him. But it didn't surprise him. No, what surprised him was the fact that Sabo was Luffy's brother. Not by blood, but some relations are more deeper than blood. On the other hand, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army was getting a headache. The number of memories pouring in was almost making him throw up, and yet he felt the most happiest man alive. He wouldn't feel lost anymore. He did have a past, and at the same time, he was mad for forgetting such precious memories. He had brothers, one was Luffy, and the other one was Ace. He wasn't alone. Sure, the ugly memories of his so-called real family also came back, but he didn't pay them mind. He was more eager to learn about what happened to Luffy and Ace while he was gone. That was the reason why they were in an underground bar in Logtown. A few of the revolutionaries watched the interaction between Luffy and Sabo with interest. Sabo wasn't the only high-ranking member there. There were others. But all of them were quiet listening to the stories shared by the brothers. And then Gramps threw me to sea first for skipping training, before throwing Ace later, knowing he would save me. Huh, those were the fun days, Luffy said, while Sabo laughed. Yeah, Gramps can be a bit rough sometimes, Sabo said, while the other listeners questioned themselves on how the Marine hero Garp treated their grandson. It was no wonder why both of them were so strong. Also, it made the few members look at Dragon. He was also known for rough training, often throwing new recruits into dangerous situations. So that's where he got that from. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Dragon, of course, ignored those looks. He was thinking of something else. Chapter 118. Dragon had many things to think about, especially regarding the future of the Revolutionary and the Whitebeard pirates. Even though it wasn't right to think with a business mindset, Sabo and Luffy's relationship with Fire Fist Ace was quite beneficial for his cause. Ace was the second division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. If the revolutionaries wanted to spread their influence, no better way than having a Yonko by their side. Just joining them would boost their reputation. But then again, Whitebeard was more of a peaceful-minded father figure nowadays, not wanting to put his sons or daughters in danger. So the alliance might not happen. Still, it was worth the shot. And besides, building a relationship with Ace would do them better if Edward ever wanted to retire. That's why I was thinking of bringing you along on the journey, Luffy said, grinning. That brought Dragon's attention back to his son's conversation. I'm not sure, but for some reason, Ace should be on the Paradise side of the Grand Line. And you could meet him there. He will love it. Sabo blinked, before sighing. Luffy, I'm not. You can take a break, Sabo, Dragon said, cutting Sabo off. You should get your personal stuff sorted out first. I did make a promise back when I found you that I would help you find your memories. So treat this as a break. Hey, thanks, old man. Luffy grinned, but Dragon wasn't finished. And besides, Luffy needs someone to teach him the basics of hockey. With how strong he has gotten, he might grow an ego. It's better to stop the foolishness before it costs something. Hey, I can already use hockey. Dragon, of course, ignored the comment. Luffy's hockey might be strong, but he's wasting too much energy. His armament needs to improve a lot. And his observation hockey is too lacking, he said as if Luffy wasn't in the same room. So you can teach him that while you are with him. I do have some responsibility as his father. Luffy didn't say anything, just pouted, but inside he was thinking of something. Well, Dragon did come here in the original to see Luffy off on his journey. So it might be true, but then again, Dragon might also want Sabo to get in contact with Ace for his connection to Whitebeard. Not that something was wrong with it. Luffy was actually hoping that by having Sabo on his side, he could help Ace during his fight with Blackbeard. What? He knew his brother. Ace was too stubborn to even think of quitting his chase on Teach. So as the saying goes, if you can't stop him, join him. That's what he gonna do. With both him and Sabo, Ace would have a better chance of killing Teach. Actually, it would end up doing a lot of good later on. Killing that sick bastard early would do him real good in the future. Also, Dragon was right. Even though Luffy knew of hockey, his armament or observation wasn't refined. Sabo should have a few years of experience in the hockey department, not quite the Rayleigh figure to learn hockey. but he could be very helpful in fixing the small mistakes. Wait, before that, I need a favor from you. Luffy suddenly said, remembering something. Also take this. You guys might be able to figure it out, but I do need it back before we leave Logtown. Sabo caught the device. It was a small band. But Sabo was able to recognize it from the intel they had on the Vinsmoke family. A device made by Germa-66. It was one of their prototypes of an invisible device. Now, Dragon and the other revolutionaries looked at Luffy, surprised. How did he get that? It was even though finding one of their device on the Grand Line, let alone in East Blue. It's an invisible device that I got from a certain someone, with you guys always sneaking up on the Marines. I think you guys would need it to turn literally invisible, though. It doesn't work that well against observation hockey user, but I think you guys could replicate and improve on the technology. Lindbergh, the cat mink that was amongst the army, quickly got up from his chair and came near Sabo. The blonde was a bit surprised when his cat mink friend snatched the device away from his hand and started inspecting it. This is a good device. It seems to be run on limited battery, and it's a one-piece equipment, so normally it can't be opened. Lindbergh said, humming while he looked closely at the device. Luffy nodded. This was one of the reasons. The device had a battery that could only be refilled by the Germa-66. Even though Judge gifted Morgan this device, it was full of strings, meaning even if Luffy had the device, without charging it had limited uses. Also, somehow the Vinsmoke was able to make it without having any separate parts, so it also can't be opened. And there wasn't any experts in the crew that could do it. That's why, in a way, Luffy was hoping for a both-way benefit. Can you work with it? Dragon asked. Lindbergh thought for a while. It will be tough to figure out in one day, but not impossible. He then gave a thumbs up. I will even find a way to refill the battery of the thing. You don't know how much you helped us, Straw Hat? Luffy just smiled. Nah, gotta look out for my old man and big bro Shishishi. I will also see if I can make a refill for it. And I should be able to mass produce it after figuring it out. Though depending on the material they have used, it might not be as effective as this device. Dragon nodded. It's expected, but see what you can do. He then looked at Luffy. What's the favor you wanted? Luffy blinked. Oh, that. Do you guys have any medical personnel on your team? Dragon frowned and nodded. But he asked, what happened? Chapter 119. Luffy blinked. Oh, that. Do you guys have any medical personnel on your team? Dragon frowned and nodded. But he asked, what happened? Well, you see, two of my crewmates, Jin and Hachon, got attacked by Aramaki, and they might need some medical attention, Luffy said. Aramaki has the chemical fruit, so his chemical toxins are messing with their bodies. All of the members of the revolutionary were surprised and had frowns on their face. Before Sabo could question, one of them spoke. Wait, Hachon as in the six-armed fishman? It was Koala who spoke. She looked a bit worried. So, he did join your crew? Is he fine? Luffy blinked. Yes, he only lost 2 of his arms. The girl paled a bit, so Luffy explained. Don't worry, it seems that octopus fishmen can grow back their limbs. Actually, he would love to meet you. You are Koala, right? The girl blinked but nodded. Before she could say anything, Sabo spoke. Wait, so the news about you fighting the bounty hunter Aramaki was true, but why would a big-shot bounty hunter from the Grand Line come here? We thought Morgan was just hyping up the news about your success. Sabo said. Well, as revolutionary, they couldn't believe all the news that the newspaper gave out. More importantly, how are you fine? Don't you also need medical attention for that? Chemical poisoning is very harmful to the body, especially if it's radiation. Well, thankfully, Aramaki was too of an idiot to know the full powers of his own fruits. And I have of the marine technique, life return. So, I know my body full well enough to negate the side effects of his devil fruit powers. Luffy said, why you guys don't use that technique? Sabo and the rest of them blinked. Yeah, but you would have to be a very skilled user that do that. That's quite amazing. The others nodded. Life return was one of the hardest techniques to learn from the Rokushiki techniques. With Marines being corrupt, their secret techniques were quite out in the open. And in a way, it wasn't completely odd seeing some non-Marines knowing how to use the techniques. Why did Aramaki attack you in the first place? Dragon said. returning to the subject in hand. Well, someone from the world government doesn't want me in the seas. So they did a whole setup when I was with my crew in the Sakura Island, even going as far as to link up a random destruction of a marine base in our name. Luffy said. The others in the room were no one exposed to the scheme of the world government, so they could understand what had happened. And Aramaki is well known for taking government contact, and so he was eager enough to go for my head. Though, I was able to survive somehow, but I wouldn't be surprised if that bastard's still alive. Luffy was cut off by the sheer ferocity of Dragon's Conquers Haki. It wasn't aimed at anyone, a muffled use of Haki, yet Luffy was on full guard, and he could feel a shiver run down his spine. Those fools still haven't learned, he said, with a tightened fist. Luffy could see the sheer anger in his face. The Haki lasted for just a second before it was taken back, but the others in the room also had similar reactions to Luffy. Dragon's Haki felt suffocating. For 1 second, everyone in the room forgot to breathe, and all of them were well familiar with Haki. It just went to show how strong Dragon was. Honestly, Dragon's Haki might be just as strong or even stronger than Mihawk. But then again, Mihawk was testing him, while Dragon here accidentally used Haki with raw emotions. Luffy gulped. The world was still filled with monsters, and he felt quite excited about being one of them in the future, to stand on the top. After the whole ordeal was over, Dragon also promised Luffy to send 2 doctors to the Going Merry after a few hours. Other than Sabo, the rest of the revolutionaries wouldn't be staying. They would be crossing to the South Blue, so they didn't want to bring any attention. Koala also wanted to go to the Going Merry and see Hachon. She was still grateful for the Sun Pirates did for her, so she wanted to meet the friendly fishmen. Almost all of the crewmates were out, so Luffy was expecting Sparky, Hachon, and maybe Momu near the ship. But when he got there, almost all of the crew members were on the ship, and then some. Hey, guys, what happened? Luffy asked as why all of the crewmates were looking at a pile of something that was on the dock of the Going Merry. Luffy couldn't see what they were looking at because of the crowd. Luffy also noticed Bartolomeo and Desire. Luffy almost forgot about them as he was too focused on the Revolutionary Army. Oh, Luffy, check out my new swords, Zoro said, showing his new blades. Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri. Both blades looked strong. They were named swords for no reason. Yeah, we bought some as weapon. Well, Johnny and Yasuko showed their weapons. Johnny had a spear, while Yasaku was wielding a one-handed axe and a round Roman shield. Boys and their toys, Nami said, wearing a new dress which she obviously bought from here. Anyway, Luffy, you noticed something different, she said, batting her eyelashes, before noticing the 2 new individuals. Wait, who are they? Oh, this is my long-lost brother, Sabo. Got lost in the sea when we were young, found him by the seashore here, Luffy said, jabbing his thumb at Sabo. The blonde wanted to say something, but Luffy moved on, pointing at the girl. And that's his girlfriend, Koala. Koala waved before she blinked. A small blush appeared on her cheeks. Hey, she's not my girlfriend, Luffy, Sabo said, blushing, matching Koala. Yes, poor you, Luffy said, ignoring his brother. Anyway, Hachi, you recognize her? Hachon, who was also amongst the group, blinked a few times before realization hit his face. Is that you, Koala? Yes, it's nice to meet you, Hachon, the girl said, recovering from his blush, but felt a bit saddened when she saw Fishman wrapped in bandages and 2 of his arms missing. Oh, don't worry about them. I will grow them back. But what happened to you? Hachi said, you are all grown up now. Koala blinked. Well, a lot happened. After Fisher Tiger died, I wanted to change things, and I guess I grew up, she said, smiling. And it seems that you really changed as well, joining a crew full of humans. Hack would be surprised seeing you now. Wait, Hack's alive? That old man isn't dead. But where is he? Brother Jinbe was looking for him quite a few years back. I thought he died, Hachon said, before remembering what Luffy said about Koala, and shut his mouth. There were a few new people around here, so he didn't want to say something unnecessary in front of them. Luffy appreciated the friendly fisherman's foresight and looked at Usopp. He was surprised to see the large slingshot. It seems you also had your own shopping. Usopp grinned, taking out his large slingshot. Thanks, it was Jin's idea. I also got my guns checked there, and have quite a few tricks now. Luffy nodded, and Jin spoke. Captain, these are... He then pushed Bartolomeo forward. Yeah, I'm not good at introducing people, so go ahead. And who might you be? Luffy asked. Chapter 120. Bartolomeo was nervous, fidgeting before taking a breath of air, as he quickly spoke. Name's Bartolomeo. People call me Man-Eater Bartolomeo, he said, puffing his chest, just like Usopp told him to. So, please let me join the crew. Okay, but what can you do? Bartolomeo's shoulder sagged. Yes, I know you wouldn't let someone like me join the crew. Wait, did you just accept my request? Luffy nodded, amused, while the green-headed man jumped with joy, dancing around Desire. Did you see? Big bro Usopp was right. Now, I'm in the crew, yay. Luffy smiled, before looking at Usopp, who was a bit surprised himself. Hey, don't think I take anyone in the crew. This guy might look funny, but has quite the potential, Luffy said. Yup, observation hockey did show him how great-willed he was. Anyway, what can you do? You might be part of the crew now, but you do need to carry your own weight. Bartolomeo's shoulders sagged yet again. Well, nothing that impressive like you, but I do run a small-time gang here, he said, nervously chuckling. Desire, who was by his side, snorted. Why don't you show him your special ability? He has some special powers, but unfortunately, he can't swim. Hey, don't say that, it's a drawback anyways, Bartolomeo said, remembering how every time Smoker was able to defeat him with his own special powers. I can't even swim. Now, I'm interested. Did you eat a devil fruit or something? Luffy said, acting a bit obvious, while the green-headed man nodded. Then, what's your ability? Bartolomeo sighed. This? He said, crossing his fingers while a square shield appeared in front of him, transparent and yet sturdy. Luffy didn't say anything, just shot the shield with 2 of his finger bullets. And unsurprisingly, the shield was unharmed. Bartolomeo was surprised and Luffy grinned. That's some powerful shield you have there. Welcome to the crew, Barto. You will fit right in. Wait, my powers aren't useless? Bartolomeo blinked before he started to cry in happiness. See, Luffy-senpai can see my talent. Desire just rolled her eyes at her childhood friend's antics. I told you to not look down on yourself. That Smoker guy is overpowered as he is. Ever since we were kids, he was too stoic. And not to mention his overpowered fruit. So of course he would take you out every time you fought. And it seems that your so-called hero also agrees with me. Luffy nodded. So, you also wanted to join the crew?
Fuck no.
Desire said. Someone needs to stay back here and piss Dear Smokey off from time to time, and the whole sea journey isn't my call. But if I do set sail, I will do it alone, and if your offer still stands in a few years, I will find you then. Bartolomeo was surprised. But wait, didn't you promise to start our journey together? She shook her head. I wanted to at first, but I also need to keep Bill and others in check. So no. But hey, if you don't die, you will see me in the sea next year. I would rather sail alone at first, rather than join a crew. Luffy nodded. Well, good luck then, he said, as the girl jumped of going merry, leaving Bartolomeo behind. I want to say goodbye, 'cause it's not the last time you will be seeing me. Luffy saw her leave and didn't stop her. Even though she could join the crew, she didn't have any outward talent. And with all the risks moving forward, it would be wrong to make her join the crew just because she was a pretty face. She was strong, no doubt, and also had good potential. But unlike Bartolomeo here, she wasn't that exceptional. Still, who knows if she's willing to join in the future, or even build up her own crew. He wouldn't mind making her join the fleet. Oh, and what were you guys gathered around for when we came here? Oh, yeah, we forgot. Come see this. Nami then came and grabbed Luffy's hand, bringing him to the pile of ash-like power that was in a barrel. But Luffy was able to guess what it was, and he was surprised. And that wasn't all. There was 3 sets of cuffs, and not to mention a few bags of gold as well. How did you manage to get that much sea stone powder? That's like 1 kilogram, Luffy said, touching the stuff. It was in its purest form. He could feel the energy draining from his body. And there was other stuff as well. Guns, gunpowder, rifles, gold, and tons of things. In the cannon, Nothing much was revealed about sea stone other than the fact the people of Wano was able to mold it and many organizations used it to make weapons. And here, the purest form of sea stone, which gives 100% effect, was sea stone power, but it needs to mixed with good quality metal to give it diamond-like hardness. Who got that? We are pretty much loaded now. Luffy grinned. Well, that would be me, Captain, and you are welcome, Kuina said, as she sat on her chair enjoying her cake. This day was quite stressful for her, but nothing a tea break couldn't fix. Hey, I helped too, Hachan said, Sparky seconding him. Luffy just grinned and gave them an appreciating nod. That's quite the amount, but how did you manage to get it? Sabo was the one to question. Yeah, how did you actually? Usopp also asked. With this, we will be able to make a good amount of sea stone bullets. So, how did you get it? Kuina just smiled. Well, I took it from the Marines, of course. They somehow confused me for someone else. So it was just a case of playing along. Though I did meet quite an interesting person amongst the Marines. How? Suddenly the door of the kitchen opened. Food is served, Sanji said, coming out with a large plate full of food. How about you tell us while we eat? Usopp said, while the rest of them nodded. Luffy just chuckled. He was also hungry, and he could pretty much guess what had happened. Still, food was first. Chapter 121. It was nighttime when Smoker and his Navy ship came back to Logue Town. Nothing really happened, but when the morning came, problems arose. This wasn't what he was expecting. So, you were telling me, someone stole our whole sea stone shipment along with emptying our base treasury, and we only found this out now? Smoker said, rubbing his forehead. He already had 2 cigars in his mouth, but now he needed a third. Yes, Hina is telling you that. The woman nodded. After Officer Tashigi left the sea stones in the storage, some unknown individual came and looted the place. Luckily, no one was seriously injured, but Officer Tashigi is still knocked out. She was found frozen with a nasty wound on her shoulder, so we don't have any info. The rest of the Marines have been heavily drugged, so we don't know what happened. Did anyone see who it was? Smoker asked, rubbing his forehead. No, whoever the thief was, he or she was really fast. Upset. Hina is upset, she said. And Hina is also worried about Tashigi. Tashigi was found frozen in ice. Luckily, her heart wasn't frozen and she didn't have any nasty frostbite. Still, whoever the thief was, she could easily overpower an officer like Tashigi. Meant they weren't dealing with any normal thieves. Smoker sighed. I can't get a break. Did you check if the local gangs were up to this? Of course Hina did, but they were too scared and said otherwise. The woman grumbled. And why is he here anyways? Anchor, who was sitting near Hina and almost dozing off, woke up. Well, he might not be a Marine anymore, but he has nothing better to do. Smoker shrugged. Might as well help us in the investigation. Anchor yawned and nodded, before going back to dozing off. Don't mind me, Pinky. Hina doesn't like him. Suddenly the door to the office opened, and it was Tashigi. Captain Hina, Captain Smoker, she said, holding her head, winching from her headache. Her head was bandaged, and there was a small sword wound on her hand, though it would heal, leaving behind a minor scar. Hey, be careful. You should take it slowly, Smoker said, standing up from his chair, while Hina supported the girl to her chair. Even Anchor was fully woken up now, but it was for other reason. I have to tell you something, she said. I saw her. It was her. Kuina, the white lady, and she looks exactly like me. Anchor foreigned. She looked just like Kuina, and that cracked him up. And I'm guessing she was the one who stole from the storage. He laughed. Those straw hats really have some guts, huh? This is no laughing matter. So you mean to tell me she impersonated as you and gained access from inside the bunker? So that's the reason why we didn't hear about anything, Hina said. But then she was wide-eyed, remembering something. Tashigi, you didn't happen to wear any white kimono while on duty yesterday, did you? She asked, a bit hesitant. The girl shook her head.
No.
I can't use my swords, don't tell me. You have met Kuina, and she also fooled you. That pirate. Hina didn't say anything, just looked down on shame. Anchor laughed, while Smoker was getting an headache. Wait, does that mean all the straw hats are here? Smoker narrowed his eyes. Shit, so they mislead us. They didn't leave for the Grand Line, but stayed here. But they looked exactly alike, Hina mumbled to herself. Smoker sighed. I met a woman myself when my visit to Sakura Island. Even I would mistake her for Tashigi, so don't worry about it. But first, send the news to undercover Marines to look for any of the Straw Hat Pirates. If they are here in Logtown, as a Marine I have to complete my duty. Anchor snorted. Yeah, not that it would work, but be my guest. Smoker also questioned the possibility of succeeding in capturing Luffy, but he couldn't back down. Anchor, I gave them a chance. Now they stole from me. And I, in no good consequence, can let that slide. They might not be like other criminals, but they are criminals. Anchor sighed. You know, as a non-Marine, I won't participate in it. And they are technically my potential customer. But hey, if you get knocked out on the sea, I might do you a favor and catch you. That's all the help you will get. Hina doesn't see why we are worried about a rookie pirate. Hina is certain we can take them down. Yes, Tashigi agrees. I agree. Both Smoker and Ankro looked at them and said nothing. Luffy was now a lot happy after some good trained doctors checked over his crewmates. They came the previous day, at night, and even made an effort to check all the crewmates' condition. Jin's condition was way better now. Now he wasn't coughing bloody all the time. The doctors were quite surprised to see that their leader actually had a son, and one that was gaining fame no less. So, they took extra steps as well, even giving out pre-meds in case they suddenly suffered from sickness during their journey. Honestly, it was quite a lot. And also it made Luffy remember about a certain incident. So, Luffy asked them for any good medicine as they might visit Little Garden on the way. Honestly, the doctors were surprised about Luffy's knowledge about the prehistoric island, and gave some medicine in case they visited there. One of them included a bug-repelling spray. Other stuff happened, and Koala left with the doctors, leaving Sabo for the rest of the journey. Sabo would also be returning to the Revolutionary, but for the upcoming 6 months, he was on a long break. Also, Luffy also got back his invisible device. The thing now had a charger, so now he wouldn't have to worry about it running out. Just needed to protect it from any heavy damage. To hide Sabo's identity, the blonde chose to wear a plague mask, and it went quite well with his dress-up. He looked quite menacing. Though, Sabo pointed out he would not be fighting most of the times as to not bring him any attention. Still, Luffy and Sabo both knew it wouldn't be the case. Chapter 122. Morning soon came, and Luffy wanted to leave for the journey. But they didn't. You see, the revolutionaries were a bit concerned about getting found out. So they wanted Luffy and his crew to create a distraction so they could leave without gaining any attention. And so Luffy complied. So, when noon arrived, the Going Merry started to get pulled by Mamu yet again. It's time, right? Luffy asked, while Sabo nodded. The Going Merry started getting out of the back of the island into the open sea. But when the Going Merry came out of the back of Logue Town Island, 5 whole marine ships surrounded them. Luffy smirked. Luffy actually knew that the Marines had surrounded them for about an hour now, but they didn't attack. It seems that Smoker didn't want the fight to be around the island. He really was a good guy. We have you surrounded, Straw Hat Luffy. Resistance is unwise, Smoker said from the first ship, holding a megaphone. Luffy just smiled. Well, if it isn't Captain Smoker of the Marines. What do I owe the pleasure? He shouted back. Don't act smart. I know you have the stolen goods. Hand them over if you know what's better for you. Don't know what you were talking about, Luffy shouted back. Smoker, who had a binoculars in hand, spoke through his megaphone. I can see them behind you, you idiot. Luffy blinked and looked back. And sure enough, there was a gunpowder barrel that had the Marine logo painted on it. Suddenly Usopp came out of one of the ship's room. Oops, sorry, I will be taking that, for it actually... And with that, he dragged the stuff in the room. So Luffy looked back. See, there's nothing there. He shouted. Ugh, do you find me as a fool? Smoker grunted, smashing the megaphone. And why am I even reasoning with you? Marines attack. He was a fool to let them leave. A pirate was a pirate, even if he was better than most of the pirates and Marines. Mainly Smoker was pissed that Luffy stole from him. If he didn't, Smoker wouldn't have minded turning a blind eye to him again. But this crosses the line. The Marine ships hauled their cannons and shot at the Going Merry. Mamu dived down into the sea to not get hit, still pulling the ship forward. Seeing the multitude of cannonballs flying from the sky, Luffy spoke. It reminds me of when Gramps used to play throw the cannonball at us. Luffy mumbled. Yeah, the old man didn't pull any punches when throwing cannonballs. Sabo snickered. I remember Ace and me using you as a bounce pad to throw them back. Oh great, now there's 2 of them. Nami shook her head, behind the steering wheel looking at her captain and Sabo. I can already imagine how training is going to be. Kobe and the other members nervously chuckled. But hey, they couldn't complain. It brought results. The pouring of cannonballs came to a stop by a certain green shield that protected the Going Merry. Smoker blinked and squinted his eyes and grumbled when he saw who was on the ship. Even that idiot joined the crew. Bartolomeo panted, but smiled. This was the strongest use of his ability. It drained away a lot of stamina, but it was worth it. He would prove that he wasn't useless. Your shield is quite strong, Barto. Luffy grinned. You will be the perfect shield of the Straw Hat Pirates. The new pirate cheered. Bullseye. Usopp cheered, as one of the ship's sails suddenly caught fire. This baby rocks flames, he said, kissing his oversized slingshot. Flames, you say? Well, see this then, Sanji said, as he jumped upwards, spinning as his feet caught fire and shot a flamed tempest kick to one of the ships. One of the Navy ships shook violently because of the impact. Many of the Marines jumped out of the way, but there wasn't any significant damage. Sure, the whole thing was now on flames, but it could be put out, until another flaming wind slashed and attacked the ship's nest, destroying it completely. It was now a ship without a sail. You were saying, Zoro smirked, putting Nozarashi on his shoulder. Still had flames on it, but it didn't damage him one bit. You want to say something, Mosshead? Sanji clicked his tongue while his legs were on flames. Hey, Bartolomeo complained. His hair was also green. Not you, chore boy. Sanji shot back. Don't mind him, chore boy. Zoro said, holding eye contact with Sanji. But when did I become a chore boy? The new recruit became depressed, drawing circles in the corner. Now, Sanji and Zoro, be nice to the chore boy, Jin said. And Bartolomeo felt even more depressed, but Usopp and Kobe patted his back. Hey, stop bullying the chore boy, Usopp said, while Kobe deadpanned. Bartolomeo now jumped up. Not you too, Usopp senpai. The long nose just snickered. Chapter 123. Anyway, where were we? Sanji said, before looking at Zoro. Oh, yeah. You want to fight, Mosshead? Yeah, maybe I do. Stop it, you two, and look, Jin said, interrupting their fight, pointing at their captain and Sabo. Luffy went first, and with one swing of his Naginata, the top half of Smoker's ship was sliced apart. See, a clean cut, Luffy said. He also made a point so that no Marines were hurt by the attack. I sometimes prefer the fastness of a bullet to the sharpness of a knife, Sabo said, as he threw a small silver bolt, the size of a quarter, up in the air, before hitting it with his metal pipe like a bat. The bot shot off like a speeding bullet, breaking the sound barrier a few times. No one in the crew except the observation hockey users could follow the speed of it. The shot went right through one of the Marine ship, cleanly coming out from the other side. But rather than being a small-sized hole, it created a hole big enough for the ship to start sinking immediately. It almost looked like a chunk of the ship had gone missing cause of the bullet. Ugh, we have been hit. One of the Marines from the ship called out. Wait, what hit us? It ain't important, the ship, it's sinking, the other one said. This was the ship where Captain Hino was, and she seemed to be pissed that her ship was sinking. Sometimes, you have to do some things yourselves. Tashigi, you are in charge now, Smoker said, his lower body transforming into smoke as he jumped off his ship towards the Going Merry. With the Nanashaka in hand, he flew to his target. The smoke around him made large ball of gas that he was about to send toward the Going Merry, but Luffy appeared. Shishishi, you are Smoker, aren't you? Luffy said, attacking Smoker with hockey-clad blade which the Marine counted with his sea prism weapon. And you are Luffy, Smoker said. You know I gave you a chance to get away, but it seems that was a me. Okay, I get it. Anyway, "Want to join my crew?" Luffy asked as they were in a power struggle mid-air. "We have a good pension policy, and if Nami feels generous, she might even add healthcare into it." Smoker had a tick mark on his forehead but didn't say anything. On the other hand, Kuina, for part, also jumped off from her ship with Jeppo and wanted to get on the Going Merry, but someone was there to stop her. "You." Kuina was wide-eyed. "You fooled me." It was Kuina, and she seemed to be quite amused. "Well, I felt actually bad for that. Look, I even came here to apologize," Kuina said, politely smiling. Along with Hina, she was also in the air, using Jeppo, stopping the female marine from getting on the Going Merry. And Hina was surprised to see Kuina use the same move as her. You can use Jeppo? How did you learn one of the Rokushiki techniques?" Kuina just smiled. "Well, I was always very fast on my feet, and it wouldn't be so hard figuring it out," she said, being ambiguous. But then again, even Luffy was using it. So the Marines might suspect that some of the members of the Straw Hat have access to the secret techniques. Not that it mattered, of course, but she didn't want her captain to be in trouble because of her. "Well, it doesn't matter. Hina will capture you." Hina said, "Kimono sleeve cage." Dark cage-like bars extended out of her hands as she swiped crossway, trying to capture Kuina, who used his speed to avoid it. Training all the while with Sanji boosted Kuina's speed a lot. Now she was almost able to use both Jeppo effectively, though she still got sore feet after using it too much. Frosting wind. Kuina slashed with ice-cold wind coming out her sword. Cage defense. Both of them clashed, creating a small shockwave in cold air. On another marine ship, another girl who looked identical to Kuina looked out from her binoculars. "That's her," she said, biting her lips, remembering her words about not being good enough as a swordswoman. "Marines shoot her when she's away from Captain Hina," she ordered, while some of the Marines aimed their rifles at Kuina. They took the shot when Kuina and Hina separated for a bit. They fired, but all of their shots were burned by none other than the cook Sanji. He was on air with Jeppo himself. "Hey, that's cheating, miss," he said, before turning back to the fight with Kuina and Hina. Tashigi was almost awed at the casual display of Sanji's speed. The man just outran the bullets to protect his crewmate. Not that Kuina needed any, but as a gentleman, Sanji couldn't let Kuina get hurt. "Miss Hina is so beautiful when she fights," Sanji said, eyes swirling with heart signs, doing his odd noodle dance. "And Kuina is so cool." "Stop simping, you idiot. Nami ordered us to clear the sky of cannonballs. Chore boy is having a hard time doing it all by himself. Fuck you, Marimo." While the Navy ships weren't able to chase after the Going Merry, they did shoot out cannonballs, which was quite annoying. And Bartolomeo was getting quite drained from his usage of his powers. So some got really close to the ship. The green-haired man, well, spiky green-haired man always viewed his powers as a drawback and wasn't used to using them. So he was getting quite tired from his continued use of his shield powers. "Guys, my shields are down," Bartolomeo said, panicked, but he was too tired to do another shield. "Don't worry about I got this," Usopp said, firing off a large shot from his large slingshot that stretched out as a net, capturing all the cannonballs before they could hit the ship. Some got past his net trap, but the sniper used his dual revolvers to shoot the cannonballs down with his new and improved explosive bullets. "Wow, you were so cool, Usopp Senpai," Bartolomeo said, his eyes sparkling. All of the members of the Straw Hats were strong, and it made him want to be strong himself. With the Going Merry going further and further, Kuina was the first one to retreat. "Fall back, I will handle them," Luffy said, while Kuina nodded, backing away, while Luffy stayed for a bit, holding out both Hina and Smoker at once. It wasn't too hard for him. Shishishi 2 against 1. "That seems quite unfair for you. Why not bring a Kainu next time?" Luffy jocked. "But then again, I'm sure that dog is too busy licking some world noble's ass." Speaking of ass, did you ever wonder if he has a stick up his ass? That would explain a lot of his unhero-like behavior. He winked at the gaped Hina. "Stop talking about ass." Hina grunted, panting. "Well, of course. Not that you have any." "Why you?" While Luffy just laughed. Smoker and Hina were both winded, while Luffy still looked fresh. It was obvious that he was playing with them. My offer still stands, Smoker. Join my crew. Not only will I be the king of pirates, I will be the strongest. Don't regret it later, Luffy said, taking out both his naginata. For now, you guys should sleep. With that, both the marine captains were wide-eyed as Luffy took out 2 of his naginatas and did a cross-slash. A few moments later, Smoker and Hina both crushed into one of the marine ships, the same ship where Tashigi was. Smoker-san, Hina-san. Tashigi came running, seeing both of them knocked out. Though, one thing was odd, that they both didn't have any slash wounds on their body. A swordsman can cut whatever he likes, and a good one cannot cut whatever he likes. Anchor, who was also on the marine ship, side. I told you it would end up this way. But hey, no one listens to reason these days, he said, going back to reading the newspaper. With this, the Going Merry and the Straw Hats were out of the island. Their destination, the Reverse Mountain. Chapter 124. As the ship continued riding the wind from the storm in a southwest direction, Nami was looking down at the map she acquired from the buggy pirates. It was raining outside, so most of the crew were in quarters, while some enjoyed the rain, like Hachan. A day had passed with Mamu pulling. They would be on the Grand Line in a few hours. With the additional boost of the Sea King, they crossed 3 days' journey in 1 day. Nami could feel her excitement boiling in her blood, and yet there was a tinge of nervousness to it. While Nami was looking through the map, she was thinking, this was rather troubling. At this rate, it'll be exactly as the rumors say. But how is this possible? But Luffy did say, the Grand Line is full of weird things. You look quite cute when you were all thinking and stuff. Luffy mused, leaning on the table, making Nami get spooked a little. Stop playing, Luffy. This is serious. The girl snorted, trying to hide her light blush. Call everyone. This is important. Luffy pouted a little but did what she said. Oi. Nami's calling, guys. Sabo, who was seeing the whole interaction, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems it wasn't only him who had fallen for a lady. It seems that both brothers had a thing for orange-haired women. Huh, quite neat. Everyone gathered, waiting as Nami stepped out of the navigating room, Luffy following behind. The entrance to Grand Line is a mountain, Nami said. And I have to be honest, I don't know how that works. A few of you have already gone to the Grand Line or the other blues, so I'm basically fishing for info here, she said, mostly looking at Kuina, Jin, and Hachan, and lastly Sabo. But Luffy crossed his arms. Nope, he said. Sabo, don't tell us anything. It will spoil the fun. Shishishi, Sabo shrugged, but nodded. He will be sitting this one out. It was his brother's adventure after all. Nami shot a look at the captain, but Luffy didn't budge, so she just sighed. Luffy was always reliable, and he did know quite a lot about the Grand Line, so she found it assuring that Luffy wasn't panicking like her. It meant the Reverse Mountain shouldn't be something dangerous. Still, she had to take steps to be careful. Usopp was also all wide-mouthed at the seemingly ridiculous idea. He was more confused than afraid, though. Same for almost the rest of the crew. So they looked back at the members who had gone out of the East Blue. Hachan rubbed the back of his head. Well, we didn't need to go from here. We just swim under the calm belt to go back to Fishman Island and the other blues. The Sea Kings there don't mind us that much. But I did hear rumors that the Reverse Mountains were quite dangerous. Nami nodded before looking towards Kuina. I did cross the Reverse Mountain either. There are merchant ships that are associated with bounty hunters. They were kind enough to let me board their ship when they used the Reverse Mountain to cross to another blue. But I don't remember anything noteworthy.
Saudi,
Kuina said. While Marines were organized, and pirates had non-organization whatsoever, the Bounty Hunters Association was just in the middle. They were an independent organization, free from the influence of Navy, that gave out licenses to good bounty hunters for some perks. Though in honest truth, the world government had also control over them. But Kuina and most bounty hunters didn't know that. In that way, world government could keep an eye on bounty hunters that were talented. Nami then looked at Jin for answers. We did cross the Reverse Mountain, but we just mostly got lucky. It was Jin who spoke. A few our ships didn't make it back then. I had a hard time believing it myself, but the map was directly pointing at the Reverse Mountain located right here on the red line. We were kind of lucky, that 6 of our ships made it. We didn't have skilled navigators, so it was just luck. Well, if it comes to navigating skills, I'm sure Nami Swan can handle it. Sanji said, she's the best navigator out there. The others nodded. Yeah, don't sweat it, Nami. We will cross the reverse mountain with ease. Luffy said, smiling carefreely. And we do have Momo pulling us. I'm sure we can get on without a hitch. The Sea King in question mood, happy that he got mentioned. You guys don't get it, do you? Nami shook her head. Look at the wind. There's a storm coming. And the sea will be chaos when we reach the reverse mountain. I'm just worried that we might end up on the calm belt. Even with Momo pulling us, it will be tough for us to make it. Luffy blinked, but then remembered that the original Straw Hats also encountered some rough wind along the journey. But it was a storm, so it could be bad. Didn't they end up in the calm belt? Luffy looked to the side and saw a calm sea, where there was no wave, and even with Mamu pulling straight, they were kind of being led there by wave. Luffy looked at Sparky and gave him a gesture. The 6-armed monkey did a quick 3-handed salute and jumped off from Zoro's shoulder and onto the sky, shooting slow rays onto the sea, slowing down the going merry pull towards the calm belt. Wait, what's Sparky doing? Nami blinked, seeing the odd monkey use his powers on the water. Nami, that part of the ocean looks sunny and calm, Luffy said, musing as the girl went pale. Nami turned pale and frantically stood up and rushed to the steering wheel. Pushing the rudder, the ship changed its course and shouted for Momo to pull the other way, away from the calm waters. The rest of the crew except a few blinked and looked back and forth from Nami, Luffy, and Sparky, wondering what was going on. Thanks for the quick call, Luffy. Nami sighed, color returning to her face. We almost went into the calm belt. The calm belt? Nami explained. The Grant Line is surrounded by 2 ocean belts, and those windless belts are known as the calm belts. Zoro nodded in understanding, putting his right fist on his left palm. I see. It would be tiring to row our way into the Grand Line, I guess? It's not just that. The calm belt is a nesting place for sea kings, huge monsters with the size of hills and mountains. Mamu would look in comparison to them. Usopp, Johnny, Yasaku, and Bartolomeo stare at her wide-mouthed. Their eyes additionally grew forward, shivering a bit. Even Mamu looked scary to them, and a mountain-sized one. They didn't even want to know. Oh, yeah, calm belt, Luffy said fondly. Gramps one time made me and Sparky camp in one of the islands in the calm belt. We stayed there for a month, met a lot of giant animals, and saw some weird-ass looking sea kings. But yeah, they are big. I have to say, it's quite the advantage. Best meat I have ever ate. That was also where Sparky got his fruit. Sabo and the rest of the crew blinked. Wait, you went out of East Blue? Sabo was the one to ask. Well, technically, Gramps just dragged me and Sparky there and told us to survive. We didn't have a choice. Yeah, for some reason I can see that happening. Sabo laughed. The calm belt is quite the dangerous place, and same for the islands that are located there. You guys should not to avoid them if possible. But the islands in the calm belt have quite strong animals. We usually take recruits there to get strong. The animals there are no joke. And yes, you can get some high-quality meat off them as well. While some of them were glad that they avoided the calm belt, people like Zoro, Kuina, and Sanji were a bit disappointed that they avoided it, especially when they heard there were strong animals there. Forgot the calm belt. Reverse Mountain is much cooler, Luffy exclaimed. They all agreed, but it would seem not for the same reason as Luffy. The reverse mountain was the safer way, they all concluded. I see the mountain, Luffy exclaimed. So that's the red line? I can't even see the top because of the clouds, Bartolomeo remarked. I can't believe it. The ocean is really going up the mountain, Usopp said as he scoped the reverse mountain using a binocular. The Straw Hats kept the ship steady up the mountain along the current, with Mamu pulling them. It wasn't much of a problem. Nami also was glad when they safely crossed it. But their problems were far from being over. Chapter 125. In the Marine Ford, so the Straw Hats pirates not only stayed in Logue Town under the nose of all those Marines, but they even wiped the treasury clean, said one of the Marines to his fellow mate, while they sat in the cafeteria reading the recent newspaper. that's quite the news. I heard that he is going to get his bounty raised. The other Marine nodded. He had a bit of a thin build for a man and had a scarf covering his face. He was one of the well-known Marines on the headquarters. Captain Shu was his name. To get away under Smoker's nose, man, must be pissed. But didn't he try to stop the Straw Hats with 6 of the Marines' ships there? I heard Captain Hina was there as well. As a fellow Marine captain, he knew both of them, so he felt a bit of pity about their failure. Well, Bill, there are some enemies that are just too strong, Captain Shu said, pitying both of them. He knew both Smoker and Hina personally, and by age they were his seniors, so he felt a bit bad for them. The Straw Hats are making some wild news in the headquarters. It's quite worrying what they might do next. Still, it's good knowing that none of the soldiers or anyone died fighting him. That Luffy kid might not be a hero anymore, but the fact that he didn't kill any Marines so far is making quite the news. Bill nodded. Yeah, I have seen many Marines speak of it. The kid could have been a great Marine if he didn't, you know? Captain Shu looked around. I don't think it's that easy, Bill. If so, I'm sure Vice Admiral Garp would have made the boy join here if that was the case. The other Marine nodded. I was there on the report when the Straw Hats saved a Marine vessel that was going to Logue Town. They were apparently attacked by a group of random pirates, and the Marine vessel would have been deep under if not for their help. He saved a lot of lives for a pirate. We might not admit it, but he does live up to his reputation as the grandson of the Marine hero. Well, he is very popular among the young recruits. Some even questioned why the government labeled him as a pirate. We all know Nezumi ain't one of our best, Shu said, though only a few knew about the truth about the situation. The reason behind Luffy's bounty and fall to fame was from the world government taking steps, not the Marines. So only some people were ranked high in the Marines or had connections knew the truth. Still, the fact that even without knowing the truth young Marines were idolizing a pirate was quite concerning for some, while it was quite amusing for others. Hey, keep it down, Bill whispered. As he looked around, there were barely anyone in the cafeteria. Still, there were always Marines who followed absolute justice, or even worse, those that worked in close relation with the world government. If they heard Shu's words, he would be in trouble. Shu smirked. Unlike you, I've already unlocked observation hockey a few days ago, so don't worry about it. No one's here. Bill felt a pang of jealousy. With Shu's rust fruit and now his observation hockey, he was any swordsman's worst nightmare. Even though both of them got selected to be trained by former Admiral Zephyr, Shu's skills were a league above his. The only other that had more skill in their batch was a woman that on her way to becoming a Commodore. But then again, she was someone who was after the current 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. So that much skill was necessary. Also, did you hear that Straw Hats might have the Rokushiki techniques? Now Bill was wide-eyed. You are kidding me. He then leaned in towards his fellow captain. I thought the kid had some kind of wind-based devil fruit. Well, that we aren't sure of either. He does mostly use his Naginata. But at one of his crewmates had shown the ability to use Jeppo, while another one showed a similar technique to the Tempest Kick. And so there are some suspicion on it. They might have the full set of techniques. Bill was surprised. The Rokushiki techniques were quite powerful and important for the Marines. And yet it was no secret, with the Marine organization being more than 800 years old, the secret techniques were not so secret anymore. With many corrupt Marines selling secrets to the pirates, or some of them even switching sides, one can easily get access to the techniques in the black market. Though, pirates tend to not use those techniques because of pride or the difficulty of it. But it seems it wasn't the case for Luffy and his crew. While some might suspect that Vice Admiral Garp, people like Shu or Bill didn't. They knew that the old hero wasn't that kind of guy. Still, they were quite surprised at how the young pirate that didn't even set foot on the Grand Line got access to those techniques. That meant the boy had some connections and used that to get those techniques. Similar to Bill and Shu, many Marines in the headquarters or outside were discussing about the Logue Town incident. None of the Marines were proud that a pirate escaped from 6 battleships alone, and yet all of them were glad it was someone like Luffy who faced them. Other pirates would not mind creating a slaughter in the sea. In a way, Marines that had a strong sense of moral justice really had a good impression on Luffy. And yet the Straw Hat Boy knew nothing about it. On Marihoa, a world noble was saying something to a certain man clad in a black suit. One could easily tell from the black suit The man was wearing that. The man was an agent of Cypher Paul. The world noble had a long face with a pronounced bluish nose and thick lips. He has long black hair, which sticks up on top, a typical style seen among his noble class. You will gain your freedom if you do your job correctly, the world noble said. You can also consider your debt forgiven. Yes, Camel-sama, the black-suited man said, dropping down and picking up the cylinder-shaped capsule from the floor. The man was a bit nervous as he carefully picked up the capsule. The capsule had a pink liquid inside, where a dark pink-colored egg-shaped thing swam in the liquid. Of course, he would be careful because it might not look like it, but it was one of the Dynastones that were known for their destruction. Don't you fail me. Do your job by any means, even if it kills you. The black-suited man nodded again, nervousness on his face. Also, before doing the mission, remind that green fool that the only reason why he's alive is because of me. He failed his task. St. Camel's task? He rubbed his head. There will be no second time. Or else, I will have his head. The agent nodded again. While the bounty hunter Aramaki did bidding for world nobles, most of the tasks he has done was from St. Camel. From killing high-ranking Marines who stepped out of line, to kidnapping beauties or animals from different islands. He has done it all, for the sake of money. He had never failed once, and with his skills, there were rumors that he could compete with Yonko commanders. That was why St. Camel gave him the task of killing the newbie pirate. But just to be sure, he had sent one of the agents along with him. Not for help, no, because he wanted to watch the show on how Aramaki humiliates the boy before killing him. And with Din Din Mushi broadcast it was possible. He always liked fights, more so when it was a one-sided beating, a taste that he picked up from his father. So he wanted to see how the young boy begs for his life, before Aramaki kills him. But not only did the bounty hunter fail, no, he almost lost his life. The Cypher Pole agent had to save him from the sea, or he would have drowned to death. With all of this, St. Camel was not pleased. Why are you standing there then? Go, Camel said, as the man scrambled out of the room. The world noble sighed when the man left, and he glanced back at his armored bodyguards. Make sure that my involvement here doesn't reach the ears of the elders, like the last time. I don't want them barking at my door. Unlike the old fools, I take action. The two bodyguards wearing armor nodded and said nothing. Camel then walked to his table where the bounty picture of Luffy and Dragon was. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the picture of Revolutionary Dragon, as he rubbed the scar on his chest, right over his heart. If I can't kill you, I will make you suffer in other ways, bastard. Camel didn't like failures. He didn't like it when the hit job on Straw Hat Luffy failed. But sending a barbarian to do an assassin's job was a mistake. But this time he sent a better one of the agents from Cypher Pole that he had to buy from another celestial dragon. While he might not be anything noteworthy in terms of strength, he was quite stealthy due to his powers. All he needed to do was put it on their ship and get out before blowing it up. Camel didn't care if the agent had to sacrifice himself to complete the mission. He wanted results. And with the Dynastone, he was sure killing the young boy shouldn't be a problem. The Dynastones are weapons of mass destruction, capable of destroying islands. He was sure killing a new-time pirate with it shouldn't be a problem. I will have my revenge. Mark my words, I will make you suffer. He spat at Dragon's bounty poster before leaving the room, his bodyguards following behind him. Call some of those winged whores. I have some stress to release. Chapter 126. Their first sight of the Grand Line was shrouded in fog, the layer of white hiding the base of the mountain from them as the Mary gained speed. Woo! Luffy cheered. Standing tall on the mast of the ship, the wind was a bit thin out here. The ship was moving forward because of the waves, so the Sea King in front didn't need to pull much. Rather tried to correct the ship's route with Hachin's guidance. This is the best. Sabo smiled seeing the place. It was quite the moment when he first crossed here. Still, most of the time they didn't use this route. Too predictable and risky. Boo-boo, did you hear that? Nami screamed, her voice being ripped away in the wind.
What?
Usopp yelled back, clinging to the railing. Was it the sound of my love? Sanji swooned, releasing his hold on the ship. The wind pressure launched him backwards, slamming him into the wall by the kitchen's door and pinning him there. BWO, hey, I hear that too. Bartolomeo said, While Johnny and Yasaku agreed, holding each other and gulping. They didn't like the sound of that. I think it's just Mamu, Kuina said. She didn't know why they were panicking about some wild sounds. No, that, the navigator yelled as the sound echoed over the mountain. You heard it that time, right? I heard something, Kobe offered. Was it a foghorn? What's a foghorn? Luffy asked, smiling. Oh shit, Jin yelled, remembering something. It surfaced from the bottom of the mountain. We are going to crash. What surfaced? Nami demanded. The island whale. Even Hatchan looked back to Jin if he was hearing right. What? How did one get up here? A whale? Kobe demanded. Running into one of those at this speed could crush the Mary. Shishishi na. It won't be that bad, Luffy said, but just to be safe. Usopp, Kobe, Sanji, get to the rudder. Hatchan, untie Mamu's rope and swim out of the way. Bardo, make a shield that surrounds the ship. Sparky, slow the ship down as much as you can. Aye, Captain. All of the crewmates scrambled to get on with their task, while Luffy smiled carefree on the head of the Going Merry, seeing the large whale as it surfaced. We're getting closer, Zoro yelled, while Hatchan and Mamu went under the water to avoid getting smashed, or worse, getting eaten by the island whale. The rudder broke. Usopp panicked. Why didn't you mention the whale before? Nami shouted at Jin, while Sabo just laughed. Nothing's funny. Stop laughing. We are gonna die. New. Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaka hugged Barto, as the shield man was sweating bullets, making the large shield around the Going Merry. Bartolomeo's powers worked like summoning shield energy that he can morph to different shapes, and while he did summon the shield, shaping it around the Going Merry like a bubble, and it was taking a lot out of him. It was still sunk last time, Jin said in horror while the whale was getting larger and larger. And then, the whale opened its mouth. While the Going Merry stopped getting near the whale, it didn't stop it from swallowing the ship whole. Everyone except Luffy and Sabo laughed as they were getting swallowed alive. Why are you laughing? Sabo asked curiously as to why his brother wasn't shitting his pants like the rest of the crew. Sabo, being a revolutionary, knew of the whale, so he wasn't that concerned, and he wasn't a devil fruit user either, but the same couldn't be said for Luffy. Don't know? You? Luffy answered carefree as the whale's mouth opened as it cried in pain, sucking in hundreds of millions of gallons of water, and the Going Merry along with it. Hatchan and Mamu, who barely survived from being eaten alive, had their jaws dropped after seeing this scene. Shit, the Straw Hats had just been eaten by a whale. The ride down the whale's gut was anything but fun. The Merry bumping into the walls and being tossed to and fro from the waves, sending everyone in the crew flying. Well, everyone except a few. Yet the ship remained undamaged because of the effort of Bartolomeo and his powers, though he was getting quite seasick due to the uneven sea ride. The only reason why he wasn't getting tossed like the rest of the crew was because of Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku holding him down. Don't give up, Barto. The ride will be over in a minute, Luffy said, enjoying the ride. And after a few risky moments, the Going Merry was again in calm waters, though the water looked oddly greenish. Bardo dropped down the shield, falling onto the ship along with Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku. The passengers in the ship groaned, some emptying their stomachs while others were grateful for surviving through whatever that was. Wait, why is there a sky here? Jin questioned. I should be asking you that? Nami said. Hey, I don't know everything about the Grand Line. Mind I remind you that I failed last time? Maybe we got pooped out from the other side? Luffy suggested. Now isn't the time for jokes, Captain, Kobe whined along with a few others. No, he has a point. Zoro nodded along with Sparky, who was over his shoulder. But everyone ignored him. All of them looked around trying to guess where they were. They seemed to be on a yellow-green sea. Fluffy white clouds hung in an azure sky. Birds could be seen soaring through them, but their calls were nowhere to be heard. A tiny island seemed to bob in the water, a tiny house atop it. Where are we? Usopp wondered, taking in the still sky. I can't hear or see the mystery current at all. There isn't any wind either, Nami added. And what's that weird smell? Kobe said, as due to his fruit his senses were sharp, so he could pick up the acidic smell in the air. Is that why the water's not blue? Well, water's colorless, anyways. Sabo pointed out. Didn't we get eaten? Zoro questioned. So what's with this place? That's ridiculous, Kobe laughed, denying reality. We didn't. Did we? Nah, we did. Luffy said, carefreely. Yup. Sabo nodded. Would you guys take it seriously, already? Nami shrieked. Her blood pressure was already going up just thinking about their situation. Maybe whoever lives in that house can give us some answers? Sanji suggested, only for their view of the island to vanish behind a giant, pink beast. Giant squid. Nami, Usopp, Bartolomeo, Johnny, and Yasaka screamed. The latter two grabbing each other in fear and the former grabbing the captain. The monster trio, Kuina, Sanji, and Zoro, smirked, ready for a fight. But 3 harpoons sprouted from its head in 3 spurts of blood before the squid fell backwards, dead. Following the lines from the projectiles, the crew found a man in the doorway of the house. Chapter 127. Could it be? Jin muttered before the man stepped into the light. He was an older man who was balding, but his lack of hair was augmented by the purple and yellow petals that made up a plume-like thing on the back of his head. A Hawaiian shirt and purple shorts covered his form, and a round pair of glasses sat on his face. It's Old Man Crocus. You know this guy? Zoro asked, eyeing the stranger warily. Something about him told him that there was more to this man. Yeah, the former Krieg pirate answered. He greeted us the last time I entered the Grand Line and gave us a log pose. Luffy waved. That was really cool, but can you tell us where we are? Isn't it obvious? The other man asked. You were just swallowed by an island whale. We were eaten? Usopp panicked again. We're all gonna die. I should have told Kaya about my feelings. Well, I do have Mary's number, so you can give them a call, Luffy said, taking out the transponder snail out of Sparky's backpack, making the long nose blink and forget his worries. Isn't it too soon? I don't even know if she feels the same, Usopp said, fidgeting like a schoolgirl and all blushed up. The rest of the crew would have found this scene very funny if there wasn't literal death looming over their heads. Now isn't the time, Luffy, Kobe cried. Oh, calm down, boy, Crocus placated. I can get you out easy enough. But dash boom! An explosion blew the doors off a hatch somewhere up above, dragging attention to a pair of eccentrically dressed figures, a man and a woman, on a metal balcony, both armed with rocket launchers. The man had medium-length ginger hair, a dark green vest with a red ascot, and a crown on his head. 2 marks like the number 9 were painted on his cheeks, one under each eye, and he also had green disco pants and shiny, black boots. The woman had long, light blue hair and a single ponytail and pale skin. She was dressed in a purple and pale blue zigzag crop top that accentuated her assets, a light green coat, and white shorts. She also wore heeled boots to make her the same height as her apparent partner. As the straw hats and Crocus watched, the man of the pair posed, one hand touching his forehead with the weapon resting on his shoulder. We are claiming this whale, he declared. Its meat will be our saving grace. To protect our town from hunger, we will take it to our living place. To deny us is folly. It shan't work, so dash. We are all set. Rockets, go! The woman finished, the pair firing their weapons only for it to be blown up before it even reached the stomach wall. The duo blinked and looked back at what had just happened. Did you seriously throw your booger at the rocket? Sabo's face twisted in disgust of what he had just witnessed, before shifting an unbelieving gaze onto his brother. That's so cool, Captain, Bartolomeo said with sparkles around his eyes. It seems that wasn't enough, Ms. Wednesday, the man commented, nonchalant. Indeed not, Mr. 9, Ms. Wednesday agreed. The pair prepped their weapons again, but they hadn't taken into account the people in their surroundings.
Yo,
Luffy said, dropping in between them and scaring the duo. As they turned to look at the straw hat, both of them were wide-eyed and jaw-dropped seeing him. Why you are Mario, Mr. 9 said. Seeing he was in a good mood, Luffy shrugged. Yup, it's a me Mario, he announced, even swinging his arm with a goofy grin. Ms. Wednesday, or Vivi, was shocked for other reasons. Unlike her partner, she wasn't scared. Okay, maybe a bit, but she was more awed at seeing the young man. When he heard of Mario, she was expecting a brute. Even the bounty picture didn't do justice to him. The pirate wasn't just good-looking. The goofy smile, the charming face, and that amazing body. God, she could already feel her face heat up. How can someone call such a handsome man a pirate? But then again, wasn't the pirate in front of her called a hero? Could he help her? Nami, who was on the ship, narrowed her eyes. Her senses tingled for some reason. Must be the wind of the Grand Line or something. Mr. Nine looked at Luffy, then back to the Going Merry. Seeing the full crew, his face got even paler. Even though Luffy was a former bounty hunter turned pirate, they didn't know if he would help them or beat them. What are people doing here? You aren't in any position to ask that, Nami told him, jumping out of the ship and landing on the metal balcony, which, in all things considered, was very impressive, jumping 3 stories of height in one jump. What? She had also been training since joining the crew. Acrobatics like this was quite easy for her. The Mr. Nine pair, Crocus commented from the island, relaxing his stance. That's what these morons call themselves. They've been trying to kill Laboon for the past few months. Laboon? Usopp asked. The whale, Crocus explained, hopping onto the Merry with a single leap and directing them toward a metal hatch in the side of the whale's stomach. Some pirates left Laboon with me many years ago, but they haven't returned since. So you guys are the bad guys? Luffy asked with a raised eyebrow. Vivi and Mr. Nine gulped when the smile fell from Luffy's face. You guys need to sleep then. And with a small wave of Conqueror's haki they were out. But Luffy didn't let the princess fall on the ground like the other one. That would have been not gentlemanlike. Sabo and Crocus were both surprised to see the small show of haki. That was quite good control. Catch them. Luffy threw Vivi first, then softly kicked the man, throwing them aboard, all the while ignoring the death stare he was receiving from a certain orange-headed female. Got you, Sabo said, catching Vivi. No, why him? While Sanji cried blood when he got Mr. Nine on him, before throwing it toward Jin. Why couldn't he get the girl? The FAQ did you throw him to me for? Jin growled, removing the agent off of him. He wanted to throw the man abroad but stopped when Luffy said otherwise. Let's keep them here after we listen to the old man's story. Also, Sparky, tie them up. We don't want them to slip away. The monkey nodded, doing his task. Come on, old man. Tell us the story. I want to know the big guy. Chapter 128. Come on, old man. Tell us the story. I want to know the big guy. Crocus nodded. He recognized Luffy now, mainly because of his straw hat. The redhead had called him a few weeks ago on how someone with their former captain's straw hat might come, and so he was quite surprised to see that it was Luffy. He almost found it funny how Garp's grandkid was wearing that hat, but he didn't say anything. He, on the other hand, guided the straw hats out of the whale. Many of the crewmates were glad to get out, while Luffy whined, wanting to explore the whale's insides. Crocus shook his head, almost pitying the crew. It seemed that Luffy was similar to Roger in some ways. That's a hatch, Usopp gaped as the Merry sailed the short distance between Laboon and a little plateau connected to the Red Line where Crocus had another small house. Does that hurt the whale? As Usopp questioned the morality of hollowing out a living whale, Crocus told the crew of his bond with Laboon and how he came to be the whale's caretaker. That was over 50 years ago, and Laboon had been hitting his head on the Red Line for all that time, convinced that his friends, the Rumbar pirates, were still alive and traveling. I keep telling him they're gone, Crocus sighed, Laboon wailing in the distance. But he won't listen to me. I only heard rumors that they fled into the calm belt. They might have also been killed at the sea, Luffy suggested, making the old man and the rest of them blink. That was quite dark, Luffy, Nami said, while Luffy just shrugged. Yes, that's also a possibility. The sea shows no mercy for the weak, Crocus said, but it would be better if Laboon understood that. I know, Luffy putting his right fist on his left palm. I'll cheer him up and beat some sense in him. With that he jumped out of the ship, Sky walking to the crying whale. Seeing Luffy use a marine's technique, he was a bit surprised. but more so when he punched the whale out of crying. Now, why is he fighting a whale? Nami cried again. Crocus didn't say anything. The punch was quite strong, but it wasn't aimed to hurt the whale, more to shock it. The boy is well trained, so his muscles aren't just for show, he said, rubbing his beard. As a physician, he could appreciate how well-developed Luffy's muscles were. All of them looked solid and dense, having power in them. He then looked at his overgrown gut. It wasn't a lot, but he should start exercising a bit. Rayleigh or even Roger would make fun of him if they saw him now. The old man was in his own head, while Luffy struggled with the whale trying to talk to it, while punching some sense in. The old man's thoughts were broken when something else came out of the water. It was a cow sea king with a fishman on the top of its head. Oh, you guys made it out alive. I thought me and Mamu would need to get in through the back entrance, Hachan said, shivering a bit. Good thing we didn't. Mamu internally sighed. The Sea King didn't want to get into a whale, and definitely not through its poop hole. The Sea King wasn't part of the journey with the Straw Hats for very long, but he quite liked being with them. Not the same with Arlong and his crew, but still enjoyable. Especially Sanji and Sparky. Sparky, cause of being friendly to him and understanding him. And Sanji because of his cooking, and while he was scared of Sanji, initially, he grew to love the cook, mainly his cooking. So he was willing to go through a few hassles for them. Luffy was also nice. Like Hachan, he could also understand him. And that was the first time he saw a human understand him. So he liked him as well. Still, it wasn't like he was their friend or anything. Wait, is he flying? Mr. Nine, who had woken up and was now tied with his partner, blinked seeing Luffy. He can fly? That's the question you ask? He's fighting a freaking island whale. Vivi shrieked. She could see the young pirate punching the whale out and even pushing it back. That kind of strength was just illogical. The beautiful lady is awake, Sanji said, noodling about. I don't know why, but Sparky, go to Luffy before he does something stupid, Nami said, but then saw him fighting the whale. Well, something stupider. The monkey gave a thumbs up, saying UK, before jumping off and skywalking as well. Wait, even the monkey can fly? Vivi asked, now even more surprised. How many of you can fly actually? Oh, I can as well, Sanji said, his eyes turning to hearts as he also did skywalk. Kuina Chuan there can do it as well. Well, it's nothing special, Zoro grumbled. For his lack of ability to use the technique, he was just on Saru, but it won't be long until he can do that as well. After getting his 3 swords, his combat abilities improved a lot, mainly because of his 3-named blade costing more energy to use than a regular sword. Especially his Nozarashi, the devil fruit ability inside the sword drained quite a lot of Zoro's stamina when in use. So he was gaining quite a bit of strength, and even though he didn't know it, he wasn't that far from Kuina anymore. Sure thing, Marimo. Sanji mused with a smug look on his face, doing skywalk tricks to jump in the air at odd angles. You want to go, curly brows? Zoro asked, with his sword on fire. Sanji's legs also caught fire. Bring it, Moosehead. Vivi and Mr. Nine unconsciously crawled back a little, seeing fire suddenly appear on them. Bam! Both the cook and the swordsman were now on the deck, with lumps on their heads and Nami dusting her hands. No using flames on the ship. Yes, ma'am. Both of the men groaned from the ground. Mr. Nine gulped. What was with this crew? Just how outwardly strong were they? Vivi was thinking the same. So the rumors of him standing against a warlord like Mihawk wasn't false. So that's the power of a man with a 70 million bounty. Maybe, just maybe. Crocodile's bounty was 80 million, not that far from Luffy. So maybe he could help her. But now she wasn't on good terms with the crew, so she had to get on their good side first. Chapter 129. Hey, I know we didn't have the best first impression, but please untie us. Mr. Nine asked. We aren't the bad guys here. We just need the whale meat to feed our people. Mrs. Wednesday took charge. We are sorry. We didn't know that the whale there was your friend. But could you please untie us? Well, we wouldn't call him a friend, Nami said before turning to see Luffy was now sitting on the top of the whale and explaining stuff to it with Sparky also helping. Okay, never mind. He's a friend now. Somehow and for some reason, she tended to stop questioning logic when it came to Luffy. She just accepted it. "So can you please untie us?" Vivi asked, with a pleading look, using her best puppy dog eyes. Sanji felt as if he was shot in the chest by an arrow, and he was knocked out completely. Wait, what happened to big bro Sanji? Bartolomeo kneeled down and held the cook, shaking him. "Snap out of it." Jin shook his head. He couldn't stand that level of cuteness, it seems. He said, wearing black glasses, "I'm only unharmed because of these glasses." It would have sounded cool if it wasn't for the fact that he was looking to the side, completely blind from his new shades. Bartolomeo was wide-eyed, quickly making a hand sign as green round shields that looked similar to green sunglasses appeared in front of him. "Now, I'm safe as well." Johnny and Yasaku followed along and put their own glasses on, but unlike Jin, they weren't blind. "Yeah, we are too." Nami and Vivi looked at them, but couldn't say anything. "Heh, men, right?" It was Usopp, standing by the side, his back against the wall, also wearing his shooting goggles. Nami and Vivi were beginning to feel a headache now. "Don't overthink it. You will kill some of your brain cells. Trust me, it's not worth it," Kuina said, as she was formally cleaning her blade. Some water got stuck to it from the wild sea, so she was drying the blade. "That I can agree on." Sabo agreed, now wearing his plague mask as unknown individuals were on the ship. He was also with Kuina, cleaning his own weapon, his trusty metal pipe. Nami was about to say something, but stopped when the large whale made its way towards them with Luffy and Sparky on top of it. She could barely see them, but Luffy seemed to be pointing at them for some reason, and the whale was coming here. She also noticed that the whale wasn't crying anymore. No, it looked quite curious. Seeing the large whale, Mamu made a run for it, as island whales were natural predators of Sea King's Mamu's size. Actually, the reason Laboon ate the Going Merry in the first place was to catch Mamu for a meal, but it seems that he failed and accidentally swallowed the ship instead. Luffy jumped off of the huge whale along with Sparky, and Luffy appeared to be proud of something. "Guys, meet my new friend, Laboon." All of the crewmates looked at Nami. She really could read the captain well. Crocus was curious about what Luffy said to the whale to calm him down this much, but he didn't ask. As long as the whale didn't damage himself any further, he was okay with any lie the boy told him. After Luffy came back, he took out some paint from the ship's storage and drew the iconic straw hat flag on the top of Laboon's head. "Remember, I better not see any new scars when I come back, okay?" Luffy said, patting the large whale, who seemed a bit happy. Both Vivi and Mr. Nine questioned how the boy was so friendly with the whale he was just fighting moments before. In a short time, Luffy became quite fond of the large beast. Heck, he would be willing to take the beast on the journey along with them, if it was ever possible. But for now, it wasn't. Luffy made a promise to Laboon. He would try to find his lost friends at the sea for this year, and come back with at least one of his friends, which in all honesty wouldn't be that hard. When Brook joins the crew, Luffy knew he would be thrilled to meet Laboon, so he would make them meet up somehow, and that was a promise. "Now what should we do about you guys?" Nami thought, while Luffy hummed. "Make them walk the plank?" Luffy suggested. The tied-up duo panicked, as all colors were drained from their faces. They looked horrified at Luffy. Aren't you supposed to be a hero?" Mr. Nine asked, horrified. "Heroes don't kill, right?" "Well, I'm a hero that saves the princess and kills the croc," Luffy said, winking at Vivi, who was wide-eyed. Was that a coincidence? But Luffy got smacked in the head by none other than Sabo. Luffy blinked. He didn't expect this. "Stop teasing them," Sabo said. "Wait, how were you able to hit Luffy?" Nami asked. "Doesn't he have that observation hockey thingy?" Sabo mused, looking to his brother, and then back to Nami. "Well, I also have that observation hockey thingy, and mine's better than his. His hockey is like a party trick compared to mine, so he wasn't able to react fast enough. So, I will be able to hit Luffy after learning this observation hockey thingy," Nami concluded, and Sabo nodded, which made Nami give a motivated grin, looking at Luffy and cocking her arm. Luffy gulped, unconsciously taking a step back. "Brother, this is betrayal. Betrayal, I say," Luffy cried, giving a dirty look towards Sabo, who, under the mask, was smiling. And Nami, You would never hit me, right? I'm the captain. Of course not, Nami said, almost cooing. I would never hit my captain. But as the navigator, I might need to use brute strength to steer you the right way. The others in the crew almost felt pity for Luffy, if not for the fact that they were sure Luffy would still be avoiding Nami's punch in some way or another. After all that stuff was over, Crocus even helped Nami by explaining about the log pose. But it seemed that it was unneeded. The crew captain had already explained it to her, and they had bought a few of them when they were in Logue Town. It made Crocus impressed. A boy that could use hockey and was well informed about things. He could see the boy making a name for himself in the Grand Line. So as time passed, after a big dinner, the Straw Hats left. Crocus saw their ship sail and silently prayed for their safety. In his age, he saw many young bloods die to the cruel sea. He hoped Luffy wasn't one of them. Let's just hope that this time your new friends keep their promise. Iwai Laboon. The whale whined a bit, but its eyes never left the Going Merry. He hoped this time his new friend would keep his promise. Chapter 130. The Going Merry left the reverse mountain, entering the Grand Line. So we have yet to decide what we should do with them, Nami said, now freed up Baroque Works agents. Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday blinked. Didn't they all share a happy meal just moments ago? They thought they were in the clear now. But thinking again, now they were on open waters, they were in a lot of risk if Luffy wanted to just throw them into the sea. I still say, we make them walk the plank. Don't be so mean, Captain. Sanji said, Wednesday-chan here did nothing wrong, but I can't say the same for this ugly prince. Hey, what did I do wrong? Tried to kill our friend Laboon. Tried to sneak away while we were busy. Tried to hold Sparky as a hostage. Well, that's gotta be the most stupid stunt you pulled so far. Even Vivi glared at her comrade. Why couldn't he be less stupid? But she sighed. He did help her many times, and she didn't want him to get in trouble. We are sorry. He won't do it again, Vivi said, while Mr. Nine quickly nodded. Also, we need your help, Vivi said. Without a ship, we can't get back to our island. And where's that? Jin asked. Oh, it's an island called Whiskey Peak. But she was cut off when Mr. Nine held her mouth, and she was surprised when Jin looked dangerously at her. He's the reason why I was trying to get out of this ship. He's the man-demon Jin. His previous crew was destroyed by our organization, he whispered. But then he remembered that most of the job was done by an ex-marine called Anchor. But still. So you guys are with Baroque Works? Jin said, a bit angry at his first unfortunate adventure. You are their numbered agents, aren't you? Heard you guys were tough, unlike the rest. Want to test it out? Calm down, Jin. You are scaring the lady, Sanji said. And you, get your hands off of her. Mr. Nine blinked, releasing her from her grip. Even though Jin was a bit pissed at that particular island, he kind of didn't mind it that much. Anchor was the main reason why Krieg failed, and he held nothing against him. Krieg's failure wasn't anyone's fault but his, so Jin didn't mind it that much. And with Luffy, Jin was sure his captain wouldn't be stopped on that kind of island. Anyway, if you're going to stay on the ship, we need to know who you guys are. You know your real names? Usopp questioned. I'm the king, Mr. Nine replied, getting a slap on the head by none other than Sparky. The six-armed monkey didn't like this particular fellow. Ow, I'm sorry, but we can't tell you that information or our boss would have our heads. All we ask of you is that you return us to our town of Whiskey Peak. You really believe us to trust you just like that? Johnny said. Yeah, you guys aren't that trustworthy, Yasaka said. You guys might try to harm us when we are unguarded or asleep, Bartolomeo said, making Mr. Nine sweat profusely. I would never do that. The agent denied, but with how skittish he looked, one could guess he was planning that. Kobe deadpanned, They can come, Luffy replied, uninterested in talking about this any longer. The rest of the crew was surprised as just a moment ago he was against it. If they cause trouble, we toss them overboard again. Or we can feed them to Momu. One of them at least, Sabo suggested, making others blink, while Luffy laughed. The Sea King in question looked back at the agents and smiled, scaring them even further. I like the sounds of that, Zoro said with an evil smirk as the pair shivered. Once that had been decided, the crew didn't bother with them that much. Still, Jin and Sanji were keeping an eye on them from time to time. It was snowing, and it was dark. Granted, that didn't seem to stop Luffy. Bartolomeo watched from the upper deck as the captain built himself a snowman, Usopp doing the same. The new recruit was busy practicing his devil fruit powers, until he couldn't. Kobe, Johnny, and Yasaku had been tasked with clearing the snow off of the deck, while Sanji was trying to cook up something new from the large squidfish they found inside Laboon. Nami was inside with their 2 guests, while Zoro and Sparky were somehow fast asleep in his normal clothes like nothing was wrong. For a while, everything seemed relatively okay. After all, snow was weird but not impossible to deal with. That was until a scream from inside the cabin startled everyone, save Zoro and Sparky. "Mamu, turn us around," Nami shouted as she burst from the cabin. "We need to do a 180. "Why do we need to go back?" Hachan asked, everyone else staring on in confusion. "Did you forget something?" "No, we got turned around somehow," Nami replied. "We need to turn around." Understanding enough of the situation, Luffy turned to look at Hachan. "You heard her," Jin said. "Turn us around, Hachi." The 6-armed fishman nodded. Now with the doctor's help he had fully regrown his limbs, and so he was back to full health. Hachan knew about the Sea of the Grand Line and how chaotic it was, so he wasn't that surprised. Mamu turned around, correcting the course of Going Merry. But suddenly the weather changed from snowing to a thunderstorm. "What the?" Kobe asked. "Thunder? The wind is changing again," Nami shouted. "Johnny, roll up the sails. They might get lost from the rough wind." Yasaku and Kobe, help him tighten them. "Yes, ma'am," Johnny said. The thunderstorm was so much, even for Mamu, seeing a couple of meters ahead was getting hard. And yet one could. It was Kobe with his enhanced eyesight. He was the first one to see. "Iceberg," Kobe shouted. 7 o'clock. "Then do something," Nami wailed. "You don't have to ask me twice, babe," Luffy said, grinning, taking out Horn's edge and pointing it forward. "Dynamic bull needle," and he stabbed it in the air. And with a boom, a massive air pressure was released, and the iceberg was completely destroyed and out of Mamu's way. But suddenly the weather got foggy. "Why is it foggy?" Sanji asked. "What do you mean?" Vivi asked, having emerged from the cabin. "I heard thunder just a few moments ago." "Zoro, Sparky, wake up," Nami shouted as the crew scrambled around. "We need you." Why Nami-chuan? I can do everything better than him," Nami realized. "Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sanji, do one of your flaming tempest kicks. It should clear out the fog for a bit." "You don't need tell me twice, Nami-chuan," Sanji said as he jumped off the Going Merry, jumping in front, before spinning rapidly, his leg catching a flame before kicking the air. Barbecue Tempest. A large flaming tempest kick flew forward, clearing the path forward and lighting the sky. Chapter 131. More icebergs ahead, Sabo announced, and there were massive icebergs that were great in numbers surrounding the ocean in front of them. Even Mamu was scared of how he would cross them. It would have been easy if he was alone, then he could have dived under, but with a ship it wasn't possible. "Want me to help?" Before Luffy could refuse, Nami gave him permission. And of course, Sabo had to show off. The revolutionary jumped into the air high and spun his large metal pipe around like a bow staff before doing a stabbing motion forward. Dragons howl. And like a cannon, a compressed wind pressure came out, destroying any icebergs in its path, clearing the way. Sabo smirked, while Luffy clicked his tongue. Show off. But it wasn't over. The weather shifted again. This time to an ice blizzard. The ship descended into utter chaos as the full brunt of the Grand Line's randomness descended on the Going Merry, everyone panicking. And after what felt like forever, the weather finally stabilized. The entire crew at this point had collapsed to the deck, panting in exhaustion. It was then Zoro and Sparky decided it was time to wake up. "Huh, what a lovely day," he said, taking in his crew members laying around in disarray. "Hey, you guys should be paying closer attention. Things could go wrong at any moment." "I'll kill him," Jin hissed, reaching for the gun that he had for emergencies. "Not if I do it first," Nami growled. After receiving a vicious beating at the hands of Nami, Zoro had quite a few welts on his head to deal with. Sparky had ran away when he saw Nami and hid behind Hachon, so the monkey was saved for the moment. Listen up, you idiots. This place is even weirder than I thought at first, so it's not going to be a cakewalk. I can't use my normal navigating techniques here. We're toast thin, Usopp reasoned, looking dead inside. Not at all, Nami replied as she gestured ahead. After all, we've reached our first destination. Looking ahead with everyone else, Jin could see that there was indeed an island out in the distance. It was the same place where his first journey ended. Before anyone else could say a word, Mr. Nine and Vivi jumped up onto the railing. It seems we have to go now, Mr. Nine said. But we thank you for returning us home. We will meet again if we're destined to, Vivi added. Bye. With this, the two leaped right off the ship, swimming like a pair of maniacs toward the island. Well, that happened? Kobe muttered before he looked at Luffy, trying to understand why he let them leave. But of course, Luffy gave no answer. Let's hope they're not indicative of the inhabitants here, Nami said. It looks like there's a river to take us into port. Mamu, can you swim through it? The Sea King nodded at the question and Hachon gave a thumbs up. What if this island is haunted or something? Usopp asked weakly as he worked with Yasaku to keep the Mary on course. That'd be scary. Yasaku agreed. Or big monsters? Bartolomeo added. Gah! Usopp shouted. Don't even make me consider that. Jin deadpanned. So is the great king of snipers scared of some stupid island? And that fixed Usopp. Of course not. Usopp denied, puffing his chest, looking valiant now. After all, I'm the great Captain Usopp. Bartolomeo's eyes shone seeing Usopp, while Johnny and Yasaku cheered. Kobe deadpanned and looked back to Jin, who just shrugged. I'll protect my crewmates with nothing but my pinky, Usopp said, boasting happily. While this was happening, suddenly Kobe could hear what sounded like someone speaking off in the distance. Do you guys hear that? The boy asked. But then again, only he had enhanced senses. Sparky did as well, but he wasn't bothering. Sounds like people, Luffy said. I wonder what's going on, he said, rubbing his chin. Sabo wanted to point out that Luffy could easily use haki and tell, but didn't. It seemed that he was just enjoying the journey and messing with his crewmates at the same time. Luffy, for his part, looked at the cacti-looking island, fondly reliving the memories of his previous world. This is from when the real journey starts, and he couldn't wait to start it. The island did seem to be covered in massive cacti. The crewmates had never seen something so odd, and they'd only just gotten to the Grand Line. Even Kuina was surprised, and she journeyed through all the 4 blues. What other amazing things would she see? The closer Mary came to the town in the fog, the more the noise increased, until what was really happening finally came into view. The crewmates' eyes widened when they saw the inhabitants of Whiskey Peak cheering and screaming for them as they entered, confetti and other celebratory traditions flying everywhere. Welcome to the Grand Line, brave warriors. A voice shouted. The journey here must have been strange for newcomers. Another said, You're welcome to relax here all you like. There are so many cute girls. Sanji shouted, noodling around. The beautiful girls in question perked up. We love you, Mario. Both Luffy and Sanji had their heads hung, but for different reasons. It seems these people love pirates, Bartolomeo surmised as Usopp blew kisses to the crowd like some kind of war hero. If they're this close to the entrance, I suppose they make a lot of money off of pirates seeking to conquer the Grand Line. So we're heroes, Usopp said, missing the point completely. Be prepared, guys. The last time they tried to lure the Krieg pirates with good food and women before jumping us. They are trying to do the same for us, I guess, Jin said. They almost got half of our crew that way by mixing stuff with our food. Don't fall for their tricks. They are Baroque works agents, bounty hunters that don't particularly like pirates. Yup, they usually set up on Whiskey Peak so that they can get new pirates unfortunate enough to fall for their trap, Luffy said, but he looked a bit confused. Because something wasn't adding up. Once the ship had reached the docks, the crew got off onto land and were immediately greeted by a man. The man had very curly white hair and a rather flat-looking face. Despite this, the smile on his face was quite warm. Welcome, heroes, he said. My name is Igarappoi, and welcome to Whiskey Peak, the town of music and liquor. We are very honored to welcome you. I am here to cordially invite you to a party thrown for you. Chapter 132. Welcome, heroes, he said. My name is Igarapoy, and welcome to Whiskey Peak, the town of music and liquor. We are very honored to welcome you. I am here to cordially invite you to a party thrown for you. Wait, you do know that we are pirates, right? And you aren't trying to scam us? Luffy was surprised. With observation hockey, he could read people's real intent a bit, like how their heart beat, if they were lying or not. And as far as he could tell, they weren't malicious. They were genuinely happy to see Luffy and the crew, which made it more confusing. Either they were saying the truth, or his observation hockey was playing tricks on him. We bounty hunters need to stick together. In one way or another, some of us were labeled unjustly by the government as well. And we know from our sources that the same thing happened to you. And besides, just by your bounty, we can tell, trying anything like that would be foolish. Igarapoy said, looking to Luffy, and then back to Zoro and Kuina. You are an inspiration to us, and even our boss has invited you to join our cause. Luffy blinked, while Sabo laughed in the background. Crocodile wanted them in the organization. Poor Croc. Baroque works recruiting pirates. Now isn't that ironic? Zoro said. Back when I was a bounty hunter, they tried to recruit me as well. Me too. Kuina seconded. Jin for his part narrowed his eyes at the old man. Don't try to pull anything, old man. Unlike the Krieg pirates, my new crew has honor. Try to cheat us, and we will finish you. I am only in my 30s. Igarapoy yelled, almost making Jin fall on the ground. Just 'cause I have white hair doesn't mean I'm old. It seemed that the people here were genuinely happy to see Luffy and the crew. Well, then what should we do, Captain? Kobe asked. Enjoy, I guess. Luffy shrugged. That's all you had to say. Usopp, Bartolomeo, Johnny, and Yasaka cheered together, dancing happily. Well, it looks like we will be able to enjoy this island. Kuina said, HM, I want to taste the local sweet dish of the island. That was seriously all it took? Nami asked weakly. By the way, Igarapoy, how long does it take for a log to store here? A log pose, you mean? Igarapoy said, humming. 3 to 4 hours at max. But don't worry, we have a few eternal poses, if you need to leave early. Now is not the time for work-related matters. It's time for you all to relax. Nami was quickly caught up in the party atmosphere, along with the rest of the crew. They were a bit hesitant at first, but Luffy and Sparky checked the food for any stuff mixed in and found none. They really weren't trying to trick them. If something was up with the inhabitants of Whiskey Peak, Jin had to admit they were excellent at hiding it. They had crammed the entire crew into a bar and supplied them with different kinds of food and fun. Luffy, Sparky, and Sabo were eating to their heart's content, the chef in disbelief at how much he could shovel in. Zoro and Nami were doing their own thing. Sanji was surrounded by women and seemed to be fading off into heaven, while Usopp told stories laced with lies and had more women swooning. This sure is a big party, Yasaku said from his side, picking at the food they'd managed to sneak away from their captain. Sure is, Johnny agreed. They really do see us as heroes. Well, Captain at least. The pair remained silent for a moment. You know, we really did luck out in getting into the crew, Yasaku said, while Johnny nodded. Yeah, we can actually improve ourselves here, Johnny said. With Big Bro Luffy personally teaching me, I'm sure I'm going to turn out to be the best spearman in the world. Yasaku nodded, his own training being monitored by Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. The blonde boy seemed to be used to training recruits, so when Yasaku asked for a sparring match, he started helping. Honestly, he was a bit skeptical himself about how he would train with his axe and shield, but with Sabo training him, Yasaku was trying to create his own style. But it was a work in progress. Both of them had improved much over the few days, using their new weapons, so they were glad that they were able to join. I'm almost jealous of you guys. Both the former bounty hunters were surprised when Bartolomeo appeared behind them. While you guys are making so much improvement, I'm mostly wasting my time creating random shields. I should have trained my powers. Don't worry, new guy, Johnny said. Yeah, Both Captain and Big Bro Sabo told you to focus on your devil fruit ability for a reason, Yasaku said. Your power could really come in handy in case we get stuck in a sticky situation. While Johnny and Yasaku comforted Bartolomeo, the party went on. Oi, Zoro said, smacking the trio on the back of the head to wake them up. That mayor dude is making a move. We're following him. He seemed to be worried for some reason. 5 more minutes, Bartolomeo said, getting smacked in the face and waking him up fully. UWH. Do we have to? Yasaku yawned out. I'm too tired from all the dancing. Ugh, my back hurts. When did we fall asleep? Get up already, Nami said from behind Zoro. She'd already been ready to slip out and watch with him, so there would be 5 of them if something went wrong. He's got to be up to something. Ugh, yes ma'am. The 3 of them grumbled as they stood, grabbing their weapons. Together the troop of 5 made their way out the back of the bar they were resting in, sneaking around the edges to see what was going on. Zoro decided he'd had enough of looking around the edge of the building, so he climbed up the side of the building to get to the top, the others grumbling as they slowly followed him. Once they got to the top, they were given a full frontal view of Igarappoi speaking with Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine. He couldn't really hear what they were saying, but soon enough it became obvious something was up. Chapter 133. You have to leave the island. They have already sent them. Igaram or Mr. 8 said in a panicked voice. Why? Why? Mr. 9 asked, confused. He was still half drunk from the party and things for him were sobering up too soon. From my info, they have already sent 2 of their officer agents here. Vivi, you have to leave from here now. Mr. 8 warned, worriedly. Mr. 9 blinked. Wait, what's happening? He asked, looking at his partner, the blue-haired girl called Miss Wednesday, looking pale from the news. Why would headquarters send officer agents to the first part of the Grand Line? No one comes to this shitty place. And who's Vivi? That would be her, Igaram sighed. We are sorry for hiding our identity from you, Mr. 8, but Vivi needs your help to get back home to Arabasta, or else things will be very bad for her and the rest. Vivi, so that's your name, Mr. 9 said. But did you betray the organization or something? The girl shook her head. So then what? And does Miss Monday know that as well? Igaram nodded. Yes, she also decided to help us. She's currently looking out in case they come early. She will signal us, if that's the case. When me and Vivi joined the organization, we didn't know if we could trust you or not. But now, please, you have to help Vivi. Kaya-ha-ha. A woman cut him off. She was at the end of the road, the moonlight clearing the view. And she wasn't alone either. All the participants of the conversation moved their heads to see her. The woman was on the shorter side of 5 feet and had straight blonde hair cut short and covered in a yellow hat with an orange rim. She had a slim waist with assets accentuated by her lemon-themed dress, the outfit showing off her long legs. Pale skin flowed down her legs and arms, and her hands were covered in white gloves. Pale blue eyes shined with sadistic mirth as she twiddled with a yellow umbrella the same color as her lemon earrings. Help her? It's too late for that, and it seems that we have a few moles in our organization. Isn't that right, Mr. 5? Did you come here to laugh at us? Igaram growled, stepping in front of Vivi. And then his eyes glanced at the body in front of the agent's feet. What did you do to Miss Monday? Nothing much, but this bitch tried to stop us. We just put her in her place. The man, Mr. 5, grunted in a smooth voice. The agent had wild black hair in a short sort of afro and a closed, brick-red overcoat that went well with his darkly tanned skin. The number 5 sat in a square on the left breast of his overcoat, and a pair of sunglasses rested on his nose, hiding his eyes. We're here to do our task and be on our merry way. Laughing's just a bonus. And here's one baked nun, coming up. Mr. 5 then kicked the nuns, Miss Monday, and the body of the muscular woman fell to the ground lifeless. Miss Monday. All 3 frontier agents called. Mr. 9 ran towards her and checked her pulse. Why did you kill her? Oh, come on, boy. She was already dead when she tried to stop us. Igaram growled, glaring at the 2 agents, the man feeling guilty about sending her in the first place. You bastards, why did you even come here? Mr. 9 growled. We will send a complaint to the boss. The boss sent us, Mr. Five said, cutting the fake prince off, a finger idly trailing into his nose. Said someone had learned his secrets. Don't know what secrets. Don't want to know. Obviously, someone else did. We've come to tie up all the loose ends and eliminate all of the intruders from that kingdom. Mr. Nine blinked. You are after me? Now, wait a second. Mr. Nine jumped, a bit panicked. I'm not a king or anything. I just wear a crown because it's a hobby. Not you, you moron, Mr. Five growled as his partner laughed. We're here for the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. She's here? Wait, Miss Wednesday is the princess? Mr. Nine yelled in shock, before looking back at his partner agent. Karu the duck made as close to a growling sound as ducks could, jumping in front of the apparent princess protectively along with Igaram. Vivi still wanted to refuse the claim, but, you will not harm the princess, Mr. Eight shouted as he shot to his feet, his thumbs laced through the bow around his neck. Not as long as I, Igaram, the head of castle security, am still breathing. Igarapapa. He pulled the knot, firing the gun still poking out of his hair. Only Miss Valentine moved to dodge, jumping impossibly high and opening her umbrella. Her spot empty, the bullets raced for Mr. Five. When the projectiles connected with the male agent, however, he literally blew up. The explosive force was caught by his partner's umbrella, carrying her higher into the air. She deftly maneuvered herself, floating as if weightless until she was over Ms. Wednesday. She closed her parasol. Kahaha, now isn't this fun? 10,000 kilogram press? She dropped like a stone, Karu and the princess fleeing, Igaram jumping to the side. Even so, they were still knocked over by the shockwave Miss Valentine caused when she landed, a crater forming with her at the center. The princess pulled out her weapon, the weird pinky rings she called her peacock slashers, and tried to retaliate. Kaya haha. Miss Valentine laughed, hopping out of the indent in the ground and floating 10 feet into the air. You're pretty quick, Princess Vivi, but our orders are to eliminate you. Nothing personal. While the princess did her best to avoid the weightless woman and Mr. 8 and Mr. 9, fought Mr. 5, who had not died from exploding like most would have. Thanks for helping me, Mr. 9, Igaram said as he laced his bow with new arrows. Mr. 9 had 2 bats as his weapon, and while he looked brave, his shaking boots said otherwise. What kind of prince leaves the princess in danger? And also, I can't forgive him for what he did to Miss Monday. Pathetic and useless. Let's finish this fast. Mr. 5 taunted, bored, his finger in his nose. Chapter 134. While this was happening, a conversation was happening on a rooftop, one that was under a cacti, and the shadows hid the individuals in the conversation. It was Zoro, Nami, Johnny, Yasaku, and Bartolomeo. All 5 of them were hiding, watching everything that was happening. You know, I had my doubts that they were trying to set us up, but it seems that's not the case anymore. Nami said, what do you think we should do? Zoro shrugged. I was actually hoping for a bloody fight here. Not this? Why, Luffy, what should we do? I wonder. Nami and the rest blinked and moved their heads to the side, only to see Luffy and Sparky observing the situation with them. How did you get here? Bartolomeo asked in shock, before his eyes sparkled. That's so cool. Nami sighed seeing Luffy's sudden entry. Why did he have to do it? Was it some kind of weird quirk of his? Honestly, it was kind of annoying. I think we should wait it out. It was Jin, okay. When did he get here? And he was with Usopp no less. The fuck? The moment one of them learns sorrow, the rest follows. We don't want to get dragged into any more trouble. Let them figure things out amongst themselves. Why yeah, we don't want to get involved in any trouble. Usopp parroted, shaking a bit due to nervousness. But that poor nun. She was so kind. But she's dead now. It's not like we could have stopped them. She was already dead when both of the agents dragged her here. Zoro replied nonchalantly. And they are out to kill the blue hair as well? Hey, don't say that, dumbass. And it was Sanji. We can't just let them harm the beautiful lady, didn't you hear? She's a princess. Well, if she is a princess, we can get some money from her by helping her, Kuina suggested. Money? Nami's eyes already turned into Belai's. Yes, We should definitely help her. Her personality doing a 180. Almost half of the crew sweat dropped at Nami. Guys, I think we should help her. Mr. Boom Boom there has already finished off the other agents, and the flying woman might kill the princess if we don't make a move. Kobe pointed out. And it was true. Mr. 5 finished off both Mr. 8 and Mr. 9 while Vivi was in deep trouble against Miss Valentine. Both Sanji and Luffy moved, trying to help them, but one was tripped by Zoro. "No. Why did you do that, Marimo? Now Luffy has her as well?" Sanji cried, standing up and glaring at Zoro. The swordsman in question rolled his eyes. "Both of them were women, dumbass. And mind I tell you of your quirk of not fighting one woman to save another? And why do you even care? Didn't you sleep with those brunettes from the bar? You even stink like them," Zoro said, scrunching his nose. "Oh, so that's why Sanji was smelling weird. It does smell like ladies' perfume, now that you mention it." Kobe sniffed the air, but then he turned green. "And with other stuff as well? Oh, God. Why did I have to smell that? Now I can't unsmell that. Brunettes, huh? The blonde cook definitely has a type." Jin smirked. "At least I get laid. Unlike you poor folks." Both Jin and Zoro got triggered. "You have something to say?" Asterisk bam, asterisk bam, asterisk boom, asterisk bam. All four men were on the floor, all because of a certain orange head who seemed to be fuming in anger. Kuina, Sparky, and Usopp looked at them with a bit of sympathy, while Johnny and Yasaku were trying to revive their fallen comrade. "Will you guys ever shut up?" Nami grumbled, pissed but not at them, but at Luffy who was flirting around with Vivi all the while beating the shit out of the enemies. Both Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were getting manhandled by Luffy. "Now, where did the crew go?" Hatchan questioned as he scratched his head. Like the others after the party, he had fallen asleep, but after waking up he couldn't find anyone from the crew, so he went out looking for them. The other bounty hunters were also fast asleep from the drinking and party, so he had no one to ask for directions. But the problem is, unlike the Kokoyashi village, here all the buildings and streets looked similar. Now, he wasn't like Zoro, but it being in the middle of the night, with nothing but the moonlight and occasional street light to guide him. If only he could ask someone for directions. Wait, there was a woman with a cowboy hat sitting on one of the rooftops. Hey lady, have you seen my friends? They are a wild bunch. You know the pirate group that came here?" Hatchan asked. The woman in question looked at him before pointing in a certain direction. There was some kind of commotion going on. Hatchan nodded in thanks. The crew had a bad habit of creating problems. Maybe they were there. With that, he took towards their direction, carefree. "Now, would you stop being so spooky, Mr. Mask?" the woman questioned, looking at the plague-masked-wearing individual. "They call me creepy for spying on others, but you take it to another level. It took a full minute to find you." "That's only because I let myself be found." The man in question was sitting on another rooftop, with a metal pipe by his side. "Well, I was just making sure. I don't want you to harm one of my friends and get into unnecessary trouble. Unlike the others, you are strong and dangerous. Anyway, appreciate the help with Hatchan, bye." With that, the man disappeared from his spot, leaving no traces behind. The woman didn't say anything, her face unreadable, but Nico Robin knew that things weren't as easy with the straw hats as she presumed. She didn't know the masked individual, but he was dangerous. Whoever he was powerful and strong enough to scare her. So she had to act carefully, as even with her devil fruit, Robin wasn't sure if she could take him by surprise. Who was the unknown masked man who suddenly joined the Straw Hats? She was curious. The Straw Hat Pirates, they sure are a wild bunch. Chapter 135. A few moments ago, Miss Valentine jumped up high and wanted to go for a kick. This time she wouldn't miss. And she would make sure to crush the princess under her heels. "Say goodbye, princess." 10,000 kilo press. Vivi was wide-eyed, dust in her clothes. Karu, her duck, was also injured from one of Mr. 5's exploding bullets. The princess closed her eyes accepting fate, only for nothing to happen. "You know, why do I always find you in troubled situations?" "We should stop meeting like this," a voice said, and Vivi opened her eyes just to see Luffy in front of her, holding off Miss Valentine's weight with just one of his fingers, and he wasn't even struggling either. Both Vivi and Valentine were wide-eyed. Luffy then smiled, looking back at the agent he was holding up. You sure are on the heavier side, aren't you? Vivi was awed, not only by his looks, but the display of otherworldly strength. He really saved her. Why you? How are you doing this, you bastard? Of course, Luffy ignored her and looked back at Vivi, and seeing her mouth wide open, he smiled. I did say, I'm a pirate that saves the princess and beats the croc. Luffy winked as Vivi felt the blood rush up her face. Miss Valentine was now pissed from being ignored. Stop ignoring me. How are you doing this, bastard? I'm over 10,000. But before she could finish her sentence, she was sent flying toward the explosive booger shot by Mr. 5. Yuck. Who uses his nose boogers as weapons? Luffy questioned, looking disgusted. Miss Valentine, are you okay? Mr. 5 said, running towards his partner, who he accidentally blew up. While this was happening, Luffy focused on picking up Vivi from the ground. A princess like you should never be on the ground, he said smoothly. Now, I have to ask, are you single by any means? Vivi felt herself blush like a schoolgirl from Luffy's question. Not only did the young pirate have a great body, but he was also strong. It was evident by the fact that she was alive. And now suddenly he was asking this kind of question. Vivi shook her head, answering his question, as Luffy's smile broadened. Well, just had to check. Being royalty and all, you might already be betrothed. That wouldn't matter, of course, since they don't call me Mr. Steal Your Girl for nothing. Shishishi. But don't you have a thing for that Miss Navigator of yours? Vivi squeaked out. This was not a conversation she was expecting right now, but her heart was pounding and she had to know. Yes. Vivi felt a sting in her heart, but suddenly Luffy lifted her chin up while Luffy's brown eyes looked at hers. Say the word, and we could have a thing going on as well. Nose fancy cannon. 10,000 kilo press. What a way to ruin the mood. Just one moment, please. Luffy then pulled Vivi's arm and took her in a princess carry before jumping towards where the rest of the straw hats were. Now, you should be safe here. Hey! Miss Valentine shouted. Where did the bastard go? Both her and Mr. 5 searched for Luffy, only for neither to find him. They couldn't even see him move. One moment he was there, the next moment he and the princess were gone. Thanks. But you can put me down now? Vivi asked, a bit nervous from the look Nami was giving both Luffy and her. Of course, Luffy just smiled at Nami, before looking down at Vivi. Vivi, of course, forgot to question how she was suddenly here in the first place. She didn't even see what happened. One moment she was on the ground, the next moment she was on the roof. Are you sure you're okay? Your heart rate and pulse says otherwise, Luffy said, musing while the girl got embarrassed on his lap. I can carry you all day, if you wish, my princess. These muscles aren't just for show, you know? While Sanji was crying blood, and Nami was pissed, the rest of the straw hats were amused at the situation. But that was when another blonde landed on top of the roof along with Hachon. It was Sabo. What did I miss? Sabo said, and raised his brow when he looked at Vivi in his lap, blushing and Nami looking furious. The revolutionary had his hands up in surrender. Just so you know, he's adopted and I have no interest in getting dragged into this. Luffy gave a stink eye to his brother, before maturely sticking out his tongue. Of course Sabo returned the gesture. There you are, bastard. Miss Valentine said, you scared. Luffy tuned out the agents as he talked to his crewmates. Johnny and Yasaku go handle Mr. 5 and the screaming potty mouth down there. Their fruit should be of great value. And just remember, this might be your first fight, so it will be bad if you lose. I did train you personally, Johnny, so don't lose. No pressure. Johnny stiffened up. He could already feel the sweat on his neck. Same for you, Yasaku. Don't lose. It will look bad. But yeah, no pressure. Sabo said, giving a thumbs up, making Yasaku stiffen up as well. Both former bounty hunters gulped as Luffy and Sabo kicked them off the roof to fight the agents. They had a lot in line for them, so they can't lose now. Chapter 136. My money's on Johnny breaking a bone first. Nami began betting. I say Yasaku will break first, Jin said, placing his bet. The rest of them sweat dropped at their antics. That's not nice, guys. Luffy mumbled. Say that after putting her down, you rubber brain. Nami said, totally forgetting about the money as Luffy still had Vivi in her arms. What? It's comfortable here, right? Luffy asked while Vivi unconsciously nodded. She would be lying if she said otherwise. Luffy smiled before looking at Nami. You want to join? I can carry you as well, he questioned seriously. Nami blinked. No. Stop flirting around. You Baka captain. Baka, she said, grumbling, biting her nail. But there was a certain blush on her face. Damn, my bro got some riz. Nami gave Sabo a stink eye, shutting the blonde up. Nami sighed, before looking at Vivi. And you, we will take you to your home. Didn't you say you were a princess? Yes, Vivi answered quickly, not wanting to get on her bad side. Nami was a bit scary, even though currently the orange-haired woman looked like a tsundere trying to hide her blush with anger. We will save you then. But you're the princess of a big country, so 1 billion berries sounds about right. 1 billion. Usopp balked, having never considered an amount of that size. Such a price could buy his entire home island. After all, I don't know if I can give you that, Vivi answered truthfully as Luffy finally put her down. See, my country is currently locked in a civil war caused by Baroque works. They used the lack of rainfall and drought and manipulated events to frame my father King Cobra for the incident. Many people believe he is the one behind it, and the resistance grows with each passing day, even though my father has drained our coffers trying to keep the people alive. Igaram and I infiltrated Baroque works to get a hold of this information, and I need to get it back to Alabasta. All I ask is that you take me there, and I'll give you everything I have. Then it's easy, Luffy said, putting his right fist on his left palm. How about you?
Saudi.
I want you. Didn't you say you were willing to give everything? Luffy leaned in, making the girl blush again. While Nami dragged the captain off of Vivi, the others discussed the matter at hand. This seems risky, Jin commented, rubbing his chin as he watched the fight between Johnny, Yasaku, and the agents. There were a lot of agent guys back there, and it sounded like it was only one base out of many. Who's behind all of this? No, I certainly can't tell you, the Blueanet replied, a bit afraid. He's one of the most fearsome men in this ocean, a man of cunning to the point of brilliance. His intellect is only rivaled by his evil, and he's been plotting how to take over the desert country of Alabasta for the past 5 years. If I told you his name, you'd also be put on his hit list. Everyone knows him as Mr. Zero, and he claims his ultimate goal is to recreate Alabasta into a perfect paradise, with him as the unquestioned dictator on top. It's nothing but a lie, though. He don't sound tough to me. Bartolomeo said, flexing his biceps. I'm sure Captain can beat him just fine. As if that was a flex, well it was. Come on, Zoro yawned, completely unperturbed by the princess rambling. He can't be that tough. Not that tough? Vivi demanded, spinning to look the swordsman dead in the eye. You wouldn't be acting so tough if you knew Mr. Zero was Crocodile of the 7 Warlords, Mr. Bushido? What? Most of the Straw Hats panicked. The princess gasped in shame and covered her mouth, as if the action would take back the information she'd just given away. Crocodile? Kobe demanded, his face rapidly switching between fury and panic. You mean the warlord Crocodile? Johnny and Yasaka gasped. A warlord? Jin whispered in shock, falling against the wall. His eyes grew unfocused, his mind no longer in the present. He almost felt a shiver run down his spine the previous time they managed to escape from one. The man who challenged Whitebeard and lost his arm. Hachan said, a bit afraid, himself. I heard he is a Logia user. Like Captain Smoker, but he has the ability of the sand. Why, you can't be serious? Bartolomeo stuttered, gulping down, before puffing his chest. But I'm sure Captain won't back down. Well, of course I won't, Luffy said, putting his feet on top of a box, leaning in. I will become the man that will be the strongest. The king of the pirates, the man who will conquer the seas. I won't back down from some backwater crocodile. Shishishi. While this conversation was happening, no one noticed the 2 animals that had taken the picture of the whole crew from hiding under the shadows. The unluckies. But before they could leave, they suddenly felt 2 hands on their neck. It was Sparky. "Stew," the monkey said, before smashing both of their heads together, knocking both of them out. The 6-armed monkey nodded to himself. He was sure Sanji could make a stew out of them. Chapter 137. Marine Headquarters. Vice Admiral Stainless yet again sighed, due to the commotion that was happening in the headquarters. New pirates arriving making trouble, old pirates scheming. These were the common things of this world. And all of this brought paperwork to him. As a vice admiral, you usually don't get duty off if your last name starts with monkey, but other than him, everyone had their duties. And his happened to fall under giving pirates new bounties that were on the Grand Line, which was a very stressful job, increasing or giving new pirates appropriate bounties. Too much, and they might gain too much fame too soon. Give them too little, and nearby Marines might underestimate them and get themselves killed. Still, giving out bounties was the easy part. Doing all the paperwork to get that bounty to paper was just a hassle. In his office, he was alone doing late-night duties. Most of his subordinates retired for the night, so he was doing a bit of extra for his part. But then again, as a Marine, he took his job seriously. His passion for justice won't be beaten by his laziness. Trafalgar Law. The first thing he does after entering the Grand Line is kill a king. Pirate these days, getting wilder and wilder. Cancer, who was by his side, read out the reports, whistling at the deeds. Stainless tried to ignore him and continue his duties. He wasn't in the mood for this. Well, the supposed king was a tyrant. The only reason we weren't able to do anything was because of the heavenly tribute. So in a way, he did our job for him, Bogard said, putting a cup of tea on Vice Admiral Stainless' desk, making the middle-aged man look up in appreciation. After that, Bogard took a seat near Cancer, after giving him his own cup of tea, who was looking over the reports. "Straight as ever, Bogard-san." Cancer smiled, taking a drag from his cigar, before taking a sip from his cut. "Anyway, I think we should give him a bounty of 50 million, especially with that fruit of his. Ope no mi, it's quite versatile, even more so when we add in the fact that the boy has medical knowledge. 50 would be an understatement, but giving too much would be foolish." Bogard nodded. "Cancer, you do know it's my job to write out bounties? And if you are here to help me with this damn paperwork, not the bounties." Vice Admiral Stainless said. "Nah, I'm sure you got that handled," Cancer said, casually picking up another report. "This one is a bit concerning. Mad Monk, Urge, the captain of the fallen monk pirates, destroying a complete marine base alone without any help, killing one of the marine captains in the process. He was also able to free a few of the prisoners that were on their way to impel down." "This is quite bad," Bogard said. "But didn't the man suddenly go off the radar a few years back? A pirate of Sky Island descent. We thought he died. It seems that he was hiding in the Grand Line. These kinds of pirates are the reason we need the Marines." "But then again, Bogard-san, Captain Stryker wasn't the most honorable of the Marines. If so, he wouldn't have helped with hiding the Mad Monk Urge's location in the first place," Cancer said. "Our intelligence says that Urge had a deal with him. He was paid a hefty sum while Urge hid near his territory, and the pirate didn't have any use for him anymore. That's why this incident happened. Honestly, why do we get news of bad apples only after they die or switch sides?" "I wonder that myself," Bogard answered. "The Marines, as a big organization, had a lot of corruption in them, and oftentimes it was found out too late. Of course, X-Drake was an exception to that rule, but few knew of his original goals of being undercover. Well, what worries me isn't them, it's this," Stainless said as he gave a report to Bogard, Cancer picking in from the side. The report was about a former pirate of Whitebeard that had attacked Drum Island, and he was even able to take over the kingdom in one day. Due to the pirate having a relationship with a Yonko and the island being at the start of Grand Line, the Marines were scratching their heads on what to do. "The bastard calls himself Blackbeard. We knew of him since he was a child. Marshal D. Teach. He joined the Whitebeard since he was a boy, but now he suddenly gets the idea to kill one of his crew members and flee from the old Legends crew. It's quite worrying what the guy has plans for," Stainless said. After taking over Drum Island, the man didn't stay long and opted to change location again. It makes his moves unpredictable. "HM, what's his bounty?" Cancer asked. He doesn't have one. Both Cancer and Bogard looked at Stainless. In all his years on Whitebeard's crew, he made little effort on gaining fame and opted to hide behind the old man's shadow, that kind of man. Who knows what he's up to? The headquarters have decided to wait for a while before giving him a bounty. Why? Cancer asked. Some of the elders deem him a good candidate for the warlord system, Stainless said, while the others nodded. There was much to be said on that part, but there could only be 7 warlords at one time, meaning one of the current warlords might get replaced. And almost all of them knew it was most likely Gecko Moria. He wasn't that useful like the rest of the warlords. Also, if a former Whitebeard pirate were to join the ranks of warlord, then the Marines would be able to get a lot of info out of him. There were rumors that Fleet Admiral might be retiring soon, and taking down a Yonko would be a very good way to do things. There are still other things. Oh, it seems that the new pirate Eustace kid has some brass balls, Cancer said as he read the report. The boy really killed the old dog Helmet Jack, and he even didn't let one of his crewmates live. Sick bastard. But we need more pirates killing each other. It makes the job easier. There's also Scratchman Apu. His crew is also causing a lot of trouble in the South Islands, even escaped from a Marine Commodore. Quite skilled with his abilities. He seems to be getting a bounty to raise as well, Bogart said. Anyway, we still have to discuss our star boy.
Fallen Hero, Strau hat, Luffy.
Cancer said, whipping out the latest report. That's a long-ass epithet. But other than that, the kid's pretty strong. Not only did he fight off both Smoker and Hina at once, without getting a single injury, he also made it out even while being surrounded by 6 Marine ships. And it seems that his crew also knows the Rokushiki techniques as far as our intelligence knows. I can already see them being a headache in the future. Stainless grunted. Yes, White Lady Kuina and the cook that joined them, Sanji was seen being able to use Jeppo. And our previous judgment of Luffy having a wind-based fruit is in question now. Bogard coughed and said nothing. He wouldn't be revealing Luffy's devil fruit anytime soon. He was one of his students. But then again, having the ability of rubber wasn't that dangerous in the first place. Chapter 138. Cancer hummed, "Didn't this Sanji work under Red Leg Zeph?" The pirate turned goody two-shoe informant after he opened a restaurant in East Blue. I remember the old man. It said his legs were always dyed in blood red from his opponents. Was quite the cook, actually. There were some pirates who were given freedom in case they helped the Marines in some way. Zeph was one of them, a man that only had traveled to the first part of the Grand Line, but had a lot of information of the underground organizations. With his info, the Marines were able to catch a lot of illegal activities, which was the reason his current bounty was on hold. I got it, Black Leg Sanji. This should work great with his black-themed suit, Cancer said. Stainless rubbed his head. Very thankful for your suggestion, he thanked sarcastically. Anyway, when we looked a bit inside the boys' file, the Sanji kid is quite skilled, being easily capable enough to take down small sea kings that are near the East Blue. And for his crime of having secret knowledge of the Marines, a bounty is due for him. Not much, but 30 million should be good. There were others that were notable, like Kobe, and then there's Bartolomeo, but they weren't as much of a threat to have their own bounties as far the Marines knew. Cancer looked at Bogard and frowned. Bogard, since you have been awfully silent, is something on your mind? Bogard looked down at Luffy's bounty poster. I trained that kid. Both Cancer and Stainless were wide-eyed, and looked around the office, and going as far as to use their observation hockey to see if there were any outsiders listening in. You really have to be careful with your words, Bogard-san, Stainless said, actually feeling a bit nervous for his senior. There are often loyal dogs amongst our ranks. And that wasn't a surprise. He was talking about dogs that worked directly under the world nobles. Bogard sighed. Don't worry, I only said this because I believe in you both. But Luffy, I would be lying if I said I didn't see him as a pirate when I trained him. How long did you train him? Does Sengoku-san know? Cancer was the one to ask. He even took off his glasses because of the serious conversation. Only a month, actually. Taught him how to use his Naginata, he said, fondly. And yes, he already questioned me and Garp-san if we could train him in Rokushiki. Bogard said. But we didn't. The boy already had a great physique back then. and somehow got his hands on the techniques. What was left unsaid was that the boy was like his father. Not only does he have strength but also intelligence. Wait, the boy taught the techniques to himself? Cancer questioned in astonishment. Bogard nodded. He really was talented when it came to combat, often finding weird ways to push himself. And also he didn't even complain once when I was training him. Even Garp-san often said how much Luffy loved training. It's just sad seeing him on the opposite side. Cancer and Stainless looked at each other and questioned just how strong the boy was. In the Marines after Zephyr, only Bogard was known for his strict training. Even some of the current young vice admiral in their ranks were trained by him. But all of them complained about how tough the training was and how they barely survived. So this was quite the news. No wonder the kid's strong, sheesh. Bogard-san, you and Garp-san really created a monster, didn't you? Cancer stated, puffing out smoke from his mouth. Stainless nodded. Is that why Luffy's bounty was already due? Did Sengoku sign it? Bogard shook his head, looking a bit irritated. No, it was a Kainu. He isn't liking how the Marines are looking up to a pirate, so he gave out the bounty. Even went as far to inform the warlord Crocodile of Luffy, in case he takes the Arabasta route. Both Stainless and Cancer were surprised yet again. But then again they knew how a Kainu was, but him informing or even making contact with a pirate, even if he is a warlord, was too much of a stretch, unless it was an order from above, which they could see happening. Luffy's step to piracy in the first place was unjustifiable. He was framed. Not to mention his fight against Aramaki, a bounty hunter known for getting away with killing a lot of Marines and civilians and never getting charged with it. Only now, because of Morgan's news of Aramaki's fight with Luffy, could the Marines put a bounty on his head and officially declare him a criminal. But, sending a warlord like Crocodile, the poor boy might lose his life if he isn't careful. Stainless said. Cancer shook his head. No. Did you forget after Crocodile lost his hand to Whitebeard? According to reports, he was never seen using armament haki after that. The most he has is his devil fruit and observation haki. Bogard nodded. Losing a limb sometimes makes you unable to use haki, mainly armament haki. Even Golden Lion Shiki lost his ability to use haki after getting out of Impel Down by cutting his legs off. Though the old pirate was not seen for years, so it could change. Even former Admiral Zephyr, after losing his arm, lost his ability to use armament haki for a few years. He had to regain the ability and mastery over it. Still, fighting a Sandlogia, mainly such as Crocodile in a country in Alabasta, which is a desert country, it would be better if Luffy doesn't use that route to go to the Grand Line. Cancer said, I don't know the boy personally, but the fact that none of the Marines that tried to stop him at Logtown was killed is a good reason why he's in my good books. Heck, there's even news that he saved one of the Marine ships from a pirate attack. Bogard smiled, shaking his head. Knowing Luffy, he might challenge Crocodile just to get a challenge out of it. The boy has a hunger for strength. He always used to say he would be the strongest in the world before claiming the title of Pirate King. Bold dreams. He could have been a great Marine if things were different. The other two vice admirals didn't say anything, remaining silent, but they knew Luffy being a Marine would be impossible. Even with Garp's reputation, the fact that his father Dragon had betrayed the Marines once wouldn't sit well with the authorities. Maybe that's the reason why Garp didn't push Luffy into the ranks. Chapter 139. Johnny and Yasaku again separated when Mr. Five shot a booger bullet at them. It exploded, creating a dust cloud and destroying the road as they fled to safety. But with one of his revolvers out, Mr. Five was giving no breaks to the bounty-hunting pirates. The fight was going nowhere. They had been fleeing from both agents for quite a while now. It was more like a game of chase, rather than a fight. Is that all you can do? Unlike that straw hat, we won't even have to make an effort to kill you. Kaya ha ha ha. Miss Valentine laughed while she was in the air, throwing large chunks of debris at them. With her powers, she was able to change her own weight along with the things she was connected to, which included her clothes and umbrella. So she used her powers to grab the large pieces of stone that weighed at least a ton, and made them all weigh under 1 kilo, so she was easily able to jump really high with them. And the moment she let go of the stones, they returned to their previous weight, crashing down on her opponents. Johnny and Yasaku had to scatter yet again as the flying agent threw large rocks at them, while the male agent shot explosive boogers. They were on the run. and it pissed them off. They came here to fight, not be on the run. Neither Johnny nor Yasaku said anything, trying to catch their breath. After getting kicked out from the roof, they barely had any time to react before they were bombarded by attacks from both agents. Oi! Johnny, you take the potty mouth and I'll take the booger man, Yasaku said from behind a wall, loud enough for his partner to hear. Distract her for me, while I deal with him. I think I can take him on alone. Johnny wanted to refuse, fighting a lady, but not because of chivalry. In the world of piracy, this wouldn't be the first time he was fighting against a female opponent. He had a lot of sparring matches with Kuina, and even before that there were times he had to put down female criminals. Both him and Yasaku had fought against the Alvida pirates. It was way before they had met Luffy. Of course, they had lost pretty badly. Alvida was out of their league back then, but now it wasn't the same. He personally wanted to fight Mr. 5 because of his powers, as fighting a stronger opponent would help him grow. But he knew Yasaku wanted to test his new fighting style with Mr. 5. So he complied. Unlike him, who was able to get down the basics and even some skills directly from Luffy and Sabo, Yasaku had to develop his own style with his new weapons that he was using for only over a week. Ugh, fuck it. You owe me one. Hope Sanji doesn't kill me for this. Johnny reluctantly agreed, before coming out of his cover. Oi, Blondie. Look here. I will be your opponent. Fight me one-on-one. Or are you scared? I'm sure half your power comes from you being dense. Not only are you fat, but you are ugly. There's no way that will dash. Yasaku began only to be cut off by her screams. I will kill you, you bastard. How dare you call me fat? With that, Miss Valentine chased after Johnny, leaving Yasaku and Mr. 5 behind to face each other. There was a silence between them. Well, that happened. Women, right? Yasaku said, putting up his shield just in time for a booger shot to explode, the force dragging his feet back a few inches. At least I try to be friendly, Mr. 5 snorted, running towards Yasaku, who also charged ahead. Just when both of them neared each other, Mr. 5 kicked the ground with an explosion, creating a cloud of dust and making the bounty-hunting pirate yelp back. The agent used that chance to take out his revolver loaded with explosive booger bullets and fired at Yasaku. Gah! I will have to sanitize my equipment after I'm done with you, Yasaku yelled as he jumped back, using his shield to protect himself, getting pushed back by the force of the attacks. Rather than shooting directly at Yasaku, Mr. 5 started shooting near him, creating explosions that might hurt the pirate. But even with that, other than getting a bit dusted, Yasaku looked completely fine. It was all due to the tough conditioning both him and Johnny were put through. They were not bulletproof, but damage like this won't make a wound on their body anymore. Mr. 5 fired once more. Asterisk bang, asterisk bang, asterisk bang, asterisk click, running out of bullets. The agent wanted to get a bit of distance between him and his opponent, but Yasaku didn't let him, charging right at him. Like hell, I will let you go after all that. With a war cry, Yasaku charged, bashing his shield against the agent. Or at least tried to, but he couldn't make it as the agent created an explosion around his body, pushing Yasaku back. Both the agent and the pirate were thrown in opposite directions due to the explosion. The bounty-hunting pirate clicked his tongue, but saw a chance and threw his battle axe toward the agent. Ah! The agent screamed in pain when the axe was embedded into his leg. He wanted to blow the axe out of his wound, but to his horror, his powers didn't work. He also suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. What the? But before he could say anything else, Yasaku's shield was also thrown at his chest, caving it in as the agent flew out, going through one of the buildings, leaving both of the pirates' weapons on the floor. It seemed that last attack yanked the axe out of the wound. That's why Big Bro Sanji said, not to rely too much on your devil fruit, Yasaku said, picking up his shield and axe. With so much sea stone powder, Usopp had used his ingenuity to good use and put some of the sea stone patches on the weapon. It looked like a tribal pattern, but was laced with sea stones, being able to drain a devil fruit user of his or her powers. He wanted to go and see if the agent was out yet, but before he could, another shot came out of the building, catching Yasaku off guard. The bounty-hunting pirate rolled to his side with both of his weapons. If it was a few months ago, this kind of attack would have devastated him, but now they were just a nuisance. From the building, Mr. Five's bleeding figure emerged, and he had 2 revolvers. They were laced with blood. And coupled with the fact that how angry the agent was, the fight was far from being over. "Bring it on," Yasaku said, putting his shield in front of him, with his axe in his dominant hand. "I can do this all day." "Woohoo! Go Yasaku!" Someone cheered from above the roof. Of course, it was Luffy. Chapter 140. Take this. 10,000 kilo press. Miss Valentine screamed as she fell heel first toward Johnny. The man ducked by only an inch before he tried to stab the female agent. The agent in question parried Yasaku's spear with her own umbrella, which was made from some good metal, being able to withstand the blade. But still the woman was pushed back. Yasaku charged, attacking with his spear and the female agent countering them. "Take this, spear thrust." "Kaya ha ha ha." Miss Valentine laughed maniacally. "You are too slow, bastard." Both of them used their weapons, clashes happening, sparks flying. Miss Valentine used her powers skillfully along with the umbrella, while Johnny used his own strength with his spear. Both of them were at a standstill, but Miss Valentine got the upper hand when she was able to hook the spear. "Kaihaha, your friend with the shield over there should have been my opponent. At least he could have defended against my powers with his shield. But you're dead." Johnny was wide-eyed when the agent suddenly yanked his weapon out of his hands along with the umbrella and flipped acrobatically over him, spinning and slammed her leg down with an axe kick. "Without your weapon, you are useless." "I'm not. Now die." 5,000 kilo axe kick. Johnny had no choice but to cross his arms over his head and yell, "Tekai!" Asterisk boom, a large explosion occurred and Miss Valentine was wide-eyed, seeing her attack get blocked for the second time. She wondered how he was able to deflect her kick. Normally, it would have killed any lesser man. But then again, any lesser man wouldn't fight her. It felt like she was kicking steel. What or why? She wasn't even able to finish the sentence as Johnny grabbed her by the leg and, with momentum, smashed his opposition into the ground, creating a crater and knocking the wind out of her. Before she could even do anything, Johnny attacked again. Sure gone. Miss Valentine was barely able to roll to her side as the ground bore a hole, smoke coming out of it as Yasaku's finger dug inside. Johnny clicked his tongue before standing up and dusting his clothes. He would be lying if he said he didn't feel that last attack from Miss Valentine. His arms were still shaking. In this small time, he only had managed to learn Tekai, Shurgon. He was almost there at learning Kami, Paper Art, and Saru, but even if he can't use them right now, his speed had improved quite a lot along with the control over his body. "You. What are you? What kind of devil fruit did you eat?" It didn't make sense to her. Super strength could be explained with training, but being able to withstand her kick and make a bullet-like hole in the ground with just a finger. She had never heard of that before. Johnny didn't say anything and walked near his spear before kicking the umbrella toward her. Miss Valentine caught it with ease. "My powers don't come from any fruits but my friends. And you wanted to hurt them, so get ready to be hurt. Go power of friendship." Someone cheered from the roof. Miss Valentine snorted. "Don't get in over your head. I will kill you even with your weird technique." While the fight was happening, it was creating a lot of commotion, enough to wake up the resident bounty hunters from their sleep. At first, they thought it was just some small scuffle amongst them, but with the sounds of explosions growing, they knew this wasn't the case anymore. So a group of bounty hunters around 30 in number came towards the plaza where the fight was happening. "Hey, Bill, is that Mr. 8 and Mr. 9? One of them asked as they ran towards their bodies. Luckily, they were breathing. Only knocked unconscious. "Hey, splash some water. We have to wake them up." "Shit, someone beat them up pretty badly." "Hey, we found Miss Monday. She isn't breathing." One of them stuttered as the female bounty hunters checked over her body. The muscular nun wasn't breathing.
Ugh.
Igaram grunted groggily. "Hey, I think Mr. 8 is waking up," one of the bounty hunters announced to the others, splashing more water on the man's face. "Hey, what happened here?" The first thing Igaram did after waking up was to try and remember what happened. Before he got knocked out from the pain, he saw Johnny and Yasaku, friends of the Straw Hats, fight off Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. and he was shocked. "It's them," Igaram tried to say, but coughed. He was promptly given some water by the nearby bounty hunters. "Who? The Straw Hats? Did they attack us?" One of them questioned. "They really are bad pirates." Another lamented. The surrounding group also felt betrayed by their hero, but "No, it's not them," Igaram said, shaking his head. He had seen Luffy take Vivi to safety. In fact, they are the ones fighting off the intruders. Then, who attacked us in Whiskey Peak? In our home turf? One of them asked. Now all of them were enraged. It's the Mr. Five pair. They have abandoned our cause." Igaram lied, coming up with something. "The organization has put a bounty on their head. They were already criminals when they joined. They want to take over the town. You guys need to stop them." Rather than saying any more, Igaram faked falling unconscious. With his state, he wouldn't be fighting anytime soon. By acting unconscious, he could avoid the questioning. The surrounding bounty hunters froze, a bit of fear in them. Could they stop them? They were numbered agents, but with all of them combined, it shouldn't be so tough. "Hey, we can do this," one of them said. "It's just two. We can stop him if we work together. We even have the hero Luffy by our side." "Yeah. Didn't you hear Mr. 8 say that his friends were already fighting them? Let's go and help them. We will protect our own town." With a resounding cheer, all of them took their weapons in hand, wanting to help the brave Straw Hat heroes fight off the bad agents. So all of the bounty hunters gathered and went to the plaza together, only to see the fight coming to an end. Yasaku leaned on his shield as Mr. 5 fell to the ground. The fight wasn't as tough as he first thought, especially after separating the two agents. Yasaku walked over to Mr. 5's body and pulled his axe out of his chest. Luckily for the agent, the wound was not that deep and was on the right side. The man beneath Yasaku winced when the bounty-hunting pirate yanked his axe out and coughed up blood. "Just finish me," the man growled. With this many injuries, he didn't have the strength to use his powers anymore. "Shut it," Yasaku said, bashing him on the side of his head and knocking him out. With that, the fight was over, and the bounty-hunting pirate looked to his side. Johnny's fight was still going on, but it was about to end. Chapter 141. 10,000-kilo umbrella meteor. Miss Valentine grunted her last attack, her body littered with blade wounds as she fell from the sky like a meteor. Johnny panted, looking up. He raised his spear up and thrust it upwards with all of the strength he could muster. Both the point of his spear and Miss Valentine's umbrella made contact, creating a large boom. The ground beneath Yasaku cracked in spiderwebs due to the weight. "Kaya-ha-ha-ha, you will die here, squished underneath my feet." But even with 10,000 kilograms behind it, the female agent was struggling until it finally cracked. "I will never give up," Johnny yelled as he pushed his body to its limits. The muscles on his arms flexed up, inflated. She smiled only for it to turn into horror when her umbrella broke and the spear went past her, missing her face by an inch. The last thing she remembered was Johnny kneeing her in the gut, before the world turned black. With that, the fight ended. Johnny landed on the ground on his knee while Miss Valentine fell to the ground, raising a dust cloud due to the heavy weight. The fight was over. They had won. It wasn't that tough, yet it felt like quite the achievement. Fighting off Grand Line bounty hunters. And they were surprised when the surrounding public started cheering for them. "See, the friends of the Straw Hats had it under control," one of them said. "Yeah, they took down the Mr. 5 pair with minimal injury," another said, as all of them clapped. All the bounty hunters that had gathered were cheering for them as they won. Johnny wanted to stand up, but almost fell due to exhaustion. But Luffy was there to help him. Putting his arm over his shoulder, he helped him stand up. Thanks, big bro Luffy," Johnny said, smiling a bit. "I didn't lose. Like I said, it would have been a shame if you did." Luffy grinned back. Johnny chuckled, before looking around the crowd. "But what should we do about this?" "Just wave, boys. Just wave," Luffy said, smiling as he waved to the surrounding bounty hunters who for some reason were cheering them on. Johnny didn't know why, but he followed his teacher/captain's command and waved, the cheers getting louder. Yasaku was also lost in awe and had to be broken by Sabo, who gave him a thumbs up, before he also started waving. Both Johnny and Yusaku had a smile on their faces. So, that's what it was like, being a hero. The people of Whiskey Peak were in an uproar, mainly because of the incident where Mr. Five's group attacked the town. Many of their buildings that were near the plaza were destroyed, and one of them, Miss Monday, had been killed in battle. Luckily, the Straw Hats were there to stop their terror and from anyone else from getting killed. All of the townspeople already had huge respect for the Straw Hat crew, and it grew even more. But all of them wanted to know the true story, and they were eager to know it from Mr. 8, Mr. 9, and Miss Wednesday. Even though they were Baroque Works agents, they knew and trusted them more than the other upper ranks in the organization who didn't even bother meeting the lower ranks. And so with Luffy's instruction, Igaram spun up a lie about how some of the agents from the upper ranks of Baroque Works had gone rogue and was trying to take over the organization, but nothing was heard from the top boss, Mr. Zero, as he might have already been killed. And so Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats promised to investigate the situation. That was also why they were taking Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine with them, to hand them over to the Marines. They might not be pirates, but they were criminals, and they had around 17.5 million bounties on their heads. So as Johnny and Yusaku were the ones to beat them, they would cash in the bounty. Most of the residents of Whiskey Peak knew that not all of the people that were on the Going Merry were part of the pirate crew. Mainly that Johnny and Yusaku were bounty hunters and friends of Zoro and Kuina. Same with Hachan and the masked individual who also refused the claim of being a Straw Hat pirate. But mainly Johnny and Yusaku stuck around because they wanted to get into the Grand Line. So Luffy was only helping them cross the reverse mountain. It also made the residents of the town appreciate Luffy even more for helping fellow bounty hunters. They already knew how unjustly Luffy and the rest of the crew were labeled pirates, so they were happy to know that they were right about him. They even helped them pack up for the journey with tons of rations and other stuff. With that, Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats, along with Vivi, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine left for their next island. I still can't believe that they bought the whole story, Vivi mumbled while the island of Whiskey Peak started getting smaller and smaller. Well, what else do you expect? Sure, there are holes in the story. But, first of all, they don't even know who their boss is, and most of them worked with either your pair or the Mr. 8 pair. So they trust your words more than outsiders. Zoro said. Though, there is always a chance that one of the upper-rank agents from Baroque Works might come here and tell the full story, Kobe said. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen, Vivi said, near Karu, the super spot-billed duck. As both of them looked back at the island. Igaram is still there. He said he would do something about creating a fake trail for the others to follow. Vivi still couldn't believe what was happening. She wouldn't need to hide her identity anymore, and with the Mr. 5 pair taken care of, she had less to worry. And that's not including the fact that at breakfast, Sparky and Hachan seemed to enjoy some otter and vulture meat, who she was sure was from the Unluckies, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday. All in all of this was feeling like a dream. And all of that happened because of the boy called Luffy. She just hoped he would be enough to stop the warlord. She didn't want her people to suffer anymore. But at the same time, she didn't want to endanger her new friends. Chapter 142. I'm still worried about the whole warlord situation, Nami said, worry evident in her voice. As the ship sailed away from the island, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. But then again, knowing Luffy, he would have jumped and fought him regardless. Aw, you know me so well, dear. Luffy mused as Nami ignored them. Still, Luffy, going against a warlord. I know we have to help Vivi, Usopp said. But with this, we will be putting a big target on our back. The sniper shivered saying that. I wouldn't mind fighting him, Kuina said, nonplussed, as she took care of her sword. Of course, you would say that. Nami growled, before sighing, at least we are in the clear for now. Good thing, too. Baroque Works would have been here soon, a voice said. Yeah, good thing we escaped, Nami answered. The sea is very windy here. Watch out for the floating rocks around here, so you don't damage the hull, the voice suggested. Usopp blinked, not recognizing the voice. He looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. Right, you can count on me. I will help Momu guide the ship, Nami said confidently. After a few seconds, she turned nervously to Luffy. Was that you? Luffy just smiled, shook his head, and pointed over his shoulder with his thumb. All eyes turned around to see an unidentified woman sitting peacefully on the railing. Half of the ship's occupants immediately panicked, while the other half pointed their weapons at her. "This is a nice ship," the intruder said with a serene smile. Luffy turned to her. "Glad you like it," tipping his hat towards her. Sabo, who was on the side, also half-focused on the interaction. He was honestly in favor of going back to his nap. Still, he had to look out for his little brother. Both of the brothers knew when the woman boarded the ship, but didn't do anything as Luffy had it under control. "Who are you?" Usopp said, pointing both his revolvers at her, goggles already on his eyes. "Miss All Sunday, am I right?" Luffy revealed casually. My, you even know my agent name." "Miss All Sunday," or Nico Robin said. "I have to say, I'm impressed. Why are you here?" "Miss All Sunday," Vivi shouted. The intruder continued smiling, resting her face in the palm of her hand. "Hello, to you too, Miss Wednesday," the woman greeted, completely ignoring her question. Again looking at the Straw Hat Captain. "I was there the whole time, you know. I have to say, quite the good story you cooked up there. It seems you are planning to take over the organization after beating Mr. Zero." "Ah, you are making me blush," Luffy said, rubbing the back of his head. "Well, having a literal bounty hunting organization would be a good source of stable income. But who knows? You do know, I can just go there and ruin your whole plan. I can also capture Mr. 8 and Mr. 9 that way. Shishishi, now wouldn't that ruin the fun?" "Why have you come here, Miss All Sunday?" Vivi asked. "Did you come here for Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine?" "No, I'm not here for those fools. I'm here just to give you a warning." "Who is she?" Nami finally asked. "Which pair does she belong to?" "She's part of the Mr. Zero pair, Crocodile's partner," Vivi whispered. Nami looked extremely worried now, and Usopp was visibly cowering, though to his credit, he did have both of his guns pointed at her. Johnny and Yasaku were ready, along with Bartolomeo, who was ready any time to use his devil fruit powers. "Get ready. This might get bloody," Zoro said, hand over his blade. Same with Kuina, as she was already ready to jump and slash at the intruder. "She's gorgeous." Sanji swooned, doing his noodle dance, completely ignoring the others. "Don't even think of making any sudden movements. I'll knock your head off," Jin threatened, spinning his tonfa into an aggressive stance. Kobe growled a bit, as his claws came out his knuckles. Only Luffy and Sabo seemed truly relaxed. Sparky wasn't there with them. He was spending time with Hatchon, enjoying the breeze. But the monkey knew exactly what was going on. He knew that they wouldn't need any help. "She's the one I trailed to find out Mr. Zero's identity," Vivi continued. She also had her peacock slasher ready. "Correction," the woman said. "Actually, I let you follow me," the woman corrected, still as nonchalant as ever. "I just want to see what will happen from this. Will the princess be able to save her kingdom from the big, scary predator, or will it crumble to dust and ruin despite her best efforts?" Ms. All Sunday gave a smile, something moving just behind Luffy. Of course, Luffy knew, but he didn't react. The sprouted arm lifted his hat and flung it through the air like a frisbee. The agent caught it easily, plopping it over her own hat. "You're stepping on a mine," Zoro warned. "You better give that hat back before we make you," Nami said, her eyes drilling into the intruder. Luffy had told them how important that hat was to him. "Touchy," Ms. All Sunday chuckled. "I've had our spies dig up information on you, Monkey D. Luffy." "Oh, really?" Luffy mused, not worried at all. "Supposedly, you are the grandson of the marine hero. Only that information I'm not sure of," she said, "but other than that, you killed your first pirate with a bounty of 50 million. When you were what, 16? Quite admirable going against the likes of Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates and Don Krieg. Not to mention you also finished off the escapee ex-marine Captain Morgan. All of them with very little ease, I might add." "Oh, she's good at this, brother," Luffy said, to Sabo, who nodded. Even Sabo was impressed at the info gathered by her. "You also happened to clash against Warlord Dracula Mihawk and the bounty hunter of the Grand Line Ryakuju Aramaki, leaving alive both times." She said, Did I miss something?" Oh, yes, you also beat Arlong the fishman, after all. That was me, mademoiselle, Sanji pointed out. And that made Robin blink a bit, as her information was wrong. Luffy and Sabo chuckled at her reaction, but she quickly fixed it. Unusual, but that makes this interesting for me. You need to reach Alabasta, and you're not going to get there if you follow your log pose to the next island. Here, she held out what looked like an hourglass, but rather than sand, there was a needle pointing in one singular direction. Take this eternal pose to Namawasho and skip Little Garden. If you go there, we wouldn't need to lift a finger to end your resistance. Well, thank you. Chapter 143. As a return gift, can you give me those fools back? I did say I didn't want them, but taking back Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine will make Mr. Zero happy. You think we will let you take them? Jin growled. You can take my heart instead? Sanji seriously offered. She sighed. I really didn't want to fight here. All of them were ready for a conflict before a sudden blast of Conqueror's haki diffused the situation. The two stiffened and looked at their captain questioningly. Even Sabo raised an eyebrow. Enough, Luffy said, taking back his haki. Stand down, guys. Miss All Sunday was looking down at Luffy curiously as a bead of sweat slid down her cheek. Despite this, she kept smiling. Luffy looked her dead in the eye. You're on the losing side of this game, Robin. And thanks for the log pose, but I don't trust you. Also, I'm sorry, but I can't give them to you. You should be glad that we hadn't already killed them. Sabo frowned. Robin. So that was her name. It seemed Luffy knew her. But Robin was a very common name in the seas, so he couldn't make the connection. The woman's composure instantly slipped away along with her smile, and her eyes widened slightly. There was a moment of silence before she regained her bearings and spoke. So, you know my identity. You've piqued my curiosity, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy winked. Well, it's always lovely, gaining a woman's attention. And you look just like the wanted poster, he replied, smoothly. Miss All Sunday smiled again, but Luffy could sense her discomfort. I see, is all she said. It wasn't a lie. She did look strikingly similar to her 8-year-old self. It would seem you might have earned your reputation, fallen hero Straw Hat Luffy, or should I say Mario? Luffy's smile twitched a bit, but he still kept a straight face. It seemed that Robin found amusement in that. It's really sad that I have to return empty-handed. Well, let's make a deal. You don't tell Croc about this conversation, or my little secret back in Whiskey Peak, and I won't inform the world government about you. Luffy said as Robin's smile finally dropped. How does that sound? You have me there, Straw Hat. Just keep your promise. She finally said. Oh, you have my promise, Scout's honor. He mused. We will meet again next time. Again, you won't make it to Alabasta, she said as she jumped off the ship and onto a rather large turtle. She turned towards them one last time. I wish you the best of luck, seeing as you'll need it. Farewell. The turtle swam off, leaving the pirates to their devices. To the mini-garden, then, Luffy said. Little garden, Kobe corrected. Yeah, that. Well, that was rude, Jin commented, his weapons lowering. She just called it Little Garden, Nami wondered. Do you know anything about it, princess? Nothing, Vivi replied. I hope she was just trying to scare us. Before Nami could ask Sabo or Hachon, Luffy called out. I know about it, but it shouldn't be something we should worry about. I did prepare for it. Nami just nodded, trusting her captain. Hey, did something happen back there? It was Hachon. It seemed that he wasn't able to hear what was happening due to the wind. Nothing, Hachi. Okay, if you say so. And with that the ship sailed towards Little Garden. The journey continued, the Straw Hats going through their usual routines. They took a short break near a marine base to drop off Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine for their bounties. Luffy could have easily killed them for their devil fruits, but opted not to. Sure, both Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were criminals, but they weren't as bad as the rest. Also, they were Johnny and Yasaka's opponent. If they didn't kill him, he wouldn't force them to do it. And about them killing Miss Monday, well, almost all of the agents in the organization had some blood on their hands. Does that mean Luffy had the right to kill everyone? Nope, unless they were a threat to Luffy and his crew, or in the future, he wouldn't kill them. But if his crewmates do kill someone, he wouldn't stop them. And with how much Luffy scared them with haki, he was sure they wouldn't be coming for revenge anytime soon. Also, both Mr. Five and Miss Valentine changed for good later down the line. So if they somehow survive, then great. If not, he didn't care. Johnny and Yusaku went to drop them off at the local marine base. This way, both of them could gain a reputation on being recognized as bounty hunters, not pirates. Sparky went along with them, using the invisible device. The C-6 marine base was near Whiskey Peak, and it seemed that the captain in charge of it was a rotten one. So, Sparky had raided all the treasury from him, all without the Marines knowing. With the 17.5 million bellies from the agent's bounty, combined with the stolen treasury, they made around 30 million in gains. That's quite the profit. Luffy hummed as the Going Merry sailed towards Little Garden. Nami danced around Luffy and hugged him. "You are the best. You are the best," she said, in euphoria, jumping in joy like a little child. Vivi's sweat dropped seeing the scary orange-haired girl act so carefree when around money. The journey continued, and while Vivi was worried about being too late to stop the warlord, with Mamu pulling the boat, the journey wouldn't take that long. In the meantime, though, they did some small-time training. Vivi was quite amazed by the work ethic of the pirates. Almost all of them were training in one way or another. Mr. Bushido was sparring against the female swordsman of the ship. The cook seemed to be helping Hatchan make takoyaki. The bounty hunters, who were also secretly pirates, were sparring against the Tonfi user and Claw Devil Fruit user, both having gained more injuries from the sparring than they did in actual fights. Usopp seemed to be helping Sparky in maintaining the ship's weapons, along with adding modifications to his guns. Him and Sparky had already trained for a bit. Even the crew's captain, Luffy, seemed to have his eyes blindfolded, ears plugged, and was trying to defend himself from Sabo. The masked individual finally revealed his identity to her. Other than telling her that Luffy was his brother and his name, he said nothing else. Luffy seemed to be getting a bit beaten up with the added drawbacks of having multiple bumps on his head. Vivi winced each time the blonde hit Luffy with the metal pipe, but it seemed that Luffy was improving with this. Vivi was truly amazed by how different the pirate crew was. But then again, Luffy was more of a hero to her than a pirate. Almost 2 days passed, and the Straw Hats could finally see the island of their destination, Little Garden. Chapter 144. Woohoo! Our second island on the Grand Line. Bartolomeo and Usopp shouted together side by side, arms on each other's shoulders. They just had breakfast, and morning training was done. So almost all of them were thrilled to explore the new island. 2 days passed on the Going Merry, each of them just as crazy to the crew and company. Even though most of the storms were luckily avoided by Nami's caution and Mamu's speed, they still had to go through a lot. The weather was never consistent for more than a half hour, and more than once were the pirates forced out of bed in the middle of the night because of a storm, but the chaos and Vivi's willingness to help quickly made her as much of a crew member as anyone else aboard. The blue-haired princess was now accustomed to the happy-go-lucky tune of the Straw Hat Pirates. Still, the princess didn't like the training the captain of the ship put her through. But training was mandatory for anyone that sailed on the Going Merry, so she complied. And she didn't regret it so far, learning a lot about her strengths and weaknesses and her fighting techniques. All of them assembled on the deck as the ship pulled into a river that led deeper into the island, thick greenery rising from the shore on either side. Above the treetops in the distance stood 2 mountains, both as white as sun-bleached bone and with multiple holes that must have led to impressive cave systems. Bestial roars echoed through the jungle, each one making Usopp and Nami jump. What was that? Usopp shrieked, looking at Nami, who was just as frightful. Must be the volcano or something, nothing to worry about, Jin said, making both of them sigh in relief. Kobe wanted to point out how wrong he was, but Vivi spoke first. We should be careful. I'm worried about what Miss All Sunday said about this island. Vivi reminded them. The island came into a clearer view, still a few hundred meters before they would reach the shore. A loud screech from a bird flying above the island surprised them. Why you don't think there are monsters here, do you? Usopp stuttered as he fell to the floor, suddenly losing his excitement. Hot pot, Sparky said, with saliva dripping from his mouth. Yes, Sanji can make hot pot out of them if you're able to catch one, Luffy said, nodding. Speaking of Sanji, the cook came out of the kitchen with a bunch of lunch boxes for each of the crewmates. Lunch boxes for everyone. Even though not too long ago they had breakfast, all of the crewmates accepted the additional food. But they wouldn't be eating it anytime soon. With the visit to a new island, most of them might miss lunch, so Luffy told the cook to make something carryable for the whole crew. With how tough the training was, good recovery and nutrition were very important. So missing a meal was not an option. Almost all of the crewmates had visible signs of muscles in their body. Most notably was Kobe, who hit a growth sprout of some sort, gaining a height of almost 6 feet, and most of the baby fat on his body were now gone. Now he didn't look like the scrawny kid of the crew anymore. So, this is Little Garden, huh? Kuina muttered. Just what about this island is little? I wonder. This island. It's like a land yet to be explored by people. The entire island is a thick jungle. Sanji commented. Hey, it's just large trees and stuff. I'm sure nothing dangerous is here. Jin said, being the only optimistic one in the crew. I think the Sunday lady was just trying to scare us. Yeah, nothing bad will? Usopp stopped mid-sentence when a large crocodile was fished out of the sea by an even larger bird. Did my eyes just play a trick on me? He asked Nami, who looked equally frightened. Nami shook her head, sadly. All blood drained from her face. We are screwed. Their fear only worsened when a tiger 5 times as large as any tiger should be limped out of the treeline. It growled at the ship, only to wince as the blood dripping from its stomach began to form a puddle under its body. With a final wheeze, the tiger keeled over, exposing the deep lacerations that had caused its demise, its eyes losing their light. This is definitely not normal, screamed Nami, frightened. Why yeah, let's not set foot on this island. Usopp decided. I think I can feel my Dante go on that island disease acting up. I second that. Bartolomeo agreed, shivering, his fingers already in a crossed position, in case he needed to shield the whole ship. Hatchan and Mamu, even they looked worried. Let's just wait quietly on our ship and leave the very second our log pose finishes recording. After all, we have to hurry on to Alabasta as soon as possible. As much as I wish we could, Nami Swan, we don't have that option, Sanji replied. Our food stores are running low and won't get us to the next island, no matter how much we try to ration. That means we're going hunting, Zoro grinned. Kuina shook her head. Boys and their challenges? Though for the record, she looked equally as excited about the prospect. Oh, before I forget, Tada, Luffy said, taking out something from his pocket. A bug spray. What's that? A bug spray. And after that Luffy swiftly sprayed the whole crew, even Hatchan and Momu. All of them coughed due to sudden exposure to gas. What the heck was that, Luffy? Nami asked, coughing. Yeah, cough. I can barely breathe in this. Usopp said. I have to agree, Captain. Kobe said. What kind of bug spray smells that bad? And I stink now. Blah. As he had a sensitive nose, he felt double the side effect. Luckily, Sabo already had his plague mask on, so he didn't have to face the side effects. As a revolutionary, he knew about the island, so he was prepared. This is a special kind of bug spray, having very strong effect. Luffy pointed out. Something that will help us survive here. You see, there's a reason why Robin said that we won't survive Little Garden. Well, it's because of the island's ecosystem. What? Does that mean this island has dinosaurs? Usopp cried, half in fear and half in awe. This is a prehistoric island, filled with God knows what kind of disease. That's why I bought some bug spray along with some protective medicine for all of the crew, Luffy said before addressing the sniper. And yes, this island does have dinosaurs, amongst other things. Luffy finished speaking just as the Going Merry docked the prehistoric island. Now, who's ready to explore the island with me? Chapter 145. Luffy finished speaking just as the Going Merry docked the prehistoric island. Now, who's ready to explore the island with me? No one. Both Nami and Vivi screamed at the same time, before both of them blinked looking at each other. Ignore my future wives, people. It might be that time of the month. Luffy nonchalantly said. I'm gonna kill him. Nami grabbed a dagger. Not if I do it first, Vivi said, reading her peacock slasher. Zoro was the first one to jump off the ship. I'm going to hunt something to kill my boredom. Just wait on a second. Where do you think you're going? Nami asked. Look, we're pirates. We'll face weird stuff all the time. That's the life of piracy. If we back off then, we won't be able to get strong. Also, I'd rather not wait cluelessly while I could go get something done on the island. Zoro insisted. I agree with the green one, Sanji said, ticking Zoro off. Come on, Nami Swan. This island might be filled with danger, but it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see prehistoric stuff. Actually, when I was little, I've read about this island in a picture book. Seeing it right now, I'm also going to explore it. I agree with the blonde one, Kuina said, making Sanji coo, before also jumping off the ship. But I'm going to mostly go for a walk. Fine. Who else wants to go? Nami grumbled, and she blinked when Vivi raised her hand. Could I come along with you? Vivi asked Kuina. If you want to come, sure. After that, Vivi mentioned that she was worrying about Alabasta and that taking a walk would clear her head. Nami actually understood her, almost to a personal level. Crocodile was Vivi's Arlong in her story. I would have told her to go with Zoro, to make sure he wouldn't get lost. But this works as well. Luffy joked as he finished his last meat. The Straw Hats snickered. It had become a universal knowledge that Zoro had the worst sense of direction in the crew. What was that? Zoro grumbled from the ground. Oi, Zoro, don't forget about the food. Zoro promptly ignored that. We need food, and I'm gonna go catch something way bigger than anything the shit cook over there can. That sounds like a challenge, Marimo, the chef growled. Lightning seemed to tie their gazes together. While they were bickering, Kuina and Vivi had already left. Luffy had cautioned Sabo and Sparky about the Baroque Works agents, and as Hatchan was going to stay in the ship, he cautioned him and Mamu as well. The three members that had observation haki, they would have easily been able to find the enemies. But it was a bit hard on this island as all of the life forms here shone brightly, maybe because all of them were strong, so finding other humans would be a bit tough for them. Even a non-haki user could hide in a place like this. It is a challenge, then, Zoro continued, bringing everyone's attention back to their bickering. Hell, I'm sure Pinky over there could catch something bigger than you could. Please leave me out of this, Kobe groaned. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? Sanji snarled. Then let's go. You and Kobe will be on a team, and I'll take Jin with me. Just don't cry like a baby when we beat you. The group that brings back the most meat wins. Deal, the swordsman agreed. Pinky, get down here. We don't have a say in this, do we? Jin deadpanned, looking at Kobe, before smirking. But I'm sure we will win. Kobe sighed, before he also smirked. Heh, we will see about that. Mad. All of them are mad. Usopp screamed, before wailing on the ground. And they got Kobe too. I still remember the boy being so innocent. It feels just like yesterday. Nami and Barto patted his back, mirroring his concern. Luffy chuckled. Hey, wait. Stopping both of the teams. Luffy brought one of his hands up, holding 3 fingers. Let me give a time limit then. 3 hours. Finish by then. Also, don't exhaust yourself too much. Mainly you, Zoro and Sanji. You have other challenges to run. Both the swordsman and cook blinked at Luffy, before nodding. It would be some form of training, they presumed. Also, try to give some pointers to both Kobe and Jin. They are having a bit of trouble with their techniques. Maybe help them with that. Both of them again gave nods, before going their separate ways. They now had a time limit, so there was no time to waste. Also, now that both Zoro and Sanji were almost equal, this challenge would really bring in good results. In the past few days, Zoro had improved a bunch, almost catching up to Sanji. Getting proper training and fighting against Luffy or Sabo all the time improved the swordsman to a much higher degree. At the same time, Sanji's growth was getting a bit staggering. With his body, he had no interest in learning Tekai, but he was trying to learn Life Return to properly use his already given healing factor. Mainly being one of his father's failed experiments, his exoskeleton wasn't as strong as his siblings. So with Life Return, he could fix that or even improve it. though he wasn't gaining any significant success in that technique. Kuina, on the other hand, was very close to mastering Life Return. She always valued skills over raw strength, and unlike the other two, she also showed interest in learning Rokugan, mainly to use it along with her sword later on. I don't get how they could be casual about the jungle. Nami started. There are freaking dinosaurs out there, but they're strong. Maybe that's why they're so nonchalant about it. Usopp said. Usopp,
Nami.
what are you talking about? You two are powerful in your own right too, you know? Stop looking down on yourselves. What? But we haven't been able to get any of the Rokushiki techniques down? Usopp countered. Nami and Bartolomeo nodded sadly. Luffy sighed, seeing the inferiority complex act up amongst the crew mates. Chapter 146. Usopp, do you remember the day we saved Kaya and your village? Usopp nodded to Luffy's question. What did you promise? That I would be the greatest sniper in the world. The long-nose declared. Of course he wouldn't forget that day. And do you think you can reach that goal in one day? Usopp shook his head. Then are you willing to put in more than a decade to fulfill that goal? The sniper nodded again, but this time with resolve in his eyes. Well, all of them, with the exception of Kobe, have been training for more than 10 years. Of course, they would get one of the techniques down. It would have been an insult if they couldn't. Now, Kobe might be fist smart like me, but you, my friend, are the most talented sniper I know so far. It won't take that much time before you even surpass Sparky. Usopp blinked in surprise when the six-armed monkey gave him a thumbs up. Could he really do that? Even Kobe had been worked to the bone on Alvida's ship before he joined the Straw Hat. And Usopp had only started. Maybe he was getting a bit impatient. But the long nose won't let that stop his growth. And let's not forget the fact that you have taken down a pirate like Kuro of 100 Plans. That's saying something. That man had been fighting for almost all of his life, but you beat him. Luffy said, jabbing his finger on the sniper's chest. So don't look down on yourself. Same goes for you too, Nami and Barto. Bartolomeo was awed that Usopp stopped a pirate like Kuro. Kuro was very well known a few years back. Also, Usopp, even with all of his storytelling, never mentioned that story. The green-haired barrier user wanted to know about that. With that, Luffy spun around before extending his hand toward the forest. This forest is filled with exotic animals that won't just die from normal bullets. So, why don't you and Sparky use this chance to polish up your sniping skills? Luffy suggested. Try out that new skill that I talked to you about. Usopp wanted to say something, but what Luffy said did make sense. Both Sparky and him had been trying to do something that Luffy deemed to be possible. It was curving a bullet, and with the added muscles on Usopp's frame, he was sure he could make it possible. Also, take Bardo with you, Luffy said, looking at the barrier guy. As a sniper, I don't want you to be directly involved in a fight. That's why you and Bardo should work on team-ups, in finding a high ground for sniping, and looking after each other's backs. Both Bartolomeo and Usopp looked at each other. What Luffy said did make sense. As a sniper, his first priority was finding a good place to hide in and shoot from there. But if he did get found out, then having Bardo with him would be very good rather than being alone. Before either of them could say anything, Luffy grabbed both of them by the back of their collars and tossed them a few miles into the island. He was sure Bardo would be able to use his ability to protect them from most of the things. Also, people in this world were tough. Even a normal untrained man here would easily be able to survive a falling from a 4-story building. And he trained both of them. Personally, they shouldn't get hurt too much. Just for safety measures, Sparky followed them. The six-armed monkey didn't have to be told twice as he used Skywalk to catch up with the thrown pair. Now, who's next? Luffy questioned, dusting his hands, as Johnny and Yasaku unconsciously took a step back. Oh, don't worry. Both of you would be coming with me. Luffy grinned. For some reason, both of the bounty-hunting pirates started sweating. This won't end good. That goes for you too, Nami. You just started using the staff. There should be a few animals that you can be capable of smashing their skulls in. I hate you. Nah, you love me. Luffy then looked at Hachon. Lastly, Hachi, stay in the ship. I'm sure Baroque Works won't give up just yet. They might try to do something while we are gone. Aye, aye, Captain, Hachan said amusedly, saluting. He was going to try and improve his takoyaki dish, so he could do that. What about me? Sabo asked. Honestly, the blonde felt a bit left out. Underneath his mask, Sabo snickered at the fact that how similar Luffy was to Dragon in motivating people. It seems that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I totally forgot about you, Luffy said, rubbing his chin. Just take a nap on the ship if you aren't interested in exploring, I guess. Something interesting will happen a few hours later, then you can come. Also, we can have a sparring match after that if you wish. Sabo shrugged his shoulders. Fine by me, he answered. Honestly, most of the time with the revolutionaries he wasn't able to sleep that much. So, he was trying to catch up on the years of long-lost sleep. With that, he fell asleep standing up. No one questioned the logic behind it and accepted it as it was. Though, there were still a couple of sweat drops among the audience. Luffy just laughed his odd laugh, honestly. He wouldn't be getting used to antics of this world anytime soon. Chapter 147. Crocodile was inside his casino hearing the reports of his agents, and he was just about finishing a call. Keep me updated, Miss All Sunday, the warlord said. And as for those fools, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, you don't have to worry about them. I will send someone else to deal with their situation. Something else was said from the other side. No, you did the right thing. Return back for now. Also, with how things were going, we will be moving the plan forward. With that, he ended the call. Crocodile stood up, walking near to his window as he looked at the country. The country of Alabasta. By the end of this month, he should have everything prepared, and he will have the whole country under him. The people of Alabasta already saw him as a hero. So, after toppling the monarchy here, he wished to take over the country himself. There were many reasons why he wanted to have the country under him. One of them was an old rumor of the ancient weapon residing beneath the land. But in all honesty, it would be rather foolish of him to bet on a tall tale like that. No, the reason why he wanted the country was because he wanted manpower. And what better way than having a whole country under you? The world government didn't care who the rulers of said land was, as long as they paid the heavenly tribute. And his plan was almost complete. But now, he wasn't sure. All because of one rookie pirate, Monkey D. Luffy, a boy from the East Blue, who has already gained quite the fame. Enough to even make one of the marine dogs call him up and deal with him if he comes by Alabasta. His plan of taking over Alabasta wasn't as secure if the boy has the Alabastan princess on his side. Things can go bad if the Marines were to get involved. But then again, he hid his tracks pretty well. Even if Vivi outed him as Mr. Zero and the one causing all the problems in the country, he was sure that the sleeper agents amongst the local revolutionaries and the royal palace, which he planted over the years, won't make anything easy for her. But still, his plan on taking over Alabasta needed to be sped up if he wanted things to go smoothly. If these were any other newbie pirates, he would have sent one or two pairs to deal with them in Little Garden, but he knew that wouldn't work for them. There were too many loopholes to the plan. Actually, he was going to send 2 teams anyways to capture the giants living on that island. But the plan needed to be postponed. A boy that in his first year of sailing survived not only Dracul Mihawk, but also Ryakuju Aramaki. He was not to be taken lightly. Crocodile was confident in facing the newbie pirate. He had sailed the seas for years, fought and survived against a Yonko, so of course he wouldn't mind a brat playing hero. His devil fruit alone would be enough. But with his plan to take over the kingdom, he needed to act carefully. With what Miss All Sunday or Robin said about the boy and his crew, they are most likely to go towards Little Garden, a place where he sent one of his teams to capture the giants a few months back. Though they failed the task, that pair was quite useful. As far as Crocodile knew, the log pose would take a lot of time before resetting there, and if they followed the log pose from there, then they are most likely to cross Drum Island. An island of snow, very small compared to this island, but big enough to be something more useful. Crocodile grinned as something came to his mind. Wasn't there an incident happening on that island? Maybe he could use that to his advantage. With that, he went over to his transponder snail, intending on calling his Black Horse agents. The Mr. Six pair. The same pair he few months back sent to Little Garden. Though they failed, they were able to return alive. And that was quite the feat. With the addition of new power, one of the agents gained on that island. Robin didn't tell Crocodile everything about Luffy, which included the burning mutiny and whiskey peak that the Straw Hats set up. Still, it wouldn't have bothered Crocodile much anyway. If his plan worked, then he wouldn't be needing Baroque works anymore. But Robin also forgot to mention a key detail about the going merry to Crocodile. But who could blame her actually? She was too shocked by the fact that a newbie pirate knew about her identity and threatened her with it. On the going merry, Vivi had her mind constantly on Alabasta. She was glad she had decided to take a walk on the island. It had calmed her down considerably. She plucked the fern growing wildly near the riverbank. This kind of plant. I've never seen something like this before. She kept her eyes on Kuina. She had the sense not losing herself in her own world after all, as much as the prospect of learning about these things excited her. She could still remember riding on Pel's back as they flew above the desert of Alabasta. What is that, Pel? She had pointed at the large pair of purple lizards running across the desert. That's the Sandora lizard. It's a menace to our caravans when crossing the desert. Remember Viviheim, they are dangerous and always hunt in pairs, he had said. Rather than frightened, Vivi was excited. Back then, is that so? Are they male and female pairs? She asked. You're a curious little princess, Viviheim. She was a little girl back then enjoying her ride below the clouds. She shook her head. If only things could go back to those simpler days. Chapter 148. Just as Vivi looked back, Kuina had taken down what seemed to be a dinosaur. It snapped her out of her thoughts. When did you do that? When you were contemplating your life choices, Kuina answered. Vivi blinked, opening her mouth and closing it. Something is on your mind. Speak it. The swordswoman said directly. Mississippi Kuina, can I ask you a question? Kuina nodded. Why are you pirates going so far to help us? Why is Mr. Captain so determined? I know he is called a hero and all, but why drag his neck to the chopping board for me? Started Vivi. Even if Luffy was good-looking and smooth with his words, he was still a pirate, and when she thought about it, she became doubtful. She knew they were already targeted by Crocodile for knowing his identity. Judging by the strength Luffy had shown so far, she was sure he could go against Crocodile. And not to mention the others in the crew, even Kuina here. She was pretty sure any agents short of the Mr. Zero pair or the Mr. One pair wouldn't be able to handle her. All of them were very strong for a new pirate group, and that made her a bit doubtful on what other intentions they might have. I don't know exactly what Luffy is thinking, but as far as I have known him, our captain has a bad case of hero complex, she said, chuckling a bit. One of the things I admire about him, from the beginning of the journey, he had helped people. Kuina said as she started walking. Vivi followed behind her. Did you know? He helped Usopp and Nami out of a similar mess? Like yours, in a way. He did inherit some part of his grandfather, the hero part at least. Kuina chuckled a bit. Wait, Luffy is really the grandson of the marine hero, Garp? Vivi asked. But it doesn't make sense. Why is he a pirate then? Who knows, but from what the captain said, the Marines aren't what they appear. I had a few personal experiences of the corrupt Marines, but it seems to me that there are even more things that Luffy knows that made him join the pirate life instead, Kuina said. Though it's my theory. If you ask him, he will probably say it's because Shanks inspired him to be one. Vivi didn't know who this Shanks she was speaking of was, but nodded nonetheless. Of course, she would never suspect that a Yonko had inspired him to be a pirate. Why do you say that, then? Vivi asked. Of course, she knew some Marines were bad, but as an organization as a whole, she believed them to be good. You have seen Kobe well. He wanted to be a Marine, but Luffy made him change his beliefs. Now he just looks up to the captain. Honestly, with how many bad Marines we saw over the journey, anyone with an optimistic view on the Marines might start rethinking it. Vivi just nodded. She would have to look into the Marine organization as a whole after she returned to Alabasta. Also, Luffy considers you his friend, and maybe even more than a friend. Kuina smirked when the blue-haired teen blinked in surprise. I've never seen him give up on helping a friend in dire need. You're lucky to have caught our captain's interest, and if Luffy wants to help you with this Shichibukai crocodile problem, or whoever it is in his way, we will just have to face them. The Straw Hats were a quirky bunch. As they had sailed to Little Garden, they were having fun and playing around, training hard, even though they were just threatened by the presence of Miss All Sunday and the identity of a Shichibukai as their adversary. Don't worry about us. Luffy promised you that we'll bring you home safely, and so he will. Our captain is a man of his word. Ho ho ho. So you were training with those dinosaurs. You must be strong. Ho ho ho. Red Ogre Broggy, the giant, was a mountain of a man standing at 69 feet 10 inches feet, 21 m, with tan skin. His blonde beard wasn't that long, but impressive on his Viking-like armor, and a blue cape flowed down his back, a helmet, axe, and shield, each supersized to fit a giant, sat next to him, even bigger than the cask of ale he was drinking from. The giant, Broggy, had met the 4 small humans on his hunt for some Brachiosaurus meat. Of course, I can kick your ass if I wanted to, Luffy replied, laughing along with the giant. Luffy, please don't aggravate things, Johnny, Yasaku, and Nami internally shouted, anime tears on their face as they mulled over their fate. It was over for them. The giant will be pissed off and crush them. Broggy went silent, pausing his drinking. Really? He said, raising an eyebrow. Of course, Luffy said, flexing his biceps. I train every day. We're dead. They thought together. Ho ho ho. Maybe we can duke it out sometimes. Ho ho ho. Laughed the giant as he and Luffy enjoyed their dinosaur meat. With things calming down a bit, Yasaku was the first one to question. How come you're so huge, Broggy-san? Yasaku braved himself to ask, seeing Luffy so friendly with the giant. Broggy explained that he was a giant, and he hailed from Elbaf, land of the brave warriors of the seas. Nami took the chance to ask how long the log pose would need before the island's magnetic forces are recorded and the next island would show up on the log pose. 1 year. Nami fainted comically. Is she okay? The giant asked with concern. Shishishishi. She does that sometimes. Luffy said, anyway, you use a shield and an axe, right? The giant nodded, with a raised eyebrow. Luffy then jabbed his thumb at Yasaku. Well, he does as well. Mind giving him some tips? There was a resounding silence, only broken by the giant's laughter. Ho ho ho. You really are brave, Straw Hat. Asking me to teach your crewmate, why not? I could use a change of pace, he said, before leaning down at Yasaku. This time the bounty hunter didn't cower and mustered all the courage he had and stood tall. He does have a good body for learning the axe and shield. Johnny looked back at his captain, who was smiling. He wondered if Luffy actually knew about this place beforehand. Chapter 149. I hate you, Zoro, Kobe yelled, a bit of panic in his voice as he ran through the trees of Little Garden. A group of velociraptors, numbering more than 20, each being at least 10 feet in height with a sail-like spine and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, were chasing after him. Now, some might be wondering how Kobe got into this position. Well, when both Kobe and Zoro had teamed up, they first thought of just hunting down the beast by themselves. But soon things became clear when, after killing a few, the rest of them would run away from them. Zoro grumbled about it being counterproductive, so Kobe suggested that they should use something as bait, and that made Zoro grin evilly at the young pink pirate. Kobe really should have kept his mouth shut, as even with his regeneration, he would rather not experience getting chowed down by prehistoric beasts, and even worse, getting prehistoric rabies from them. One sword style, Demon Wind, Zoro said, swinging Sandai Katetsu, as a powerful wind slash came out of the sword. This sword, like his Akaita Nozarashi, was a bit unruly and hard to master, and as a swordsman with 3 swords, he had to give each sword his attention. That also made him glad that his 3rd sword, Yubashiri, was an obedient one, unlike those 2. Kobe hastily ducked, but he was damn sure he got a haircut from the attack. He was going to give his 2 cents to his green-haired crewmate. Well, that was until he heard some falling noise behind him. But when he looked back, he was almost gaping, as almost all of the beasts had their heads cut clean off. Okay, maybe he would not be giving his too powerful crewmate an earful. Nodding, Zoro jumped down from the boulder, his blade casually resting on his shoulder. He wasn't going to use any flames on the hunt as he didn't want to char the beast, nor give it any more trauma before killing it. That makes it 70. Really, a thank you would be appreciated, Kobe grumbled, picking himself up from the ground and dusting his clothes. Zoro mused at the pink-haired boy. It seemed that the boy did grow a spine in the few months he stayed with them. Zoro had to say, Kobe really had talent, but it seemed that he was going at it the wrong way. Why don't we go for something that's a bit tough? Zoro said, as if to answer him. A giant-sized triceratops came out of the nearby bush. Zoro grinned, eagerly, before stopping himself. You know what? Why don't you take on this one? Kobe blinked, pointing at himself. Me? Why, you a wimp? Zoro shot back. To answer Zoro's question, Kobe flipped him off, before turning around and taking out his claws. I needed to blow some steam off anyways. The Triceratops huffed angrily like a bull, dragging some dirt along with his feet as he eyed Kobe. The beast moved wildly at Kobe, who also moved forward using his newly learned sorrow. The speed wasn't at the level of a mastered one, yet it gave him blinding speed to normal men. Except that a Triceratops was not a normal man. Kobe's claws were stopped by the three-horned predator, making the boy wide-eyed. He was expecting his claws to pierce through the beast's skull, but it seemed that his skull was made out of harder stuff, almost like steel. Before Kobe could do anything, he was suddenly pushed back to Zoro's side. Kobe had to drag his feet to stop himself from falling to the ground. Like I thought, this one is different. Zoro smirked, casually resting Sandai Kitetsu on his shoulder. He then pointed at the beast. I would have loved to cut you down myself, but this boy here, did you just call me a boy? Needs to learn a valuable lesson. Zoro finished, ignoring Kobe's comment. Hey, I'm only 3 years younger than you. Zoro gave him a side glance. Like I said, practically a baby, he snorted. Can't even take down an oversized cow? The Triceratops huffed angrily, hearing that. Hey, I can take that one on myself. Kobe shot back, before standing up, drawing his claws. You could, but that's not the point. Kobe blinked, before raising an eyebrow. What, are you going to teach me something? Well, that depends. Zoro smirked. Do you want to learn how to cut steel? Kobe was wide-eyed for a few moments before a challenging grin made its way to his face. Yeah, why not? Gegia Jayagyak. So Broggy's guests are friends of yours? I guess that makes sense. We don't get many visitors. He described them as one of them having a straw hat and an attitude to go with it. Well, that does sound like Captain, Sanji said, as he was trying to set up the flame for cooking. He had already skinned down and peeled the few beasts that he would be using for cooking. Both him and Jin had found the giant along with Usopp, Barto, and Sparky. It seemed the resident giant here helped them get out of a mess. So as a thank you, Usopp requested Sanji to cook something for the giant. Speaking of giant, Blue Ogre Dory, the giant, was a mountain of a man standing at nearly 2,260 centimeters, 74 feet 2 inches feet, with tan skin. His black beard covered much of his Viking-like armor, nearly touching the ground, and a blue cape flowed down his back, a helmet, sword, and shield, each supersized to fit a giant, sat next to him, even bigger than the cask of ale he was drinking from. At first, Sanji didn't want to cook immediately because of the challenge with Zoro. But when Dory didn't mind and casually said that he hadn't eaten anything made by a chef for 100 or so years, then things changed. So feeding the giant came first. And while he was at it, he would make food for everyone in the crew. He did pack them lunch, but with so much game, and he knew not all of them could be taken into Mary. The ship was getting crowded in the male quarters already. The ship was getting a bit too crowded, and so they already had rations from Whiskey Peak. So refusing to let good food go to waste, Sanji went cooking. He had 2 giants and his crew to feed. While Sanji was in his own world, the others enjoyed the tales from the giant. The giant was 158 years old and had scars, all of them having stories behind it. I got this one when I first went to the sea. Accidentally went to the calm belt due to the winds, Dory said, showing a bite-mark scar on his forearm. The rest, hearing the story, shivered as something similar almost happened to them. A sea king tried to break our ship, Had to stop it with my bare hands. While that wasn't the problem, that particular Sea King was an eel. I was up for a shocker. Gegia Jayagya. Bragi is still jealous of this scar. Gegia Jayagya. The rest, especially Usopp and Barto, had stars in their eyes. They had seen Luffy and Sanji fish out large fish, and even small Sea Kings, but a giant fighting giant Sea Kings, that's something they wanted to see. Jin also noticed a similar scar on his other hand. But this one looked fresh. Dory-san, that other scar. Did you also get that from a Sea King? The giant looked at the scar and shook his head as he stroked his beard. No, this one is recent. Before you guys came here, we had 2 other people visit us. But they were here for our bounty. Less to say, one of them had gotten a hold of the devil fruit we were hiding in our treasure chest, and things went from there. The other blinked at who would be stupid enough to fight giants, or even steal from them. Wait, if that scar is because of the devil fruit. What kind of? A Zoan fruit, quite a powerful one, Dory hummed. It made the human quite the big beast, though it was still small compared to us. And like a wild dog it bit me. Gegia Jayagya. But I did smack the shit out of him. Well, Adori-san, if that fruit is so powerful, why didn't you guys eat it beforehand? Bardo questioned. Well, we didn't know what fruit it was. We found it a few years back. Also, we don't have a boat. And in case we need to return to Elbaf, we need our swimming abilities. The others nodded, much in awe and respect, to swim from one island to another. So that was the giant's way. Chapter 150. All of them watched as both of the giants duked it out, their giant weapons clashing against each other, creating sparks and shockwaves around the island. Dory and Bragi were not holding back, their blades clashing with each other. Almost the full crew of the Straw Hats sat while the giants fought. They had already had the extended lunch. It was odd, really. Sanji didn't expect all of them to gather again. Little Garden wasn't a small island. But then again, he had made enough food for all of them. Sanji even made sure that the giants had their own fill. And with more energy to spare, the giants are more enthusiastic about the battle. Luffy, Sparky, and Zoro grinning with excitement, while the others were in a state of awe. Even Sanji had a challenging smile on his face. Jin looked around. Nami and Usopp seemed to be panicking, while Kobe seemed a bit nervous by the sheer power on display. Johnny, Yasaku, and Barto had stars in their eyes. Sabo was here as well, but the man seemed to have gotten bored, and with Hachan and Mamoru on the ship, he came to see the giants as well. Only Kuina and Vivi were missing, but Jin had trust in his female crewmate, as she was more than capable of taking care of herself. He had fought alongside her and against her. In sparring matches, she was a very powerful swordswoman. Her reputation as a well-known bounty hunter did her justice. No wonder her aim was the top. After joining the crew, Jin had challenged Zoro and her first. They were quite powerful, and her skills seemed to have only improved from there. Jin himself had learned Tekai. Rather than going over any other techniques, he was trying to master it. He wanted to use it while on the move, which was harder said than done. But Luffy was more than willing to share his own experience with that technique. Jin very much appreciated that. His captain might be young, but he was a damn competent one. Krieg wasn't even comparable to him. Jin already had good speed. Of course, it was nowhere comparable to Sanji or Kuina. More so now that both of them knew Saru. But he was fast with his feet, and along with his weighted tonfa, he was a madman in the battlefield. They didn't call him the Man-Demon for nothing. So now with Tekai, he wanted to have more power behind his attacks. His tonfa were a unique weapon that had a lot of destructive potential, and now that Usopp had modified them and given them spikes laced with sea stone, they became even more deadly. Usopp was a damn genius with that stuff. Jin loved his new home amongst the Straw Hats. All of them had grand dreams, great goals, and Jin was more than willing to give his life to make sure they accomplished them. That is how he was. He was a loyal man, and for that he wanted strength. Jin would be lying if he hadn't felt down after what happened back on Sakura Island. Aramaki. Both him and Hachi got floored. That sick fuck one shot them, and that was why he needed strength. He didn't want to lose again. And even though he threw himself at training, he wasn't seeing much improvement. Sure, he improved a ton after joining the crew, and he was sure he could beat his previous self in less than 10 seconds now, but it still wasn't enough. While hunting with Sanji, the cook gave him a few tips, using more spins to generate more energy with his special tonfa, get faster, and be unpredictable. But it honestly came down to fighting stronger opponents, a death battle. Fighting crewmates made him strong, but there was no real danger. And only danger can make you improve. He hated to admit it, but by getting his butt kicked by Aramaki, his gains in strength increased. However, that wasn't a fight, more like a one-sided beating. That's why when he was watching the fight between the giants, he started to wonder if he could reach that level. No. He shook his head. He needed to reach far beyond that if he wanted to stay by his captain's side. His captain was no ordinary man. He had grand goals and even grander ambitions, so of course he needed to be strong to stand by his side. Speaking of his captain, Luffy seemed to be a lot more excited. Maybe seeing the battle between the giants set something off inside him. And so, Luffy jumped on his brother with his naginata drawn, his brother countering with his metal pipe. You really want to do this here? Sabo questioned as he pushed back against Luffy. This won't end well for you. Luffy ignored the threat. I have been itching to fight you. Shishishi. He grinned as he pressed down on his naginata, his blade going black, the color of the armament. Of course, not everyone could see it. I want to see how much stronger you are. Well, Sabo shrugged as his own metal pipe turned metallic black. You have been warned. And with that, both brothers started duking it out as well. Slashes, strikes, punches, kicks, toppling trees and creating shockwaves of their own. What are they doing? Nami yelled. This is no place to fight. Speak for yourself, which, Zoro said as he clashed 3 of his blades with Sanji's feet. Don't call Nami Swan that, you green-headed bastard. Sanji said, kicking Zoro, which the swordsman ducked as his Akaitu Nozarashi caught flames. Well, who's gonna stop me? You, shitty cook? Zoro grinned, while Sanji's feet also caught flames. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this more than I should, Sanji said before his grin also matched Zoro's. Both of them turned into blurs of flames as they started their own match. Let me show you what real flames are. Zoro was cut off when he had to duck against another kick, before jumping back from another. My flames are better than your match sticks any day, Marimo. TDV lost it. Nami groaned. Jin also sighed, before he quickly crossed his weighted tonfa to block against Bardo's barrier-encased fist. Well, I'm going after someone that's reasonably on my own level, Bartolomeo said as he punched again, this time with Jin kicking him away. And you think I'm reasonably on that level? Jin questioned with a raised eyebrow. He was almost amused. Nah, but Kobe is already getting his ass kicked by Sparky, Bardo said, jabbing his thumb behind where the pink-haired boy and monkey were duking it out. Sparky not using his fruit, of course, because that would just be unfair. Still, Kobe was at a disadvantage with the 6-armed monkey. You know, this won't end well, Jin said, before a savage grin made his way toward his face. Today, I will show you why they call me the Man-Demon. Well, I'm already called the Man-Eater Bartolomeo, myself, Bardo said with a puffed-out chest, before he had to dodge a series of strikes from Jin's spinning weapon. Now that it had silver spikes on it, it became a lot more dangerous, especially for a devil fruit user like himself. It won't strip away all of his power, due to the grade of sea stones being lower quality, but it would severely weaken him nonetheless. The 1 kilogram of sea stone powder they got from Logtown was of lower quality, Sabo had said, after examining them. There were even higher qualities that the revolutionaries had in their storage. And that's not even questioning what Grand Line Marines had with them. So even though most of their crewmates had their weapons laced with sea stone, it wouldn't take away all of the devil fruit users' powers. More so, weaken them. This is madness, Johnny said. Yeah. Yasaku agreed. At least someone is reasonable. Nami sighed only to be cut off by their next words. Let's join them, Johnny said as he used the stick portion of his spear to attack Yasaku. Yeah, well, I'm gonna win, Yasaku said while he had his shield up before striking with his axe, which Johnny took head-on with his tech-eye. God, help these morons. Nami groaned before her eyes sharpened as her neck snapped to her side. Looking at Usopp, who had his mini slingshot out, and was about to shoot at her. Don't even think about it, Long Nose. Usopp gulped, taking down his slingshot. Yeah, that was not a good idea. Maybe not today, or any day for that matter. Nami was just scary. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.